We all have things that are precious to us. Family, friends, pets, items of sentimental value, the list goes on. Having things that are near and dear to us is a core part of our lives. Yet, to live those lives is to inevitably be faced with losing those things. Isn't it good then that we can hold on to our memories of the things we hold dear? Or perhaps, one might believe to have never known at all would be a far greater comfort. Type Help is a completely text-based detective puzzle game. The game is played by entering commands into a terminal, discovering text files you can read to unfold the mystery of a string of deaths from the mid-1930s. Simple on the surface, but wonderfully complex in how the web of interconnecting files is weaved. The freeform nature of its puzzle solving allows the player to come to their own discoveries in a unique way. To say anything else would spoil the experience. The game is free and is playable on your browser, so if you have the time, I encourage you to check it out. If you get stuck or have some lingering questions after beating it, this video will still be here for you. Now, let us proceed to the intro.
On Sunday the 7th of March, 1936, a group of locals walked the long and muddy track to Galley House. As far as any of them were aware, the house had been empty for decades. What brought them there that day remains unclear. The first thing they saw as they arrived was the body of a man in his early 40s lying face down outside the front door. The blood was still dripping down the steps. After no one responded to their knocks, the decision was made to break in. More bodies were found as they searched. All had died recently. However, with the exception of a couple of the most recent corpses, the causes of death could not be identified. The authorities were called, and since then very little information has been released. Only one of the victims has ever been publicly identified. The press made the most of the accounts of the locals, but with very little to go on, the tale of Galley House was slowly forgotten. No one alive knows what happened that day, and it seems likely that no one ever will.
Spooky. There are some interesting and unfortunate details to keep in mind here. All the dead bodies found in Galley House had died recently, including that poor man outside the entrance, whose pooling blood was still fresh. Most causes of death were unidentifiable, and only one victim was publicly identified. With no clues, the entire mystery was deemed unsolvable. As it stands, no one alive knows the truth. That is, until we come along. Let's begin. We see the computer startup sequence. Copyright BIOS 1992 to 1998 means the BIOS was continuously republished between those years, meaning this PC's BIOS was last updated in 1998. At least 60 years have passed since the Galley House deaths. Technology has improved greatly since then, so hopefully a modern investigation is able to elucidate this mystery. After our computer terminal boots up, we are greeted with a black screen and a field to enter text. We will do as the title directs and type help. We're welcomed as username 2. Looks like this terminal has been used before. We read 4 commands: inbox, list, language, and save. Straightforwardly, we can read messages, files on this system, change the game's language, and save our progress. As of the time of this recording, the only other language available is Japanese. Luckily, I can read a bit of Japanese, and was able to learn a couple of minor interesting details not present in the English text. We'll cover that later. For now, let's check our message, and click to read our singular message. From Alan Thomas. Subject, brief. You're currently in possession of the computer our agent was using at the time of his death. This is the only source of information we have as to what happened that day. Our records don't identify him by name, only as an outsider hired during the horror days to work on the case. I don't remember much from back then, but suffice to say it was a waking nightmare for everyone involved. We were desperate for a solution. And then one day, it all stopped. I was much more junior then, so I wasn't kept in the loop, unfortunately. All I know is that there was a concerted effort to never mention the case again. This computer was locked away, and we were given strict instructions as to when it could be examined. They also detailed a list of names prohibited from ever learning its contents, myself included. That's where you come in. I'm sure it can't be that dangerous, whatever's written in there. The thing is, If we don't know why the deaths stopped, then we can't be certain they won't start up again. So I've moved the examination date forward a little. Can't hurt to be prepared. I'll admit though, even with access to the old database, I've still managed to glean embarrassingly little about this case. Only one man really knew what was going on, and his hard drive is now in your hands. All you need to do is work out what he did that solved the case. I don't know what else you might find, but it goes without saying that you're to disregard any potentially sensitive information. These are the only file names we've been able to recover. I suggest you start there. 01QU111, 02EN16710, 03LI1456789, 04ST blank. Don't ask me what the file names mean. If you can figure that out yourself, then I'm sure the rest will follow. The last one's a bit corrupted, but you may be able to fill in the gaps. Best of luck, Alan Thomas. It looks like we're an agent tasked with resolving the mystery of the Galley House deaths from the late 30s. A previous agent had apparently solved the case, but was found dead at this computer. The files on it are the only information available regarding the case. Since then, the deaths stopped, and the case, along with this computer, were locked away for some amount of time. An effort was made to never discuss the case, and this current reinvestigation was scheduled to occur well into the future, though this Alan Thomas character has bumped the examination date forward. Presumably he would like to investigate it himself, but his name, along with others, is on a list of people prohibited from learning this computer's exact contents. Thus, we are the man for the job. Not much is known about our predecessor. He was a male unnamed outsider working the case during the horror days. Regardless, our employer has access to an old database pertaining to the case, but it seems the only useful information they've recovered is the name of 4 files. Or 3.5. The last one's corrupted. With that, we are told to figure the rest out ourselves. From here we can punch in the other command, list, bringing us to a single file, 00-readme. Inside are 3 comments.
Most of the audio is pretty low quality, but I've tried my best with what you've given me. To access a file, just type the file name, e.g. 26EN1, into the box at the top. Hopefully you can read my handwriting. Already, I think you were right about your suspicions. We were lucky to find this case, and even luckier they kept the bodies.
The notes are written in first person, so it looks like we have access to our predecessor's comments wherever he was kind enough to journal them. Sometimes they will be directed at the reader, and other times they will be directed to himself. His comments will be signed with an @ symbol, so we will call him @. Generally, @ uses the pronoun you to refer to his employers or to a vague whoever may be reading this. Here he notes to his employer that he's made the most out of the audio files he was given, how to access the files on this computer, and that they are lucky the bodies of the victims were kept. Since the deaths occurred in 1936, it means the bodies were stored for at least 60 years. I'd agree they are very lucky to still have access to them. I presume the bodies were frozen to facilitate such an extreme storage time. The last detail I want to note is hoping his employers can read his handwriting. I take this to mean that the files on the computer were additionally indexed on paper. Since our employers made no note of them, I assume they were lost or destroyed when the case was never supposed to be mentioned again. With that, we can punch in the example file gave us, 26EN1.
There's a loud thud and then silence. The audio keeps going, though, for an upsettingly long time. Nonetheless, nothing more of interest can be heard. There are no more footsteps, no more whispers, no more dramatic weather events, just a quiet wind. When you finish looking over everything, let me know what you think. Edit. Looking back at all the deaths, it's clear there's one that doesn't quite fit the pattern. Why? Edit. My theory was correct. I've added one more scene that should complete the chain of events.
Looks like has freely given us a pretty bare-bones file. A thud and then an upsettingly long silence. Of note is epiphany at the end, yet we can't make sense of it yet. Let's double back to the files Alan gave us. First is 01QU111.
The rain is louder outside, making it tricky to hear what they're saying.
Blast! The damn thing's stuck. Can you push harder?
An engine whirs to life. There's a few seconds of chaos.
It won't do, it just won't. We're not moving, sir, and I can't help it. Yes, I see. We'll come back tomorrow, sir, when it's light outside. Blast the damn thing. Blast this weather. Sorry. You work for Rupert, do you? For as long as I can remember, sir. Well, I hope he knows what a foul situation he's put me in.
There's a loud thunderclap overhead. It's the same one you can hear in the other scenes.
You'll follow me now, won't you, sir? The house is not far from here. Just mind your step. Thanks. Oh, bloody devil. I shouldn't have worn these shoes. I must ask, sir, are you a friend of the Galleys? Never heard of them. Do you know why I've been invited here? I can't say I do, sir, but we do have a number of other guests with us this evening. I'm sure it will be a night to remember. It's strange. I received an invitation earlier this week. I have no idea who from, but for whatever reason I decided to come anyway. It's only just dawning on me how mad of an idea this actually is.
Note: they found the invitation when they searched the body. I've put a copy under 00 invitation.
Not mad at all, sir. It's a privilege to be a guest at Galley House. And if there's anything you need, sir, let me know. Is this it, then? Yes, sir. At the top of these steps is the entrance to the house. Please knock, and Mr. Galley should answer the door.
Person 11 hurries off. Person 1 climbs the steps and then knocks.
Besides At's comments, we have two new individuals speaking, denoted by the number 1 and the number 11. It's important to note that despite me using the word speaking, all dialogues are actually manually transcribed by At into these text files. It sounds like Person 1 is a man having car troubles outside of Galley House, though he has an invitation to be there. And Person 11 is some kind of employee of the Galleys. For the setting, it's nighttime, and a heavy rainstorm is persisting. Despite Person 1 having an invitation to Galley House, he has no clue from whom he received it, and finds it quite silly he decided to come. Person 11 directs him to the entrance of the house, and the clip ends as Person 1 knocks on the door. Note the word entrance is bolded. Let's take a peek at the 00-invitation file. My dear friend, I'm sorry to hear about you and Claire. I always thought you two seemed perfect for each other, but I've never been a good judge of these things, I suppose. Why don't you come down to Galley House this Saturday evening? I'm having a small gathering for my birthday, and you'd be more than welcome to stay the night with us. I could introduce you to my family. None of us have your talent, of course, but I have recently acquired something to keep you interested if you decide to come. It's not perfect, but sometimes when you close your eyes, it's like someone else is in the house. I'll make sure to have it running by the time you arrive. Don't be fooled. There are no ghosts in Galley House. Rupert Galley. Fairly straightforward. The day is Saturday, March 6, 1936. Rupert Galley is having a birthday party with his family at Galley House and invited Person 1 to join, though Person 1 said he doesn't know the man. He notes he acquired something interesting, and that whatever it is can make you feel like someone else is in the house, though he asserts there are no ghosts in Galley House. We'll punch in our second file, 02EN16710.
The door opens.
Who the hell are you?
Note: she sounds like the whiskey is catching up with her.
I'm sorry. Is Mr. Galley there? He's somewhere. I feel sick. Excuse me? Just wait here. I need... Oh God, where's Thornton?
The door closes, there's a pause, and then it opens again.
Hello? What do you want? Hello, I'm looking for Mr. Galley. That would be me. Fantastic. I'm so sorry. My car got stuck in the mud just down on Quail Lane, so I'm a bit later than... You haven't told me why you're here. Why I'm here? You sent me an invitation. I brought it with me. You've got the wrong person. I've never seen you before in my life. I swear, you're Rupert Galley, right? It seemed like you had something to show me. Eddie, what's going on? Who's this? I'm in the middle of talking to him, Vic. Sorry, is there a Rupert Galley here? The invitation said...
There's a thud on the floor nearby.
Bloody devil! Where did that come from? Ignore it. I've lived in Galley House all my life, and I've never heard of a Rupert Galley, so I'm afraid you've got the wrong place. Goodbye. Wait, please. Eddie, look at the weather out there. You can't let him out in that. Vic, we've enough guests as it is. I'm sure we could accommodate one more, couldn't we? Come inside, please, before your toes fall off. Oh, thank you so much. That's very kind. Everyone else is in the living room. I'm sure someone here will know what's going on. It looks like the doll broke in the fall. Oh, I'm so sorry, Eddie. Please try and calm your sister down, Vic, or she'll end up killing someone.
The door closes.
We're introduced to persons 6, 7, and 10. Person 10 answers the door, but closes it to go find someone named Thornton. At mentions she's female and that she's had too much to drink. Person 6 answers the door the second time and says he's Mr. Galley, but he doesn't know who Person 1 is. When Person 1 tries to show him the invitation, Person 6 asserts he's lived in Galley House his whole life and no person by the name of Rupert Galley exists. Person 7 enters and refers to Person 6 as Eddie, so we'll call him Eddie from now on. Eddie replies and calls Person 7 Vic, so we'll refer to them as Vic. Eddie is about to shut the door on Person 1, but Vic intercedes and invites him inside to take shelter from the weather. Person 1 is appreciative of this gesture and is directed to the living room with the other guests. Of note is the sound of something falling and hitting the floor mid-conversation, which scares Person 1. At the end of the clip, this is revealed to be a doll, which prompts Eddie to tell Vic to calm their sister down, lest someone end up dead. A strange exchange, but now we know Vic's sister is somewhere inside. The last details are the words Quail Lane and living room being bolded. We'll proceed to 03 LI 1456789.
4 more people enter the living room.
There you are. Is Eve with you? No, we brought someone else, though. Hello, I'm dreadfully sorry. Is there somewhere to hang my coat? Who is this man? Apparently, his car got stuck in the mud on Quail Lane. I told him he could stay here while the weather improves. Is everything all right? It's fine. I'll tell you later. He's brought a bottle of wine with him.
Note: I'd assume this is the same bottle that you can hear smash in the 04 scenes.
Well, I should hope you weren't counting on our hospitality. Well, actually, my name's John Hobbs. I actually received an invitation to come here from a man called Rupert Galley. Has anyone heard of him?
Note: if you dislike my numbering system, then you can try typing name 1 something or just name to see which ones you've entered.
I swear Never mind. No one lives here by that name, I'm afraid. Then I'm ever so sorry. There's evidently been some sort of mistake. Don't worry about it. You're welcome to stay here as long as you need. Let me introduce you. This is Victoria, Helen, Tony, Eddie, and Damien. We're having a small gathering here this evening. Did you have anything planned, Martha? Because we shouldn't really start until my daughter arrives. I don't think she'll be coming anytime soon. Excuse me? Does anyone know where Annie is? She said she didn't want to come. I don't see why we all need to be here anyway. I'm sorry. Who are you? Actually, Martha, I might need to stay the night while the weather improves, if you wouldn't mind. At least I was invited here. I suppose we could accommodate one more. I'll show you to the spare bed in the study, Mr. Hobbs. And you'd best come with us too, Damien. We could do with a strong man to help set things up. Of course, Martha. Thank you. That sounds perfect. Eddie, could you follow me to the billiard room, please? I'd like a private word.
They all leave.
Before we tackle the content of the conversation, we see At has left us an important comment. By typing the command name number something, we can rename each character at our convenience. We can test it out right now by typing name 6 Eddie Galley, and now the words Eddie Galley are tagged next to all of his dialogue in any scene we view. It's a convenient feature for improving the layout of each file. Let's name some more of our characters. Person 1 introduces himself as John Hobbs, so name 1 John Hobbs. Person 5 introduces John to Victoria, Helen, Tony, Eddie, and Damien. From this, we learn Vic's full first name is Victoria, so name 7 Victoria. Person 5 asks Damien to assist her in the study, and person 8 responds, "Of course, Martha." Thus, we can enter name 5 Martha and name 8 Damien. The names Helen and Tony must belong to our remaining persons 4 and 9, though we don't know who's who yet. Now let's cover the clip. At says 4 people enter the living room. We know 3 of them are our characters from the prior scene, with the 4th being one of the new characters. Martha asks if someone named Eve is with them, but Eddie says no. John introduces himself and again asks if anyone has heard of Rupert Galley, but again, nobody knows the man. Person 4 points out John is carrying a wine bottle, and At spoils that in all of the 04 scenes, the sound of this bottle breaking is heard. When Martha introduces everyone, she says they're just having a small gathering. Quite a different picture from the supposed birthday party in the invitation John has. Person 9 asks Martha if they can wait until their daughter arrives, but Eddie says she won't be here anytime soon, a statement that person 9 takes offense to. Damien then asks if anyone knows where an Annie is, and person 4 replies she didn't want to come. This response somewhat confuses Vic. At the end of the scene, John, Martha, and Damien go to the study to set up spare bedding for John. Meanwhile, person 9 and Eddie will have a chat in the billiard room. At notes everyone leaves, so person 4 and Vic must wander off somewhere. Again we see the bolding of certain words. Quail Lane, study, and billiard room. Our last given file, 04ST blank, is corrupted, so we must use our observations to piece together the structure of it and all the other files on this computer. If we look at our list of files, we see the scenes have proceeded chronologically from 01 to 03, and our 03 scene leads into our unknown 04 scene. The first part of each file must be its chronology. I'll refer to this as the time code. At mentions that the wine bottle is heard breaking in all the 04 scenes, so there must be multiple scenes available for each time code. The files with timecode 00 are an exception. They're At's personal or evidence files. For the second part of the file name, we have the letters QU, EN, LI, and ST. If we look at some of the bolded words we've come across, we see Quail Lane, entrance, living room, and study match these codes. The second part of each file must be the location in which the scene takes place. The code is the first 2 letters of each location. For convenience, I'll just say the full location name in each file instead of abbreviating it. The last part of the file name is simple. It's the numbers of every character present in that particular scene. With all this in mind, we can decode the mystery file that takes place in the study at timecode 04. John, Martha, and Damien went into the study, so the full file name is 04 Study 158. With that, the game's tutorial puzzle is officially over. From here on, we have complete freedom to pursue any leads we have in order to find every file in existence. One of the things I love about this game mechanic is that making an incorrect search still gives us useful information. For example, if I were to enter 04 entrance 7 and no file exists, I will have at least learned that at timecode 4, Vic was not in the entrance by herself. Anyway, let's head into this scene in the study.
Oh my, bloody devil. Is he all right?
He's not breathing.
There's the sound of a bottle smashing on the floor.
I'm so sorry. I'm lightheaded. Have you checked for a pulse?
He's still warm, but he's definitely dead.
Under my roof! First a stranger turns up at the door, next another is found dead in the study. Do you know this man? I certainly do not, and I can't fathom how he could have entered the house without someone letting me know he was here.
No sign of physical injuries. Given his age, I'd say heart failure is most likely.
Well, serves him right. Really, a strange man sneaking around our house? I wouldn't have believed it. Let's not be rude to the dead. I'm sure there's a reasonable explanation as to why he was here.
He wasn't carrying much, just an old program for a piano recital. Has anyone heard of Amelia West?
Note: if you want to make a note of information, you can always use the note command.
Not a composer I've heard of.
Mr. Hobbs, you wouldn't have anything to do with it, would you? No, I haven't a clue what's going on, I swear. But if I've arrived at a bad time, I'm sure I could find somewhere else to stay. Nonsense, Mr. Hobbs. We'll sort this out. In the meantime, perhaps it would be wise to keep this between ourselves. Damien, darling, would you fetch Thornton, please? I'll go and call the police.
Certainly.
I'm awfully sorry about the bottle. It's the least of my worries, John. Is that your name? Why don't you come through to the dining room with me? It should be empty. You'd best sit down before you collapse.
All three of them leave.
Our characters find the body of an unknown man lying dead in the middle of the study. The shock of this sight causes John to drop his bottle of wine on the floor. Bummer. The body is warm, so he must have died recently, but there's no physical wounds on the corpse. In his hand is a piano recital program for an Amelia West, but our characters don't recognize her name. At then prompts us with a new command, the ability to type note space something to make note of something potentially important. Since At mentions it after the words Amelia West are spoken, we'll test it out with Note Amelia West. It's a neat feature, but we'll be keeping notable information in mind rather than making more notes. Needless to say, the finding of this body is as suspicious as Martha says. First, John shows up with a fake invitation, then a mysterious corpse turns up out of nowhere. John offers to leave the house out of politeness, but Martha insists he stays. She sends Damien to go find a Thornton and says she will call the police. Finally, she has John follow her to the dining room, which is another bolded location term. I find it helpful for us to plot out these bolded location terms. The exact layout of Galley House is lost to time, so we can only make educated guesses. Still, knowing where certain rooms are in relation to each other will have a practical use in our investigation, though my adaptation of a 3D house into a 2D image will naturally be off. Anyway, the first location was Quail Lane, the street connected to Galley House. It's a short walk away from the entrance, and due to the heavy weather is currently flooded. Bad luck for John and his car. Next was the entrance. Should be just the steps leading up to the front door. We know a doll fell from above the entrance and shattered, so there must be some kind of window located above it. Then we have the living room. Nothing special to say about it right now. Next is the study. Its name suggests a library of sorts would be located inside. But besides books, bam, body. A dead one, too. The study is going to be turned into an impromptu bedroom for John. Like a good guest, he has generously stained the flooring with wine. There was also the billiard room, which Eddie and Person 9 went to. Should be just a simple room for recreation. Our upcoming scene takes place in the dining room. Again, nothing special. Expect this picture of Galley House to shuffle as we learn more. Since the next scene is just Martha and John, the next file name is 05 Dining Room 15.
Now, John, tell me why you're here. I'm sorry. It's not quite what I was expecting. I received this invitation not long ago, and I thought it would make sense once I arrived here. I see.
There's a pause as she presumably reads the invitation I mentioned earlier.
I don't like the tone of this. I'm afraid I've never heard of a Rupert Galley. Could he be a distant relative? He's unlikely to be. I wasn't born a Galley. I only took the surname for myself. Well, it would have been around the time I moved into this house, I suppose. I was hoping you might be able to shed some light on why I'm here. We were just having a small gathering here tonight. I think Eddie must have organized it. It's just for close friends and family, though. I don't know why we suddenly have strangers turning up. Who else is here? There are 10 of us in the house total, not counting whoever we found in the study. Oh, and Thornton, of course. That makes 11. He's our butler and our only member of staff.
As far as I can tell, this is true. I found no evidence of anyone else in the house.
What's that you're holding, John? I found it near the body. I thought it probably wasn't one of yours. I was thinking maybe someone else might recognize it. It's the key to the chapel. I haven't been there in a long time. Ah, well, that's something to look into, I suppose. Actually, John, could you go and take it to our butler? He'll be dealing with the mess in the study. Oh, certainly. I think I met him earlier. I'll go there now. Thank you, and you're welcome to join us for dinner later on.
John passes Martha his invitation, and she reaffirms she's never heard of Rupert Galley. When Martha disagrees that he could be a distant relative, she notes she's not a Galley by blood, only taking the surname when she moved into Galley House. Weird, but okay. We'll update her name with Name 5 Martha Galley. She notes the current gathering was only for friends and family, and says Eddie must have organized it. When counting all living people in Galley House, she counts 11 in total, a number that At affirms is true. So far, we've seen everyone except persons 2 and 3. Of particular note is that the butler's name is Thornton, and that he's the only staff member in the house. Keep that in mind. We met him in the first file as person 11, so we'll enter Name 11 Thornton. In John's possession is a key to the chapel, another bolded location, which he took off the dead body. We don't know much about the chapel besides the fact that it's kept under lock and key and that it's a separate building disconnected from Galley House. I'll go ahead and disclose that it's located on a hill. At the very least, having a private chapel on their estate tells us the Galleys are quite wealthy. We won't learn more about the chapel until much later. With At's confirmation that there's 11 people in Galley House, we can start to plot them, though we have yet to formally meet everyone. John Hobbs is our outsider. It seems he has been brought to Galley House for an unknown reason. Naturally, he's confused about the matter and is trying to learn more. Martha and Eddie Galley are our hosts. Their familiar relation will become obvious soon enough. Next is Vic and Damien. Nothing notable for them at the moment, though Vic was nice enough to let John inside. Then there's Thornton the butler and At, our humble predecessor and narrator. Rest assured we'll eventually be well acquainted with everyone. Back in the scene, Martha notes she hasn't been to the chapel in quite some time. John finds the key to be a lead worth pursuing, but Martha requests it be given to Thornton, who should be cleaning up the study. Despite the serious circumstance of finding a mysterious corpse, it looks like dinner shall continue as scheduled. Wouldn't want a dead dude to ruin the party after all. Never the yet, we shall follow John into 06 Study 111.
Person 11 enters the room first and moves something heavy. Person 1 enters.
Good evening, sir. This room should be fit for you to stay in tonight. Just give me a moment to clear up this broken glass. Right. I am sorry about that. Not a problem, sir, not at all. It's dreadful, isn't it? Something strange is going on, and I'm worried they're all going to blame me for turning up at the wrong time. Can't be helped, sir, and you're always welcome in Galley House. There must be someone behind this. I mean, you haven't seen or heard anything suspicious, have you? I spend most of my time in the kitchen, sir. That's where I've been since we last spoke. I heard the front door open and close, and then open and close again. I presume one of them was for you, but I don't know who else came in. Did you see anyone else? Yes, sir. After the front door closed for a second time, a guest arrived in the kitchen. She seemed rather inebriated, but nothing out of the ordinary. And then, around the time the bottle smashed, a second guest arrived in the kitchen. After he left, Mr. Maseko arrived as I was tending to the inebriated guest and informed me I was needed here.
Note: I've done my best to fact-check claims people made about where they were and who they were with by tracking each person through the different scenes. If anyone lied, I'll let you know. For example, as far as I can tell, Person 11 is telling the truth about where he was and who he was with in the kitchen. You can check for yourself by viewing his scenes from 02 to 05. However, it's harder to fact-check the rest of his claims below.
Oh, I'd almost forgotten. Here's a key I found earlier. Martha asked me to give it to you. Ah, thank you, sir. It must have slipped out of Mr. Galley's pocket. You don't mean Rupert Galley, do you? Yes, sir. Poor Mr. Galley. He used to visit the chapel often, sir. A pious man as ever I've met one. Well, he's a mysterious man, this Rupert Galley. At least someone here knows who he is. Could you show me to him? I'm terribly sorry, sir. Did you not recognize him earlier? You don't mean... Yes, sir. I'm afraid to say that he's passed away. You'd be best to give the key to Oswald if you see him. Now, I am sorry, sir, but I'd better be heading off now to the kitchen. Wait! I need to ask you!
Person 11 leaves in a hurry. By the way, if you're wondering what that huge number next to this scene name in the file list is, see 00 references.
Thornton moves something heavy, which must be the corpse. John enters and catches Thornton cleaning up the glass from the broken wine bottle. He laments that he might be blamed for the current chaos, given he's a complete outsider. In an attempt by John to gather information, Thornton discloses that after directing John to the entrance, he spent the rest of his time in the kitchen, a new location. No surprise that this mansion has a kitchen. Since Thornton is the only butler employed by the Galleys, the kitchen is his domain. As to where exactly it's located in Galley House, we've got no clue. After heading back to the kitchen at the end of the timecode 01 scene, Thornton says he heard the front door open and close twice, after which a drunk woman entered. This opening and closing of the door twice sounds suspicious. Could someone have snuck in after John entered the house? Well, if we remember the scene from the entrance, the first opening and closing was person 10 shutting the door on John. The second opening and closing was merely Eddie and Vic letting John inside. Nothing suspicious there. Next, at timecode 04 when the wine bottle is smashed, a third guest enters the kitchen, then leaves. Afterwards, a Mr. Maseko arrives and directs Thornton into the study, where we are now. We remember that Martha asked Damien to fetch Thornton in timecode 04, so that Mr. Maseko must be Damien. We'll punch in name 8 Damien Maseko. Before getting to the second half of the conversation, At tells us that he has fact-checked each person's claims wherever feasible, and that he'll note when he catches someone lying. He says Thornton is telling the truth, and that we too can confirm his statements by checking the scenes he's in. While not stated to be a lie, At says the remaining statements are harder to fact-check. It's up to our own discretion whether we believe Thornton or not. He says the chapel key belongs to Rupert Galley, and that he would visit the chapel often. John is relieved to finally meet someone who can direct him to Rupert, but Thornton discloses that the dead body is that of Rupert Galley. Before we can learn anything else, Thornton tells John to give the key to a new man, Oswald, then flees the scene to the kitchen. This is quite the shocking revelation, assuming we believe Thornton. He's the only person we know of familiar with Rupert, yet he doesn't seem too bothered by his sudden death. We know from Damien's comments when they found the body that he was quite old, so it might not be too surprising that he passed away. But to so calmly register the death of someone you knew is puzzling. Before we move on, At points us to another file of his named 00 References.
You may have noticed the gray numbers to the left of the scene codes in your list of files. These denote how many references there are to other scenes you haven't discovered yet. A reference could be when people say they'll be somewhere later, for example, or when they reference an earlier scene. Or it could be a reference that I mention in one of my comments. Some of the references will be incomplete. You might need to cross-reference with other scenes. Sometimes, exactly what scenes people are referring to won't be apparent until much later. It's worth noting that just because it says 0 doesn't mean there isn't useful information in there. There could still be important details. Also, there could still be references that I didn't pick up on. These numbers are honestly kind of just left over from a system I made when I was putting all the scenes together, but I'll leave them in for you in case you find them useful.
If we look at our list of files, we see the reference numbers make up the far left column, a system in place so that we can find new scenes that might not be obvious on an initial viewing. I'll worry about that behind the scenes. Our most recent file has a lot of references, but it's clear that most of them are referring to fact-checking Thornton's whereabouts in the kitchen from timecodes 02 to 05. Let's start with him in the kitchen by himself, 02 Kitchen 11.
There's the sound of water boiling. Someone enters from outside, and it sounds as if food is being prepared. The front door can faintly be heard open, then close, then open again. Then there's the sharp sound of a bell ringing.
Haven't heard that in a long time. Can't be good.
The front door can faintly be heard closing again.
We already covered the double door opening. The only noteworthy event is the sound of a bell ringing, which Thornton considers an ill omen. Keep that bell in mind. Next timecode is the inebriated woman joining him in the kitchen. This is person 10 who first opened the door for John, then left to find Thornton. Thus, 03 Kitchen 1011.
Someone enters.
Harry? Good evening, Miss Dower. You're looking very fine in that dress, if you don't mind me saying. Not in the mood, Harry. I need to sit down. Oh dear, you're all right. Take it easy, Miss Dower. Don't call me that. Known you long enough, Harry. Ugh. That's it, take a seat there. Now I am a bit busy with dinner, but I could make some hot cocoa if you like. I feel sick. You'll be all right. What happened this time? He doesn't love me. Well, I'm sure that's not true. He loves you very much, and you know it as well as I do. He thinks he loves me, but he doesn't really. I'm just someone to love. He's lucky to have you. Don't let him forget it. He'll be coming looking for you any time soon, I'm sure. Don't you worry about it. Maybe I should run away. Would you come with me, Harry? Maybe to France or something like that. You know, eat oysters and sit on the beach. Do they have oysters in France? I wouldn't know, Miss Dower, but if you send me a postcard once you're there, then you can let me know, can't you? I don't want to go on my own, Harry. Maybe Eddie will go with me. I'm sure he would. He'd do anything for you, you know. Here's your hot cocoa. Thanks, Harry. I still hate him, though. Of course. Let me know if there's anything else you need, Miss Dower, and I'll be happy to help.
By the way, if you want to keep track of what happens in each timecode, try Title 03 something.
It looks like person 10, who we'll name as Miss Dower, is having some relationship trouble. The alcohol is certainly not helping. She gives us the butler's first name, Harry, so we can enter name 11, Harry Thornton. Miss Dower vents her frustrations to Harry, who she's quite familiar with, and he makes her some hot cocoa while listening. It sounds like Miss Dower has a bit of a complicated relationship with Eddie Galley. We'll have to dig a little deeper to find out what's going on between them. At hands us the title command, allowing us to make short notes for each timecode. This also helps improve the formatting on the file list screen. I'll use it behind the scenes and change them as we learn more information. Since we don't know the mystery man who enters in timecode 04, we'll jump to 05 kitchen 8:10:11 when Damien is sent to the kitchen.
Thornton, is it? Yes, sir. Forgive me. I don't think we've met. Damien Maseko. Something's happened upstairs. Martha asked me to let you know. We heard the bottle smash from down here. Is everything all right? It's worse than just a bottle. Someone's died. You should see for yourself. What? Who's died? I don't know. I didn't recognize him. How many people are in this house? Well, let me see. You should recognize our 2 hosts, so it won't be either of them. Then there are 8 guests, including yourself and Miss Dower over there. And then there's myself, of course. You're sure he's dead? As I thought, this is someone else. Who is it? Who's dead? You ought to go and look. It's up in the study. Yes, of course, sir. I'll clear it up. Could you look after Miss Dower for me? If you take her over to Edmund's room, I think she probably ought to lie down. And make sure not to run into anyone else, least of all Edmund. I'll do that now. Come on then, let's get you up. Who are you? You're very handsome. I'm going to take you to your bed, if that's all right with you. Eddie doesn't deserve me anyway.
Damien breaks the bad news about the broken bottle, and worse, the dead dude. Harry reaffirms our knowledge that there should only be 11 people in Galley House, the 2 hosts, Eddie and Martha Galley, the 8 guests, and Harry himself. He heads off to his scene with John, where he sees the body as the mysterious Rupert Galley. Since Harry doesn't name Rupert as someone currently visiting Galley House, it makes his rather placid reaction upon finding the body make a little more sense. I personally find corpses to be cause for alarm, but Harry might be holding on to more information that he didn't get to disclose in his timecode 06 scene. We also learn of a new location, Edmund's room. Our first known bedroom, Eddie's. Since Eddie and Miss Dower are romantically involved, it makes sense that she would be meant to sleep in his room. The bedrooms, like other rooms, will be difficult to precisely locate until later. Don't read too much into their placement for the time being, simply feel the spirit of Galley House's layout. As for things we can locate, Damien says something's happened upstairs, referring to the corpse. From this we learn that the study is located somewhere above the kitchen. Anyway, let's follow Damien and Miss Dower to Eddie's room in 06, Edmund's room 810.
Two people enter, and one collapses onto the bed.
Will you be all right by yourself?
I want my brother.
I think I saw him earlier. I'll tell him to find you. Don't let anyone else in here in the meantime, okay? There are strangers in the house.
I'll recognize his knock. You'll stay for a bit, won't you?
I think you ought to try and get some sleep.
I don't want to.
Vic told me about you.
Did she say nice things about me?
Yes, of course. She said you have quite a charm about you, and she said Eddie is very lucky to have you.
You're making it up.
No, she respects you a lot, even if you don't seem to get on so well.
She's too good a person. I don't know why she's with you. You seem too quiet and serious.
I remember now. She said you could be quite honest sometimes.
Eddie still thinks about her. I can tell. He doesn't look at me the same way.
I'm sure that's not true. Where's your ring?
We had an argument earlier. I'd had too much to drink, and I accidentally lost it. I hope he finds it.
Note: you can track mentions of people or objects with the find command, e.g., find ring.
I'm sure he will. He cares about you.
She starts to quietly talk into her pillow, but I can't make out what she's saying.
I should go. I'll tell your brother you're here. Will you be all right on your own until then?
Again, I can't hear her reply, but he leaves anyway. Note: no one else enters or leaves during the next scene, but I've included a sleeping scene anyway. As you may have noticed, each living numbered person appears in exactly one scene per time code. This made it easier to keep track of things when I was putting all the scenes together.
Damien takes Miss Dower to get some rest in Eddie's room. She asks him to fetch her brother and that she'll recognize him from his knock. We also learn that Damien and Vic are in a romantic relationship, and that Eddie and Vic used to have some kind of relationship. I'm not confident enough to put a precise label on it. Anyway, this latter detail causes problems between Eddie and Miss Dower, as she believes he's still in love with Vic. We'll keep those potentially lingering emotions in mind. Of note is the fact that Eddie and Miss Dower had an argument recently, and in that argument she lost her ring. This must be an engagement ring since she's Miss Dower and not Mrs. Galley. At chimes in to give us the find command. With it, we can search every discovered scene for a particular word or punch in a number to see every scene where that character is present. It's helpful for keeping track of objects or following a single character's behavior, but we're keeping all of that information in our mind vault anyway. Lastly, At notes the next scene consists of Miss Dower sleeping alone in this room. He mentions that every living character is in one scene per timecode, which makes sense so that there's no gaps in the chronology. For now, we'll head back to the end of O3 Living Room, where Person 9 asks Eddie to talk with them in the billiard room. Thus, O4 Billiard Room 6-9.
I didn't want to make a scene of it, Eddie, but I don't expect you to lose track of my daughter and act so callous about it. Where is she? I don't know. She ran off somewhere.
A bottle smashes somewhere else in the house. It's the same bottle that can be heard in most of the other O4 scenes.
That's not good enough. Is she all right? She's fine. We were in here earlier, and she just had a little too much to drink. My daughter's not a drunkard. What did you say to her? I didn't. We just had a small argument. I think she was upset I've been busy trying to be a host, which really isn't my fault. So if you're wondering why she took it so badly, then you'll have to ask her yourself. Take some responsibility for once. If she's upset, then it's up to you to go and make it up to her. Why haven't you found her yet? Obviously, I would have gone and looked for her, but I got distracted by that weird man turning up at the door. And Edmund Galley, I didn't buy you an engagement ring for you to forget about my daughter. What is it? What are you looking for? It's nothing. We lost the ring, but I know it's in here somewhere. Excuse me? I have it under control. She lost it just as there was a knock at the front door, and I haven't had a chance to look for it yet. You'd better find it then, hadn't you? And then you'll tell her you're sorry, and this will never happen again. Do you understand me? Yes, Mrs. Dower. Good. Don't ruin a perfectly happy engagement, Eddie.
Eddie, or Edmund if we want to talk down to him, is scolded by Mrs. Dower. Since we've been holding on to the names Tony and Helen from the living room scene, and person 9 is female, her full name must be Helen Dower. This leaves us with the name Tony for person 4. Anyway, Eddie recounts the argument he had with Helen's daughter, Miss Dower, who he's engaged to. He mentions their argument took place in this room, and that the ring is lost somewhere within it. We'll keep that in mind. It must have been quite a nasty argument for that ring to be lost. Of note is that Helen bought the engagement ring, and that she's upset with Eddie's flippant attitude regarding his fiancée. Eddie replies with some hollow excuses regarding hosting tonight's party. Since Eddie mentioned the argument took place before John knocked on the door, we can deduce the file must be 01 Billiard Room 610.
There's the quiet sound of a piano playing in another room. The conversation starts halfway through.
You'd actually listen to me for once. What's that supposed to mean? I was looking forward to tonight. I thought, maybe, since my whole family were coming, maybe you'd actually make an effort to pretend like you care about me in front of other people. For once. Oh, I'm so sorry. You should have told me it was your birthday too, and I would have bought a cake.
There's a thunderclap outside.
Darling, I'm sorry. Come back through to the living room. What, so you can make another joke about me and then ignore me for the rest of the evening? I'm not ignoring you, Eve. We just have other guests. Do you think I want to be talking to your damn brother all evening about his sad life? He told me he joined the army for fun. I mean, come on. Leave Tony out of this. You know he's had problems, and you know that's not why I'm angry with you. Eve, I'm sorry. Tell me what I've done. Oh, come on, Eve. Go easy on the whiskey. Why? So I can look more dignified in front of your guests? We're all just trying to have a nice time. Don't ruin it for everyone. Oh, I'm sure you'd love to have a nice time with that posh girl. Please, I've told you, I don't want to talk about. I've seen the way you look at her. It's not fair to bring her here and pretend like I don't exist. You don't get to tell me who I invite to my own house. We're supposed to be engaged, Eddie. At least be honest with me and admit it. You still have feelings for her. It's never enough with you, is it? I give you a ring, and all it does is make you more jealous than you were before. I don't know why I bother. I can't do this.
Something bounces off the wall, and she leaves.
Eve, that's not what I mean. God damn it, where did it go? She'll kill me.
There's a knock at the front door.
Ugh, quite the relationship troubles. The most important information we learn is that Miss Dower's full name is Eve Dower. We also learn her brother is Tony, so we can enter name 4 Tony Dower. Keep in mind that Eve says her whole family is here, and that we've only seen her mother and brother. As for the topic of their argument, Eddie's been sliding and ignoring his fiancée, and she suspects his lingering feelings for Vic are preoccupying his mind. Eve's drinking, and Eddie's decision to additionally insult Tony, hasn't made this situation any better. Eddie crosses a line, and Eve tosses the ring. They then go their separate ways. We know Eve regrets this altercation, and Eddie probably does too, but he downplays its significance when speaking to Helen. With that, we'll follow our remaining lead, Eve sleeping in timecode 07. We enter 07 Eddie's room 10.
There's some gentle snoring. At one point, there's a thunderclap outside, but it doesn't seem to wake her. A short while later, there's a distinctive knock on the door.
Come in.
This may be a good time to remind you that if you haven't realized yet, you can type List X to see the scenes in Act X. See 00 Act Structure for more details.
Nothing special. Snoring, a thunderclap, and the distinctive knock from Tony that Eve said she'd recognize. At comments a new command to list the scenes in a particular act. This act structure is new information, so we'll first check out the associated file, 00 Act Structure.
I've divided the chronology into 4 acts, which cover time codes 1 to 6, 7 to 13, 14 to 20, and 21 to 26, respectively. To quickly switch between acts, you can type List 2, for example. Personally, I've named them as follows. Act 1, Ignorance. Act 2, Confusion. Act 3, Terror. Act 4, The Reckoning. To change the name of an act, type Act 1 something.
Pretty self-explanatory. 26 timecodes, 4 acts, 6 to 7 timecodes per act. If we look at our file list, we can move between acts by clicking the appropriate arrow or typing in the list command. He also tells us we can name each act with the act command and provides his own list of titles. I'll punch in his names for them out of respect for the man. Since we're expected to bounce between acts as we gather more information, I've timestamped this video with my own chapters. Anyway, let's return to Tony entering Eddie's room with 08, Eddie's room 410.
Eve, where the hell have you been?
I was asleep.
I could tell. Listen, something weird is going on. Oh, did someone die? Were you involved?
Tony, just tell me what happened.
I need you to hold on to something for me, Eve. Don't tell anyone else about it.
Where did you get it? It looks really valuable, Tony.
Look, I'll explain the rest later. It's just, a stranger turned up earlier, and I think he's looking for this. So just hide it, okay?
Tony, you didn't steal it, did you?
I'll explain later. He's currently talking to Eddie in the kitchen, so I should have a bit of time.
You mean Oswald? I told you about him, didn't I? Funny mustache, dresses like it's the 1700s.
No, this is someone else. He said his name was John Hobbs, but I think Oswald is up to something too. He and Annie were talking in the attic while the rest of us had gathered in the living room, and now Annie's trying to... I'll explain later.
Wait, who's Annie?
She went to your school, remember? I think she got into a fight with one of the boys one time. It doesn't matter. Just hide it, will you?
Okay, fine. But promise me you'll stay out of trouble.
I'll be back in a moment. I just need to grab something important, but I won't be long. Don't let any strangers in.
The door slams shut behind him. He never returns to this room.
Well, that doesn't sound good at all. Tony tosses Eve something valuable for her to hide, stating that he thinks John is at Galley House in order to find it. Could John be pulling a fast one on us, infiltrating the house at the worst possible time? Regardless, Tony says John is currently talking to Eddie in the kitchen. Eve hasn't met John, so she asks if it's Oswald, a man with funny furry facial features and formerly fashionable... fashion. We only know that he's interested in the chapel key. Tony then corrects her and states that Oswald is up to something suspicious and that he was speaking to a woman named Annie in the attic during timecode 03. Annie too seems to be up to something, but Tony doesn't divulge it. The attic is a new bolded location term. Given its name, we can assume it's the uppermost room in Galley House. As to why people are conversing up there, we will soon find out. Eve is quite confused, but agrees to hold on to the valuable object while Tony goes to grab something. For whatever sinister reason, he never returns to his sister. Since we've seen everyone except persons 2 and 3, and we haven't met Annie and Oswald, those numbers must belong to them. We don't know who's who, so we'll solve that by checking in on that attic scene, 03 Attic 23.
Someone tries to open the door, but it's locked. There's a knock, and the door opens.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I swear it wasn't me. It was Tony. I told him not to.
My dear, I haven't the foggiest idea what you're on about.
Sorry. I'm Annie. Eddie said I could stay up here. I hope that's okay.
I suppose so. You remind me of her in a way.
Oh, great. I'm so sorry. Can I help you with something?
Not at all, my dear. It's been a while since I last came up here, and I wanted to have a little look.
Oh, I see. It must be unpleasant.
A little, yes.
I'm so sorry. I'm sure I can find somewhere else to sleep if you'd prefer.
No, that's quite all right. It's nice to revisit old memories, isn't it? I think I'll leave you in peace.
Okay. Well, it was nice to meet you.
Oh, I'm sure we'll meet again.
The door closes.
Looks like person 2 is Annie and person 3 is Oswald, though for some reason he doesn't introduce himself. Let's punch in their names. Eddie mentioned long ago that Vic had a sister, which must be Annie given she's our last unidentified female character. Annie has been given a room in the attic of Galley House. Oswald visits for some reason, and the room makes him reminisce on some unpleasant memories. Annie reminds him of her, though we don't know who that is. With this scene, we have names for our 11 characters. Notable information includes Harry Thornton, the butler, knowing who Rupert Galley is. He seemingly kept the important details to himself, rather than disclosing them to John. Then there's Eve Dower. She's currently engaged to Eddie, but whatever relationship he used to have with Vic is causing problems between them. Her mother Helen bought Eddie the engagement ring, though it doesn't seem like she has a high opinion of him. Eve's brother Tony tossed her something important to hide. Tony is apparently very suspicious of some of the other guests in the house. We also learn that Vic and Damien are in a relationship. Good for them. We know Annie is Vic's sister, though it's a bit weird that she's in the attic instead of socializing with the other guests. Then there's Oswald. Eve told us that he's an old-fashioned man, and Harry told John that Oswald was looking for the chapel key. Sounds like he has some familiarity and business with Galley House. The last detail to note in this scene is that at first Annie believes she was going to be reprimanded for something she says Tony did. We'll put a pin in that. If we look back at the kitchen scenes with the butler Harry, we can deduce who the mystery man is that entered during timecode 04. Tony and Oswald are the only men unaccounted for during that time, and given Tony's behavior with Eve in their timecode 08 scene, that's likely their first meeting since the story began. Therefore, it must be Oswald. We'll go to 04 Kitchen 31011.
Excuse me. Good evening, sir. What brings you down here, then? I'll tell you what. You bear a striking resemblance to the butler that used to work here when I was young. You don't happen to be related, do you? That sounds like my father, sir. You knew him, did you? I must say, it's an honor to follow in his footsteps.
There's the sound of a bottle smashing upstairs.
What was that? Was that Eddie?
Yes, I thought you looked familiar, but I just came here for the key to the chapel. I imagine you have it? I'm afraid I don't, sir. What do you mean? Where is it? I'm not sure, sir. How about I have a look after dinner, and I'll let you know once I find it. I remember this house being a lot more organized. We had a lot more staff back then as well. Very good quality staff. I didn't used to have to cause such a commotion just to get a key. Well, I am sorry, sir. I'll find it as soon as I'm able.
Tell him what you told me, Harry, about the chapel.
I don't know what you're talking about, Miss Dower. I don't know of any stories, and if I did, I wouldn't be repeating them. What's this? Your father must have told you something, no doubt. Well, sir, I suppose I did hear about a few things. He was the one to bury her there, was he not? He was, sir, that he was.
His dad was the one that found the body. Can you imagine?
Miss Dower! You do well not to speak of such matters in this house, young lady. I'm terribly sorry, sir. You'd be kind to forgive her. It's all been a little unusual this evening. Whatever it is, I'd rather stay out of it. I'll have my dinner once everyone else has left the dining room. Understood? Of course, sir. I apologize about the key. Well, it's not your fault. I don't trust the owners of this house to know what to do with it. I'm sure I've just misplaced it, sir. And if you'll forgive me for saying it, I think she's happy to see you back, sir.
Am I?
What nonsense are you talking about? I don't mean anything by it, sir. I just heard something earlier. Like, maybe she's still in the house with us. I just thought you should know, sir, but forgive me if I've overstepped. Watch your mouth. You'll find that key, bring it to me, and then neither of you will mention this again. Of course, sir. Good.
There's a pause, and then person 3 leaves.
There's a lot of info to cover. We learn Oswald lived in Galley House when he was younger, and that Harry's father was a butler who worked in the house at that time. Oswald must be very old if Harry's a second-generation butler. There's the sound of the dropped bottle, which alarms Eve, but the men ignore it. At says the sound comes from upstairs, but we already know the study is somewhere above the kitchen. One of the most important layout details is hidden in this scene. It's when Harry asks Oswald, "What brings you down here?" At first glance, that sounds like further confirmation that this room is below others, which is true. But upon closer inspection, it seems like Harry is a bit surprised that someone he hasn't met would come down to the kitchen. My conclusion is that this is because the Galley House kitchen is located in the basement. I've looked into basement kitchens to make sure the idea isn't too outlandish, and for a quite big and quite old building like Galley House, I believe it's plausible. I find this to be the only sensible placement because we'll learn that about 82% of the other rooms in Galley House are definitely located above the kitchen. The remaining percentage are the rooms which we are never given a precise location. I'll just say that it would be very weird if the first story of the house was only the kitchen and those other rooms. It will make far more sense to put the kitchen in the basement and those other rooms with those similar to them. Back in the scene, Oswald's quite upset that the key to the chapel is missing, though we know it was on Rupert's body. This exchange is how Harry learns to tell John to take the key to Oswald. Eve, due to being intoxicated, makes a rude comment regarding Harry's father finding and burying some deceased girl, which upsets Oswald. Harry, in an attempt to comfort Oswald, makes a strange comment about her spirit being in the house. This upsets Oswald even further, and he takes off. The sound which prompted Harry's comment must be that bell ringing in the Timecode 02 scene. Interesting. The last detail of note is that he requests his dinner alone after everyone else has finished theirs. Quite the solitary soul. Let's head to the scene Tony told us about, where John and Eddie head to the kitchen. 08 Kitchen 16.
Oh, bloody hell. What a mess. I should warn you, I'm not great with these sort of things.
Help me move it outside.
Something heavy is moved. It's a short while before they talk again.
Do you know who he was?
He had the key to the pantry on him, so I'd imagine he's the one that cooked us our dinner.
You're not familiar with your own staff?
It's never really concerned me. I think Martha deals with those sort of things.
You mean your mum?
Listen to me. You're going to explain what you're doing here, who this Rupert Galley is, and why we've just found a second body.
I swear, I've told you everything. As far as I know, I've been invited here for some unknown reason by a man that died before I could ask him why.
How did you know Rupert Galley? Why was he here?
I have no idea. I don't know who he was.
Then how did you recognize him?
I knew it was him.
I don't know what game you're playing, but if this involves any one of my guests here tonight, then you need to tell me. One member of staff has already been caught up in it.
Do you think the deaths were related? I thought maybe the thunder gave them a fright. They both seemed quite old.
Do you take me as a fool? 2 strangers in my house and one of them dies? I can tell something's going on here. I just need your assurance that it won't affect anyone else.
How could I have something to do with this? I was there at the dining room table with everyone else. If someone is behind this, then it's someone already in the house. They brought me here for a reason, and I could be in danger.
Calm down. There were 2 people missing from dinner. One of them, well, she's out of the picture. But the other one, Oswald, I'll admit, I don't know much about him.
Who is he?
Well, I don't know who my father is. I've never really spoken to Mum about it or given it much thought. But Oswald has always been there in the background as my uncle, not that he's been to this house for a very long time.
And perhaps he knows something about Rupert Galley. That's the best lead we have at the moment.
He must have waited for us all to leave before he eats. I'm sure you could find him in the dining room.
Thanks. Don't you want to talk to him too?
No. I have something else to take care of.
Person 6 waits for Person 1 to leave, and there's the sound of something being poured. Then Person 6 leaves.
There's a lot to tackle here. It looks like Eddie and John find another dead body, and again, John doesn't take it well. Eddie examines the body and concludes that it's a member of their staff. We already know that Harry Thornton was the only staff at hand, so the deceased must be him. There's not a lot we can say about Harry besides that he is no more. Looks like the secret of Rupert Galley will die with him. What terrible timing. Of note is Eddie telling John to help him move the corpse outside. The basement kitchen must therefore have an exit which leads outside. This makes sense considering at the end of the Quail Lane scene, Harry departs from John after directing him to climb the steps up to the house's entrance. Harry would thus need his own way of entering and exiting the house without using the front door. The entrance being up some steps also gives support to the idea that the kitchen is located in the basement. It's surprising to hear from Eddie that he isn't familiar with his own butler. It paints quite a callous picture of the man, especially since his fiancée Eve is well acquainted with Harry. He also confirms that Martha is his mother. Eddie presses John on the suspicious timing of these corpses and his arrival at Galley House. John remains confused on the matter, lamenting that Rupert died before he could explain anything. In doing so, he lets slip to Eddie that the first body was Rupert Galley, and when asked how he could even recognize a man he's never met, he gives a flimsy excuse. John's withholding some important information here. Though he never caught the butler's name, he should recognize him since they spoke earlier. Harry even told him the first body was Rupert, yet when Eddie questions John's knowledge, he doesn't disclose that he heard it from Harry. This non-disclosure should be kept in mind. Anyway, as Eddie continues to mention his suspicions, John posits that perhaps the sound of thunder gave both men a heart attack. An interesting attempt to explain the circumstances, but it sounds ridiculous. In being questioned by Eddie, John states his alibi that he, along with everyone else, was at the dinner table. Eddie corrects this statement that 2 people were actually missing, Eve and Oswald. He then tells us that though Eddie doesn't know his father, Oswald has always been a kind of uncle to him. It's rather sad, but also interesting that he's never questioned or given much thought to his lack of father. The scene ends with Eddie directing John to speak with Oswald, who should be eating alone in the dining room. At comments that there's a strange sound of Eddie pouring something. Suspicious. Could he be concealing something? We'll have to wait and see. Let's see what happened to Harry in the previous timecode, 07 Kitchen 11.
There's quite a lot of noise and walking around. You can faintly hear the voices from upstairs.
Well, I never. He's really dead.
Then there's a thunderclap, followed immediately by the sound of dishes shattering on the floor and something heavy falling over. This is followed by silence. Welcome to the confusion of Act 2.
Confusion. Indeed. There's the sound of the rest of our characters dining above. Harry muses over Rupert, then there's the horrible crashing sound as he drops dead. Though we're lacking an explanation, we'll keep his sudden death in mind. Let's check out the dinner scene occurring simultaneously, with all our characters but Harry, Eve, and Oswald. 07, dining room, 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Please come in and take a seat. Dinner will be up in a moment. It wasn't him that you saw, was it?
Oh, no. Well, I didn't catch a good look.
Does it matter where we sit?
Some more people enter.
Ah, Damien. You wouldn't help me with the dishes from the dumbwaiter, would you? Still no sign of my daughter.
I believe she's asleep, Mrs. Dower. Careful, it's hot.
You'll have to remind me of your name, I'm afraid. John Hobbs. I hope you don't mind me eating with you. I very much appreciate... Eddie, I told Mr. Hobbs he could eat with us.
Anne, sorry about earlier. Are we all good?
I don't know what you're talking about.
What's up with you two?
Could you pass me the wine, please, Eddie?
Of course. How are you liking the house, Mrs. Dower? I hope this evening hasn't been too chaotic for you.
You know very well how my evening's been, Eddie, but I hope we can put all this chaos behind us.
I wouldn't be so sure about that.
I beg your pardon. I don't seem to understand why you're joining us this evening.
Ah, well, to tell you the truth, there's been an interesting development.
Mr. Hobbs, let's keep the discussion at the dinner table civil, shall we? I'm interested in what the gentleman has to say.
Oh, it's nothing, really. I don't want to be the one to have to announce the news, but I think it needs saying. Someone was found to have passed away peacefully in the study earlier. It's no one that any of you would know, and it's being dealt with discreetly.
Well, not anymore, it isn't.
Mum, who was it?
Oh my God, I think I saw him earlier.
Wait, it can't be Oswald. I saw him a moment ago.
It wasn't Oswald. Whoever this man was, I didn't recognize him.
Gosh, that's awful. Why didn't you say?
Someone in the house is found dead shortly after a complete stranger turns up at the door. I can assure you, Helen, I have been with John since he arrived, and he has nothing to do with this. And I'd prefer it if you didn't attempt to implicate our guests.
Wait, how did he get in? I don't understand what he was doing here. I happen to have discovered that the man we found dead and the man that invited me here are one and the same, a Mr. Rupert Galley. Now, that's as much as Who the hell is Rupert Galley?
There's a loud thunderclap, followed by a crash of plates from the kitchen below. The room falls silent.
I'll go and have a look. Well, as I was saying, come with me. We need to have a talk.
I really ought to go and find Oswald. His dinner is going cold.
The three of them leave.
Tony,
I need to go and get something. Oh, your sister asked for you. She's in Eddie's room.
Tony, please.
Annie, it's fine. It's under control.
He leaves as well. The rest stay on for the next scene. This was getting long enough already, so I'm splitting it here.
Before we cover the details of the scene, we get an important layout detail. The dining room is connected to the kitchen via dumbwaiter. Now we can say for certain it's located directly above it. It's a damn good thing Harry got dinner up the dumbwaiter before dying. Wouldn't want a dead dude to ruin dinner time after all. Let's hit the major points of interest. Helen and Annie are talking, and Helen points to John regarding something Annie saw. Annie says it wasn't him, then corrects her statement to something more vague. Strange. Helen wonders where Eve is, and Damien informs her she's sleeping. There's some drama between Annie and Tony that Annie ignores. Eddie tries to keep up pleasantries with Helen, and she hopes nothing more upsetting occurs. John, in an incredibly goofy faux pas, responds with an incredulous comment referring to the dead body found. This causes some drama, and Damien attempts to defuse the situation by calmly disclosing the incident. Everyone wonders who the body was, and Helen is accusatory towards the coincidental timing of John's arrival. Martha snaps back that she's John's alibi. I find it interesting how confident Martha is about the innocence of her guests. A random dead body is certainly cause for concern, yet it seems Martha is more upset about her guests learning about the body than the body itself. John thinks it's a good time to chime in with the info that the corpse is Rupert Galley, which upsets Eddie. The crashing sound occurring with Harry's death in the kitchen beckons Eddie to investigate, and he forces John to go with him. We already saw how that played out. Martha also leaves to find Oswald to tell him his dinner is served. Annie is concerned about something and really tries to get Tony's attention. Instead of responding, he leaves to grab something, and Damien directs him to his sleeping sister. From here, we'll go to the second half of this scene, 08 Dining Room 2789.
Annie, what's going on? Nothing, I swear. I just heard that name before.
I appreciate the honesty earlier. Too many people nowadays seem to favor politeness over giving a straight answer.
That's quite all right, Mrs. Dower.
Do you know anything about what happened?
She saw someone steal something from my bedroom. Isn't that right, dear?
Yes. I don't know who it was.
This is a lie.
What's been stolen?
A pocket watch of mine. I hadn't even had it long.
Oh, I'm so sorry if I've accidentally let a thief into the house. Gosh, you don't think this is related to...
I checked the dead man myself. There's no reason to think the death was suspicious. I'm sure there's a simple explanation behind why he was here.
Could I ask you to keep an eye out for my watch? It would mean a lot to me if you could return it.
I think the two of us would rather stay out of all this trouble.
Of course, Mrs. Dower. I think I might know who to talk to. Annie, would you like to have a word with me in Vic's room?
Sweetheart, you know it's not her fault. Vic, it's fine. I'll go and talk to Damien. It's not like I've done anything anyway.
There's a series of crashes from the ceiling above.
You two be nice to each other then. I'll go and check that everything's okay upstairs.
If you need me, Vic, play the piano in the living room and I'll come and find you there.
If they wanted to talk privately, they shouldn't have chosen the living room. They should have expected that a third person would end up joining them. I don't know why they think they can complain about it later. All four of them leave, anyway.
It appears Annie is unsettled by the mention of Rupert Galley, especially after learning the man is dead. We're unaware how she learned of his name. Helen discloses that Annie told her earlier that she saw someone steal a pocket watch from Helen's room. When Annie says she doesn't know exactly who it was, At informs us this is a lie. Interesting. Vic worries if the theft is connected to the corpse, but Damien again diffuses the situation. I find Damien to be quite the collected and logical fellow. I agree with Eve's earlier assessment that he seems to be a serious person. Anyway, Helen requests Vic and Damien look out for the missing watch. Vic tries to give an excuse, but Damien determines to play detective. He then requests Annie speak with him in Vic's room, another bolded location. We learn of our second bedroom, Victoria's. Obviously, since Vic doesn't live in Galley House, this is one of several guest rooms which are titled after who's staying in them. Looks like those guest rooms are at capacity since Annie is staying in the attic and John will be sleeping in the study. We also learned that the piano is located in the living room. Back in the scene, Vic professes the innocence of her sister and Annie reassures her that it'll be fine. A crash from above the dining room alerts them and Vic says she'll go investigate. We're currently unaware what room this could be, but it's on the second story. Finally, Damien tells Vic that if he hears the piano in the living room, he'll reunite with her there. Before everyone leaves, At gripes that they should have known the living room wasn't a private location, and that when the two reunite there, a third person joins them. We'll keep that in mind, along with Vic and Damien complaining about it later. For now, let's follow Annie and Damien to Vic's room in 09 Vic's room 28.
Annie, this doesn't need to be a long discussion. Just tell me where you put the pocket watch. I don't know what you're talking about. Is that all you wanted to ask me? I'm not blaming you for anything. Just tell me where it is. What would you blame me for? I haven't even done anything. I'm not stupid, Annie. Please don't make a big deal out of this. Oh, you're not stupid? Then explain to me why you've got it into your head that I'm the one stealing things. I haven't even been near Helen's room. I never said you stole it, but Helen says that you know who did. I also saw you and Tony talking secretively over dinner, and Tony said that he was going to get something. There's no point lying to me, Annie. I swear, I didn't have anything to do with it. I understand. Just give me something to go on. You already know everything by the sounds of it. Tony's probably hidden it somewhere. That's all I needed to hear. Look, I'm sorry that I'm sleeping with your sister, Annie. That doesn't mean we have to be enemies. You're lucky Martha didn't make you sleep up in the attic. I'm sure it's not that bad. Have you had a chance to meet the others yet? I've spoken to Tony, and that almost landed me in trouble. And I came down to the living room just before dinner, but only Helen was there. I thought this place was going to be more lively, to be honest. Enough seems to be happening to keep me interested, at least. Dead bodies aren't my idea of fun.
There's a thunderclap outside.
That was dramatic. You don't know anything about this Rupert Galley, do you? Not that I'd expect you to. No, although I did see this one weird guy walking around. He used to live here a long time ago, I think. I'll go and ask him. Try and break the news to him gently. If this is one of his relatives, then it could be quite upsetting. Thanks for the advice, sweetheart. You're always looking out for me. Kiss, kiss.
If you couldn't tell, that last line was sarcastic.
Pretty self-explanatory. Annie bickers with Damien over the missing pocket watch and confirms Damien's suspicions that Tony has something to do with it. It looks like these two don't have a good relationship with each other. We learn Helen's room is a location, and it seems the watch was stolen from there, so we'll keep that in mind. Naturally, we shall add Helen's room to our layout. Nothing to say about it besides it being the origin location of the pocket watch side quest. Additionally, Annie says she's spoken with Tony and that before dinner, Helen and her talked amongst themselves. Damien seems pretty jazzed about the appearance of a corpse. Wouldn't want a lack of dead dudes to ruin the party, after all. Though Damien might get more than he asked for in that department. Before they leave the room, Annie mentions a weird guy who lived here long ago. Oswald fits the bill of that description. She says she'll go and ask him about Rupert, and Damien gives her some obvious advice. Let's follow the lead of what Annie and Helen spoke about before dinner. 06 Living Room 29.
Hello, are you Tony's mum? That's right, darling. Is something the matter? I think I know where your stolen pocket watch is. Oh dear, stolen? I shouldn't have brought it with me in the first place. I knew it would be trouble. What do you mean? I haven't had it for long. I'm not sure why I bought it, really. And now it's strange men walking around the house. You know, I spoke to one funny gentleman in here just a moment ago that wanted to visit the chapel in the dead of night. I'd rather not attract the attention of men like that. Tony said... He said there was a name on the box. Oh, I don't seem to recall. Never mind. My dear, you said you knew of the whereabouts of my watch? Did I? I just meant I'd seen someone come out of your room holding it. I didn't see who it was.
That was clearly a lie.
Well, thank you for coming to tell me anyway. Not even my own daughter seems to want to inform me of what's going on today. Really? Oh, I'm sorry to hear. Shall we move through to the dining room? I think dinner should be ready soon.
Annie tries to talk about the stolen pocket watch with Helen, but Helen isn't even aware that it was stolen. Interesting. When Helen tries to elaborate on the pocket watch, she says it's new, but she also doesn't understand why she even bought it. This is pretty strange. We typically have reasons why we buy things, especially valuable things, but in this instance, nothing comes to mind for Helen. Perhaps she's hiding something. Regardless, she mentions she spoke with a funny gentleman obsessed with the chapel. This must be Oswald. When the conversation is directed back to the watch, Annie rephrases her earlier statement into an obvious lie that she doesn't know exactly who has the watch. Likely a last-minute lie to protect Tony or save herself from the backlash of ratting him out. From there, they head to dinner. We'll check out Helen's conversation with Oswald in 05 Living Room 39.
Excuse me, I don't think we've met. No, I don't think we have. Helen Dower, pleasure to meet you. I'm sorry, is there something out there? It's too dark to see it properly, but the chapel sits somewhere out there on the hill. I would have liked to have visited it, but perhaps I'll get the chance tomorrow. I think you'd have to be quite mad to go out there in this weather. Forgive me. I'm very distracted this evening. My name is Oswald Brian Arthur Galley. I used to live here a long time ago. It's a pleasure to meet you too. Oh, I see. I think Eve mentioned you. Could you remind me how you're related to the family? I'm the last of my family, I'm afraid. I have no relation to our hosts, other than through the house itself. I'm sorry to hear that. Do you mind if I ask whether you're married? I've always preferred to live alone. Now that I think of it, it is perhaps a shame that the line of true Galleys won't continue. Do you have any children yourself? Yes, 2 of them. They're somewhere around the house, although I can never seem to hold on to them as much as I might like. And is Mr. Dower here? No, he's away. He's doing something else, but he said he would have liked to have been here. Well, it's been lovely meeting you, Mrs. Dower. Yes, thank you.
They introduce themselves and we learn Oswald's full magnanimous name, Oswald Brian Arthur Galley. He's so cool he gets 2 middle names. Out of respect, I'll enter Name 3 Oswald B.A. Galley. He says he used to live in Galley House and has no familial relation to the hosts Martha and Eddie. Martha mentions she took the name Galley when she moved into the house, so this checks out. Helen asks if he's married, and Oswald says he's always lived alone. He laments that as the last of his family, the true Galley bloodline will end when he dies. Helen repeats some information we already know, and when asked about her husband, she says he's off doing something else. This contradicts an earlier statement from Eve saying her whole family was here. Since we know only Tony and Helen are present, we can infer that Mr. Dower is not in the picture. It's an interesting thing for Helen to lie about. I assume she doesn't want to disclose such personal details to a stranger like Oswald. It's not too important, but we'll keep in mind this information about her husband. For our next scene, let's do a little deduction. Annie knows that Tony stole his mom's pocket watch. This must be the valuable item that Tony tosses to Eve in timecode 08. He mentions that he thinks John is trying to steal it, so he must have acquired it after John mentions Rupert Galley in timecode 03. We can actually see that Tony recalls the name, but cuts himself off to keep this info to himself. Annie then tries to report the theft to Helen in timecode 06. This means in timecodes 04 and 05, Tony must have stolen the watch and then told Annie that he took it. Since Annie is staying in the attic, he must have told her there in timecode 05, which then prompted her to seek out Helen. We'll enter 05 Attic 24.
There's yet another knock at the door.
Anne, it's me. Open the door. Tony, go away. I don't care. I have something you're going to want to see.
The door opens.
Is that expensive? Where did you get that? Listen, something weird's going on. I haven't quite figured it out yet. Did you steal it? No. Well, yes. Look, some stranger just turned up, no one knows who he is, and apparently he's looking for someone called Rupert Galley. Some old man. I think he came in after you left. What? Oh, you're probably thinking of Oswald. Funny mustache? Yeah, that's him. He's not important. Everyone else was there in the living room, and no one claimed to know who Rupert Galley was. Oh, weird. Exactly, except I'd seen the name once before. on a small box that my mum keeps in her room. She showed it to me just before I came up and met you, but I didn't think anything of it. So you stole a pocket watch? Yes, the stranger must be looking for it, right? And I don't want my mum to be caught up in this if things go wrong. Why would things go wrong? Have you spoken to your mum about this? I don't want to tell her. If someone's looking for it, then I'll keep it hidden until we leave. She doesn't need to know. So it must be valuable, right? Why are you telling me this anyway? I don't really know anyone else here. Tony, you're going too far. Give me the pocket watch and I'll give it back to your mum. Are you mad? There's no way I'm giving this to you. Give it to me or I'll go tell her you stole it. Anne, what the hell? I thought I could trust you. We don't know each other. You don't know how much I need this. I need to go. Don't tell my mum, Anne, or you'll regret it. Tony, wait!
The door slams shut.
Tony recaps some info we already know while he discloses why he stole the pocket watch. Annie mentions Oswald came into the attic, which is how Tony is able to tell Eve about it later. He says he remembers the name Rupert Galley was on a box in his mother's room, which must have contained the pocket watch. Thinking John is suspicious and wanting to keep his family safe, Tony decides to take the watch. It's an interesting scheme, especially because he wants to keep his mother out of the loop. Annie doesn't want to be a part of this mess and wants to return the watch to Helen. Tony gets upset that someone he barely knows doesn't agree with his scheme and gives Annie a vague threat before storming off. Tony's kind of a dick. Annie must be dealing with some background problems since she says how important staying in Galley House is. She certainly doesn't want to jeopardize her current position. We know afterwards she tries to inform Helen, but upon hearing Helen's confusion on the matter, decides to lie and cover for Tony. An interesting change of heart. Since Annie knows Rupert's name was on the watch's box, it explains why she gets upset during dinner upon hearing that the dead body is Rupert Galley. Let's head to Tony's theft of the watch in Helen's room, which could only have occurred in timecode 04. 04, Helen's room 4.
Person 4 enters, and there's the sound of a bottle smashing in the distance.
I knew I recognized the name. What the hell has Mum got herself into?
A box is opened.
I can't just leave it here.
He leaves.
Self-explanatory, Tony takes the watch. Let's do another deduction. The timecode 05 attic scene can't be the first time Tony and Annie met, since they know each other's names and he knows to look for her there. When Oswald enters the attic in timecode 03, Annie thinks she's going to be reprimanded for something Tony did. If we go back to the timecode 02 scene in the entrance, a doll falls from above and shatters, which prompts Eddie to tell Vic to calm Annie down. That falling doll must be Tony's fault. He must have been in the attic with Annie during timecode 02. Additionally, in the timecode 03 living room scene, he's able to answer Damien's question about Annie's whereabouts. We can punch in 02 attic 24.
There's a knock, and the door opens.
Oh, I didn't wake you up, did I? No. Who are you? It is you, isn't it? What's your name again? I swear I recognize you. I used to live nearby years ago, but I haven't been back in ages. I'm only back here to visit my sister for a bit. I'm sorry. Who are you? You're Annie Beaumont. I remember. You got caught stealing from the newsagents one time, and you weren't allowed back in. I knew I recognized you. Oh yeah? It's good you remember me for the right reasons. Hey, what are you doing? Don't pull that. Is it even connected to something? Doesn't do anything. Seriously, don't do that. They'll come up here and tell me off. Damn, this room is creepy. How old is this doll's house? Yeah, they weren't expecting me to turn up, and this was the only bed they had left. Feels like no one's been in here for a long time. This is so weird. You know what happened to the girl that used to live here? No? My sister told me. She slowly went mad. There were plenty of other bedrooms, but she always chose to sleep up here. And then one day... Hey, don't drop that! Seriously, stop messing around. Whoops. Too late. Seriously? There's someone down there, you idiot. You almost hit them. Oh, bloody hell. Sorry, Anne. I'm Tony, by the way, if you don't remember me. Are you coming to the living room? I hardly know anyone else here. Just leave me alone. All right, Anne. Sorry. I'll see you later.
The door closes and locks.
Ugh. Tony's certainly not doing himself any favors here. We learn the last name of Annie and Vic is Beaumont, so we'll update their names. It looks like Tony vaguely remembers Annie from their school days. Seems like Annie had a mischievous streak. She says she's just here to visit her sister, but given she later says she needs to be able to stay here, it's likely that this is a small lie. We'll keep in mind that there's some other reason why Annie needs to stay here. Tony pulls something, which causes Annie to tell him to knock it off. Tony doesn't seem to care. He mentions a story about some girl who lived in the attic before going mad and dying, and for dramatic effect, he drops a doll from the dollhouse, which shatters in the entrance. Just, what a dick move. Hey, did you know a dead girl used to live here? Let me throw one of her dolls outside. There must be a window in the attic which hangs above the entrance. Tony gives a whoopsie when he drops the doll outside to give himself plausible deniability. After causing trouble and almost dropping the doll on John, he smoothly introduces himself to Annie. With that, she asks him to leave her alone, and he says he'll see her later. A bit of a disconnect there. Let's keep in mind the long-deceased girl who used to live in the attic. Anyway, since Tony wonders if he woke Annie up when he knocked on the door, she must have already been here alone. Let's enter 01 Attic 2.
Note: the name of the files are based on the time, location, and people that are involved. 01 is the time code, AT refers to the attic, and 2 refers to person 2. This is the earliest point that the audio recovery stretches back to for person 2. This scene takes place in the attic. Note that I've capitalized and emboldened the location names to denote where in the dialogue I based them from. Nowadays, the house has long since been demolished, and I couldn't find any records of the layout, so I can only go off the names that I've found within the audio. Of course, it hasn't been easy to work out where all the audio takes place, but I've tried my best. Below is what I believe happens in this scene. Person 2 is asleep, there's heavy rain outside. Then there's a thunderclap, and she wakes up. She gets out of bed and opens the window. It's stormy outside. You can faintly hear a knock at the front door. That's about all I can make out. We'll put aside the ethics of listening in on someone sleeping for the moment. If you'd like to follow person 2 through the story, you can try Find 2, although it will only show files you've viewed already. Else, you can have a look at the other scenes in timecode 1. They all happen at about the same time.
At gives instructions on how to find files on this computer, but we've already figured it out on our own. Of note is that Galley House has long been demolished, and that At decided on the location names based on the characters' testimonies. He narrates Annie sleeping and being woken by the sound of thunder, followed by Tony's knocking. At tells us about the find command, but he already repeated that info in a later scene. We get a small peek into At's personality regarding some discomfort in listening to people sleep. If you're wondering why At decided to leave all these tutorial notes in this specific scene, it's because the file list is sorted alphabetically, and 01 Attic is thus the first file. I've glossed over an important detail until now, that being, how the hell do we even have all these audio logs? I don't see any reason why in the late 1930s they'd be miking up Galley House, nor would all these partygoers be carrying microphones. At says they were able to do an audio recovery for person 2. Pretty bizarre given it's currently around the 21st century. Keep in mind this mystery regarding how we even have this audio data. Let's deduce our next file. During timecode 02, all characters are accounted for except Oswald, Martha, Damien, and Helen. We know in the living room timecode 03 scene, 4 people enter, so 3 people were already there. Oswald wasn't in the timecode 03 scene, so it must be the remaining characters. Thus, 02, living room, 589.
Would you like a glass of something, Helen? Hello, Martha. That would be wonderful, thank you. You know, it's not often I get the opportunity to enjoy myself like this. You should come round more often, otherwise I end up getting through a whole bottle of wine by myself. No, is that right? Good evening. Ah, Helen, this is Damien. He's the lovely man that's courting Victoria. It's a pleasure to meet you, madam. Please, Mrs. Dower. Isn't he handsome? Would you like some wine, Damien? No, thank you, Mrs. Galley. Vic and I were just discussing what a lovely house you have. Oh, Damien, call me Martha, please. Did you manage to get the phone working? Yes, it was all fine. Vic just needed to make a quick call. We finished a moment ago. Where are you from, then? London, but Vic and I met while traveling in Egypt, actually. Oh, so you travel a lot, do you? Not so much anymore, but I'd like to plan another trip soon. Only if Vic wants to, of course. She's lucky to have you, Damien. I always thought she'd do well for herself, you know. Always a clever girl. That's too kind. Well, it's nice to meet a young man who's made something of himself, at least. Too many these days lack discipline. Right. Ah, here come the others.
Martha and Helen casually converse as Damien enters. When Martha introduces him, she notes he's courting Victoria. He says he was just talking with Vic and that they made a phone call. It looks like Vic and him used to travel and that they met abroad in Egypt. The rest of the conversation is regular pleasantries, except for Helen cutting in to make an indirect slight towards Eddie. Let's try and figure out that phone call scene with Damien and Vic. When John, Martha, and Damien find the corpse, Martha says she's going to call the police, then asks John to follow her into the dining room. The phone must be in the dining room. We'll enter 01 Dining Room 78.
You can hear the piano playing in another room.
Did you call your mom?
I let her know we were here.
You told her about Annie.
Of course I did. I can't lie to her. But I made her promise not to call back here, because I don't want Annie to feel like I've betrayed her.
There's a thunderclap as she's talking, but it doesn't seem to put her off.
How much money is it?
I haven't asked, but she wouldn't have come to me unless she was desperate. Please go easy on her, won't you, sweetheart?
How long's she going to be staying with us, Vic?
It won't be for long, I promise. I'll talk to her.
You know I love you.
Of course I do, sweetheart. I love you too.
You just make it hard for us sometimes. I want it to be just me and you.
I want that too. I know the people here aren't the nicest, but we'll be gone by tomorrow, and Annie won't be with us long. It will just be the two of us, and then maybe we can look at starting a family. Is that something you'd want?
This isn't the time or place to be discussing it, Vic.
Obviously. Sorry.
There's a knock at the front door.
You talk about starting a family, but then you wear that thing here. I know what it is.
Sweetheart, I'm sorry. I promise it's nothing. I'll catch up with you later, but I'd better go and see who that is, okay?
Don't leave me alone with these people for too long. I love you, Vic.
Love you too.
It sounds like they're kissing. It's not a particularly pleasant sound to listen out for.
Looks like Annie is in some kind of troubling debt and is going to be staying with Vic and Damien. It explains why being allowed to sleep in the attic is so important to Annie. It looks like Annie didn't want Vic to inform their mother of the circumstances, but Vic did so anyway. At least their mother shouldn't be calling back. Damien's a bit upset about Annie having to live with them, but he loves Vic, so he'll put up with it. Vic also brings up starting a family, but Damien isn't too keen to talk about that right now. He mentions something Vic's wearing that has some significance. It irks him a bit, but Vic assures him it's okay. After exchanging a kiss, which makes Ad uncomfortable, they split up to their respective scenes. I want to check off some more scenes in Act 1. Let's look at timecode 05. Everyone's accounted for except Eddie and Vic. This happens right after Helen scolds Eddie, and Eddie says he'll find the lost ring in the billiard room. 05 Billiard Room 6 doesn't come up, so he didn't look for it alone. Vic must have joined him. It must be 05 Billiard Room 67.
Eddie,
Hi, Victoria.
have you lost something? Eve's ring. I know it's in here somewhere. Would you like me to help you look for it? You could do. Thanks. I'm sorry about earlier. I went to go and talk to Annie just now, and she won't cause any more trouble. And I'm sorry for interrupting you. I shouldn't have let that man in. Honestly, Vic, it's fine. I'm sorry if I seem like I'm in a bad mood. It's been a rough evening. Is everything okay with you and Eve? It'll sort itself out. We just had a bit of an argument. Are you sure? These things happen. I've been meaning to say,
I know we left things on a sour note the last time we met, and I'm sorry that we don't talk so much anymore, but I've been busy with Damien and everything. Vic, it's fine. It was my fault anyway. I shouldn't have. I was stupid to think. Well, that was a long time ago, and I still want us to be friends, okay? Of course. It's nice to have you here. Thanks. Here's the ring, by the way. How long have you been holding that? I spotted it as soon as I walked in. Come on, let's go to dinner.
Vic enters as Eddie searches. She mentions she just spoke with Annie and that she'll behave. Eddie mentions the argument with Eve, and Vic apologizes for how things went the last time they met, presumably long ago. Eddie says it was his fault. It looks like he made some kind of mistake back then which harmed their relationship with each other. Intriguing. They both brush it aside, and Vic hands him the lost ring, which she found with ease. They head out, but we'll check out Vic visiting Annie in the attic in the previous scene. 04 Attic 27.
There's another knock at the door.
Annie?
The door opens.
Vic, I'm so sorry. I swear it wasn't me. Annie, I don't care. Seriously, it was Tony. It won't happen again. Annie, I need to talk to you about something. Are you okay? Is it Damien? No. It's just strange. Something's off. You mean with Eddie? I don't know why he invited me back here. I thought we'd be friends, you know, now he's with Eve. What did he say? It's not like he said anything, really. He just seemed angry with me for some reason. Then why are we here? You don't need to be friends with him. I know. Would you hold on to this for me? I can find somewhere to hide it, if that's what you mean. I wouldn't be caught dead wearing it myself. It's not that bad, is it? I think I just hoped he'd notice, and I thought it might be a nice gesture, but I think it was a mistake. He only invited you round to show off his new engagement, you know, so don't feel like you owe him anything. Huh, that's rich coming from you. Please, Vic, you didn't tell Mum, did you? Darling, you can stay with us as long as you like, but you need to talk to her at some point or this won't go away. I'll talk to her if you go and tell Eddie he's not worth your time. Seriously, Vic. Annie, for God's sake, just stay out of trouble, will you? I was already. I know. See you later, darling.
The door closes.
Vic enters and Annie tells her the falling doll was Tony's fault. It's the truth, but I don't know if Vic believes it, since she tells Eddie that Annie won't cause any more trouble. It could also be the case that she just tells Eddie that since he told her to check on Annie. I'd like to believe in sister solidarity, so I'll go with the latter explanation. Vic is feeling like Eddie is upset with her. This is probably from the relationship turmoil he's going through with Eve, since it seems he has lingering feelings for Vic. I find Vic's statement, "I thought we'd be friends, you know, now he's with Eve," to be important for figuring out Vic and Eddie's prior relationship. It looks like Eddie being engaged is a positive prerequisite towards Vic and Eddie becoming friends again. To me, it sounds like Eddie and Vic were once friends, but Eddie ruined their relationship by confessing his romantic feelings for her. Vic thought that Eddie falling in love with someone else would mean he's moved on from her, and now they can restore their platonic friendship. Since Eve has pointed out Eddie has not moved on from Vic, there's a muddy, nebulous relationship lingering between them. Vic then asks Annie to hide something which she wore, thinking it would have been something nice to wear for Eddie. This is probably the same object Damien pointed out earlier. The conversation turns to the favor Vic is doing for Annie, letting her stay with them. Annie asks her if she told their mom, and Vic makes a live omission, since she did indeed call their mother. Vic wants Annie to reconcile with their mom, but Annie snaps back at her. It looks like Annie has a poor relationship with her mother and doesn't want to speak to her in regards to the financial trouble she's gotten herself into. We've learned a lot combing through these earlier scenes and following the side quest of Tony's watch theft, but now let's return to Act 2. When dealing with Harry's body, Eddie told John to speak with Oswald in the dining room. So let's go to 09 Dining Room 13.
Excuse me, I'm looking for someone called Oswald. I'm sorry, but I've had rather enough disturbance already this evening. I'd prefer to be left to eat my meal in peace. Of course. Well, actually, I found this key earlier. Ah, the the key to the chapel. That's very kind of you. What was it you wanted to ask? I don't suppose you've heard of a Rupert Galley. Rupert? It's a popular name in my family. I had a great uncle called Rupert, although I never met him. I suppose he would have passed away many years ago by now, though. Certainly. He was well before my time. Although, this house has been known to still hold the memories of people from the past. Why do you ask? Are you aware there's been 2 deaths here this evening? One of them was a man called Rupert Galley, or so I believe. Well, that certainly is interesting. Could you show me to the body? I went back there earlier, in fact, and it had been moved. And the other one? I think he was the butler. We found him downstairs just a moment ago. We used to have a butler many years ago called George Thornton. Does that name mean anything to you? No, I just arrived earlier. I'm not connected to this house. If you're here, then it's by no accident. Everything happens for a reason. You may be tied to this house in a way that you don't yet realize. If you don't mind, I was hoping you might be able to explain why you yourself are here. I was invited, although it doesn't seem like I'm very welcome.
There's a thunderclap outside.
Hark! The heavens are alive! That reminds me. You were the only one not there when the rest of us were having dinner, right?
Note, he wasn't the only one.
I was visiting the room that used to be the library, although it now seems to have been hastily turned into a bedroom of sorts. The floor was slightly sticky, and I found a note there about a performance of Dvorak's Humoresques, although I'd never heard of the pianist.
Note, it took me a while to look up what he said, but I think that's the correct spelling, without the fancy letters, of course. I had to listen to the first one, but I didn't recognize it.
I see. I just have the feeling that someone in this house is hiding something. 2 deaths can't be just a coincidence. I happen to know something important. You'll want to go and have a look in Tony's room. Ask him to show you what's in his bedside drawer. I think you'll find it rather condemning. Thank you, and sorry for interrupting your meal. This conversation has been more informative for me than it has for you, I'm sure.
Person 1 leaves, and Person 3 resumes their dinner.
John hands Oswald the chapel key he recovered from Rupert. It looks like Oswald was in a bit of a bad mood, but changed his tune upon receiving the key. John asks him if he knows about Rupert Galley, and Oswald tells him he knew a deceased great-uncle with that name. He says the house contains the memories of the dead. Spooky. When John informs him of Rupert's corpse, he wishes to see it, but John says it vanished. We know Harry moved it earlier, and it seemed that happened right before John entered the room, so he wouldn't have known what happened to it. Oswald asks about the second corpse, which John says was a butler. This prompts Oswald to ask if John was aware of the old butler, George Thornton, which we know must be Harry's father. Suspiciously, Oswald doesn't make note of Harry Thornton, even though he met him earlier, and confirmed he was George's son. John remains confused and asks Oswald about his dinner-time whereabouts. Eddie told John that Oswald and Eve were missing during dinner, though he didn't specifically name Eve. It looks like John didn't commit that detail to memory because he asks Oswald if he was the only person missing. At notes this discrepancy. Oswald says he was in a room that used to be a library, but was turned into a makeshift bedroom. We know this is the study, and that it was turned into a bedroom for John. He recalls a note about an unknown pianist's performance of Dvorak's Humoresques. The note and respective pianist must be the one with the name Amelia West, which nobody recognized earlier. Dvorak's Humoresque is a series of solo piano pieces composed by Antonin Dvorak in 1894. We'll keep this in mind. As a side note, At says he doesn't recognize it. Oswald then tells John to head to Tony's room, a new location, and to search his bedside drawer for something damning. We throw into the house's layout Tony's room. No clue exactly where it's located, but we will learn more in due time. At the very least, we know it used to be a nursery, and that there's something special inside of it. I should also point out that we previously learned the attic room and its window is certainly situated right above the entrance, and that the telephone is in the dining room. Back in the scene, John heads off and Oswald tells him this conversation was elucidating for him. Interesting. We'll take a peek at Oswald entering the study during dinner. 07 Study 3.
He enters the room. A while later, he starts whistling a tune. It's one of those famous ones, quite fast-paced and jolly. He's interrupted by a thunderclap.
Good heavens!
Then he leaves.
Just a brief fright from the thunder. Let's double back. If Oswald knows something's in Tony's room, he must have been there earlier today. Oswald is unaccounted for in time codes 01, 02, 06, and 08. Tony told Eve that Oswald was up to something, and during the dinner scene, he says he just saw him. They must have met at timecode 06. We can surmise it was in Tony's room in order to facilitate that conversation and make Oswald aware of what's in the bedside drawer. We'll enter 06 Tony's room 3-4.
Person 3 enters. A cupboard door is opened and closed. Drawers are pulled open and then closed again. Person 4 enters.
What are you doing? Were you looking through my stuff? No, not at all. I was just having a look around. I didn't realize this room was occupied. Right. It's Oswald, is it? Oswald Galley, yes. I don't believe we've met. My sister mentioned you. What are you doing in my room? Well, back when I was younger, this used to be our nursery. It's not your nursery any longer, is it? Don't come in here again. Is this how you'd normally treat a new acquaintance? Don't test my patience. Get out of my room. There's no need to be suspicious, boy. I'm leaving.
Person 3 leaves. A drawer is opened, then closed, and then person 4 leaves.
Oswald's rummaging through the room, where Tony walks in and gets pretty pissed off. Though Oswald says he's just walking down memory lane, Tony finds the behavior suspicious and orders him out. Seems like Tony's a rude dude, but maybe he's only on edge because of John Hobbs and the pocket watch business. Though he did chuck that dead girl's doll out the attic window earlier for no reason. Let's just say he's on edge. When Oswald leaves, Tony opens and closes a drawer, likely checking whatever he put there was still inside before leaving. Let's now follow John into Tony's room after speaking with Oswald. If we try 10 Tony's room 1, it fails, so someone else must be in there. We can surmise it's probably Tony, so let's do 10 Tony's room 1-4.
There's a knock at the door, and it opens.
Hi. I don't think we've properly met. You're here? Sure, come on in. I want to talk to you. Great. That makes 2 of us. As in, I also want to talk to you. Where's the pocket watch? I haven't seen a pocket watch. I don't think I have. Is one missing? I don't have it, and neither does my mum. So if you're looking for it, don't bother asking me. I'm not looking for it. You must have come to this house looking for something. I don't believe for a second that you'd come all this way for no reason. I received an invitation from Rupert Galley. Did you, though? The only place I've seen that name before is on a box that contained a pocket watch, and now that watch is missing. I see. So, how do I fit into this? You stole the watch. Why would he invite me here to steal his watch? I was assuming that Rupert Galley either wasn't real or was some deceased relative, and that maybe you had forged the invitation yourself to have an excuse to steal his stuff. You tell me. Look, I understand that you're suspicious of me, given that I don't exactly fit in here, but I'm going to find a way to prove I'm innocent. I'm as confused as you are as to what's going on, and it will be a whole lot easier if we work together on this. I'm not confused. I know you're trying to hoodwink the owners of this house, and all I'm saying is that I want to stay out of it. I don't care as long as I'm not involved. I see.
Suddenly there's a flurry of footsteps and the sound of a drawer being opened.
Aha! What's that? It's just a service revolver. How did you know that was there? And just a second ago you were trying to put the blame on me? Don't touch it. I'm not trying to blame you. I told you. I don't care what it is you're up to. I'm just minding my own business and looking out for myself. 2 people have died here this evening, and you've been keeping a gun in your drawer? 2? Wait, was someone shot? No, I didn't say that, but it's suspicious all the same. Oh, give up. I clearly don't have anything to do with it. I hardly know anyone else here. Well, neither do I.
The piano starts playing in the background.
Great. Then we're both in the same boat. Now, please get out of my room. Oh, the piano! What? I noticed it earlier, but I didn't think. I need to go and see.
Person 1 leaves, and the drawer is closed.
we see the culmination of Tony's scheme. Accuse John of stealing the pocket watch he stole. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Just saying you stole it is far from 4D chess. If he's searched, they'll see he doesn't have it, and then they'll need to find out who actually does. John is completely bewildered, and Tony just demands that he leave his family out of it. In response, John checks the bedside drawer and finds a gun. Tony's confused about what that has to do with anything. John mentions the second corpse, but since neither dead body was shot, it really doesn't seem related to anything. It's a bit embarrassing for both men to be trading silly false accusations. As Tony asks John to leave the room, John hears the piano, which gives him some reason to investigate it. If we recall Damien and Vic's conversation from the second half of dinner time, Vic was supposed to play the piano in the living room to summon Damien. At mentioned a third person showed up, which must be John. Let's head to 11 Living Room 178.
Vic, is everything all right?
The piano music stops.
I'm fine, sweetheart. Come here.
Are you sure?
I was just talking to someone in here about... Well, it doesn't matter. I just needed to see you.
Person 1 enters.
Would you look at that? Excuse me, Mr. Hobbs. Vic and I were just... Oh, I'm sorry. I won't disturb you. I'd just like to have a quick look at this piano.
Did you find the pocket watch, sweetheart?
I found it, but it's hardly important right now. There was someone else. I couldn't tell at first. I thought they were just asleep.
Wait, someone else has died?
I don't know who it was. A young woman. It wasn't nice to see.
Was she there with us over dinner? Trying to work out who it could be.
Ah, you may be interested to know that I've discovered another body as well. Down in the kitchen. Don't know what to make of it, really. Something's not right. This doesn't feel like an accident.
I don't understand why anyone would do this.
Could be poison. Maybe it wasn't even intentional. Is that possible? I don't know. I suppose so. I didn't see any signs of injuries or struggle.
Oh gosh, that's really horrible. I don't think it can be that.
I actually just spoke with a boy named Tony, and I found a gun in his bedside drawer. I know there haven't been any gunshots, but still. Does Eddie know anything about this, do you think?
He has nothing to do with this, sweetheart. It wouldn't make any sense. I don't understand what motive anyone would have anyway. Who even were these people?
Well, Eddie's been acting very suspiciously all evening, if you ask me. And then there's Oswald. Have you met him?
Are there more people in this house that we don't know about? He used to live here. I was never allowed in Oswald's room when I was younger, but I've never met him. Is he here?
Yes, I saw him earlier. If I had to pick someone crazy enough, it would be him, for sure.
Vic, we should leave. I don't want to see how this ends. I know, darling. We'll hand back the pocket watch and then we'll leave. Mom's house is only a few miles away. We'll get Annie and then we'll go there.
Oh, I wouldn't recommend that. Quail Lane will be practically flooded by now, and everywhere else will be marshy as hell. Looks like we're staying the night then.
It's okay, sweetheart. We'll stick together and we'll both be okay. Neither of us are involved in this anyway, nor is Annie for that matter.
I hope. Wait, shh.
You can hear the two people in the billiard room. Check that scene for the exact words.
Who is that?
It sounds like Helen.
There's someone else there too. It's a male voice. I can't hear it properly.
What did she say? Stay away from my children. Do you think she's...
There's a scream.
Oh dear. Wait, Vic.
Sweetheart, come on. Let's go.
They all rush off.
Damien and Vic reunite. Vic says she was just speaking with someone, which we'll note. Before they can properly converse, John enters and starts inspecting the piano. Damien has found the stolen pocket watch, but also notes he saw a deceased young woman, which he didn't recognize. Besides Vic, there's only two other young women in Galley House, Annie and Eve. Surely Damien would have reported if Vic's sister was found dead, so it must be Eve. But why would he report he didn't recognize her? After all, he's met her and even brought her into Eddie's room. The other question is, how the hell could Eve have died? We'll keep these details in mind, but things are starting to take a sinister turn. John brings up the corpse from the kitchen, which drives further speculation into the causes of death, though nothing concrete comes up. He then mentions Tony's gun, but is seemingly ignored. Damien and John both find Eddie suspicious, but Vic finds Eddie's involvement implausible. John then says Oswald is a person of interest, and Vic mentions his room as another location in the house. We actually already know some details regarding Oswald's room. He told Helen and Harry that he used to live here, and since it's the Galley family home, that room must be his from childhood. The other interesting detail is that Vic said when she was a kid, she wasn't allowed in his room, though she never even met him. We know Oswald is going on a personal tour of the home, visiting the attic and the old nursery, so it's safe to say he hasn't been here in quite some time. It seems Oswald's room was off limits even though he didn't live here. Whether that was done out of respect or for some other reason, we'll have to wait and see. Vic and Damien want to take Annie and leave for her mother's house, but John informs them that Quail Lane is flooded from the weather. There's no other choice but to hunker down for the night. Suddenly, they overhear a commotion coming from the billiard room, which At tells us is caused by two people. Vic says one of them sounds like Helen, and it sounds urgent. John notes the other voice is male. Upon hearing a scream, they all rush over. We'd head there too, but we're lacking the details on who exactly is there. Though tensions are rising, we'll have to double back to an earlier scene, where Annie says she's going to find Oswald during timecode 09. Oswald was eating dinner and speaking to John, so we'll assume he's still there dining in the next scene. Let's investigate 10 Dining Room 2-3.
Hello again. You're Oswald, right?
Tell me, why is it that everyone seems to know my name today without me introducing myself? I should hope there aren't things being said behind my back.
No, we met before, up in the attic. You said...
I remember what I said. Why have you disturbed my meal?
Oh, I'm sorry. Never mind. It's not important.
My dear, I apologize. Please, take a seat. I don't want to seem so rude.
She sits down.
So then, what brings you to Galley House on this rainy evening?
I'm here with my sister. I don't really know anyone else here, to be honest. It's just somewhere to stay.
It's a lot more than that, my dear. This house has a lot of history to it.
Oh, I'm sure. In fact, I wanted to let you know... Have you heard of Rupert Galley?
I think I know where this is going. I've already been informed. It's a very intriguing business.
Did you know him? I haven't heard that much, to be honest. Just that he died.
Yes, I knew him. He used to live in this house a very long time ago. He's long dead, though. Don't know why he would turn up again today.
Oh my god. Really?
I'm as surprised as you are. Not only that, but when they went back to inspect the body again, it had disappeared.
That's terrifying. You don't think that someone's trying to scare us, do you? Maybe someone wants something given back that Rupert used to have?
Perhaps. But Rupert's not the only one. They found the body of the old butler Thornton in the kitchen. He was the butler here when I was a child.
Another one? I had no idea.
This house has its dark secrets. The current residents have no idea what's in store for them.
I hope you don't mind me asking, but I heard something about a girl that used to sleep in the attic. Could you tell me anything about her? Just in case, you know? She could be connected.
Why don't you follow me up to my bedroom? I can show you some things from many years ago that you might find interesting.
Oh. Okay, sure. Why not?
The two of them leave. The piano can be heard playing in the background.
After some minor unpleasantries, the two are seated to converse. Annie says she's only in Galley House as a place to stay, and Oswald says the house is more significant than that. This ties back into his conversation with John, where he said anyone that ends up in the house is here for a reason. If we are to believe him, then there are larger fatalistic forces at play in Galley House tonight. They talk about the long-deceased Rupert Galley, and Oswald mentions his body disappearing. We know that latter comment is a misunderstanding caused by John not seeing Harry move the corpse. Characters will repeat this misunderstanding, so keep that in mind. In this instance, it compounds Annie's fears that supernatural forces are at play. Oswald then mentions the body of Harry, though again he refers to him as the butler from when he was a kid, George. When Oswald talks about these mysteries, he phrases them like it's a punishment for the house's owners, Martha and Eddie. His apparent glee that misfortune would befall them indicates he has some reason to hold them in disdain. We'll make note of that. All in all, it certainly makes Oswald all the more suspicious. Annie then brings up what she heard from Tony about a dead girl who used to live in the attic. This prompts Oswald to have Annie follow him up to his bedroom to investigate something, telling us Oswald's room is somewhere above the dining room. They leave as the sound of Vic playing the piano is heard. We'll follow them to 11 Oswald's room 2-3.
Here we are.
Oh, you haven't redecorated in a while, have you?
It's completely untouched since when I left it however many years ago. There are a lot of memories contained in this room. Come, sit with me on the bed.
They sit down.
You said you wanted to show me something.
Yes, my dear, I did. I've kept all of my old drawings in here. I used to draw a lot when I was young.
Is this your family?
Yes, and that one's me, of course, and those are my parents. I stopped contacting them when I left home. They died a long time ago.
Is that her, then?
That's my sister, Eleanor. She was always very kind to me. She used to play with me in the garden when I was little, even when my parents were too busy to pay me any attention. We created our own little world. It was very hard losing her.
What happened?
She became very unwell. She had to stay in her room all day, up in the attic. My parents were very worried about her for a long time, and then one day, we went up there, and...
That's awful.
It was always understood that I was never to speak about it with my parents. I don't think they ever loved me as much as they had loved her. So, when I was old enough, I left.
And who's the other one?
Oh, I'm not so sure. He must have been one of Eleanor's friends before she got ill.
You can hear the scream from the billiard room.
Did you hear that?
I certainly did.
I hope she's okay. We should go and check.
They both rush off.
Oswald beckons Annie to look through some old drawings he made as a child. One of them serves as a family portrait in which his sister is drawn. Her name was Eleanor, and Oswald reflects that she was a great sister who spent time with him when their parents wouldn't. Unfortunately, she became sick and had to live in the attic until the dreadful day when she was found dead. The sorrow of the situation caused their parents to never speak of her again. Oswald notes that his relationship with his parents has always been poor. They didn't pay him much attention as a child, and following Eleanor's death, he was left feeling like they'd be happier if it was him instead. That unspoken rule to never openly grieve Eleanor was likely a major point of trauma for Oswald. As a result, as soon as he was grown, he left the home and stopped contacting them. This evening is apparently the first time he's been back since then. At the end of the conversation, Annie points out what must be a friend in the family portrait drawing. Suddenly, the scream from the billiard room is heard, and both characters rush to investigate. With the knowledge that two people are in the billiard room, and one of them is Helen, we can quickly deduce who the other character is. John said the voice was male, and the only men unaccounted for at this time are Eddie and Tony. She said something about staying away from her children, so that rules out Tony. It must be Eddie. Let's hurry to 11 billiard room 6-9.
Person 6 enters and begins to play. Person 9 comes in afterwards.
Eddie, where is everyone? I can't seem to find anyone. They should be around somewhere. You go and wait in the living room, then I'm sure they'll turn up. I'll be there later. I just need to sort something out. I've hardly seen anyone all day. You know, if there's something going on, then I ought to know about it. Otherwise, it seems like you're disappearing off for hours at a time and leaving me and my son to entertain ourselves. I'm sorry, Mrs. Dower. I just need some time, then things will be back to normal. I bet you can be patient for another hour or so on your own, can't you? I don't appreciate the flippancy, young man. Tell me what's going on. Fine. 3 dead bodies have appeared around the house, and we think that one of our guests is trying to scare us, but we're taking care of it. Well, I don't see why you let that stranger in here in the first place. It's your own fault as far as I can see. Why don't you go and talk to him? Please don't try and tell me what to do. Like I said, I'm sorting it out. It certainly doesn't look like you're doing much of anything. Did you end up finding the ring, or did you just give up? The ring? Yes, I found it. You can have it back if you like. I don't want it. I gave you this ring for a reason, Eddie. Where is my daughter? Your daughter? I should hope you haven't forgotten about her in all this commotion. I think I made it very clear earlier what I expected of you. If something's happened to her, Edmund, then there'll be consequences. I found the ring like you asked. If you expected me to do anything else, then you should have told me. Now, don't be like that with me, young man. Where is she? Well, I haven't seen anyone else arrive. I've kept track of everyone who's come through the door. Unless... I thought she was asleep in your room. You ought to go there now and reconcile with her. And take the ring, Eddie. Oh, God. I'm so sorry. Eddie? Your daughter's dead, Mrs. Dower. What do you mean? That can't be right. Why wouldn't you have told me earlier? I didn't know. You should have told me you had a daughter, and then I might have done something about it. You're making things up, Eddie. Go and find her and make sure she's okay. I already told you. Don't play games with me, Edmund Galley. You're responsible for my daughter's safety. And frankly, this disgusting behavior is scaring me, and it's completely unbecoming of a host. I don't know who your daughter is. Why do you think I have anything to do with this? Excuse me? If you cared about your daughter, then you would have mentioned her earlier. You can't expect me to look out for everyone just because I'm the man of the house. You're a monster, Eddie. How dare you talk about my family like that? Stay away from my children. What are you talking about? You don't even have a daughter, do you? Are you part of this too? Stay away from me. I'll scream. I will. And my son has a gun. I don't know why I trusted you. All along I've been trying to be polite and courteous. And for what? You're as much a stranger to me as anyone.
There's a very loud scream.
Fine. See where it gets you.
Person 6 leaves, and shortly afterwards everyone else in the house arrives.
What a dreadful argument. Eve is dead and Eddie is acting completely insane. Tensions are high, but let's comb through this. Eddie is playing billiards by himself. He seems to have something serious weighing on his mind. Helen is upset with Eddie over his attitude the entire evening. A lot of her initial comments reflect how low her opinion of him is. Eddie mentions the dead bodies, and Helen steers the conversation to the engagement ring, which Eddie bizarrely offers back to Helen. She asks for her daughter's whereabouts, and all Eddie can respond with is confusion. Eddie asserts that the only request he's heard from Helen has been to find the ring. As Helen repeatedly demands info regarding her daughter, Eddie becomes unsettled as he processes every guest he's seen enter Galley House. It is then that he tells Helen that her daughter, his fiancée, is dead. Helen is in disbelief, and Eddie acts like he's never heard of Eve before. It's incomprehensible. As the argument continues, Eddie becomes more unhinged, accusing Helen of lying and being involved with the dead bodies. Helen utters the line that the other characters heard, "Stay away from my children." She warns Eddie that Tony has a gun and that she'll scream. Eddie asserts that Helen is practically a stranger to him, and as she screams, he leaves. At then tells us that everyone else in the house arrives afterwards. There's a lot of questions that arise from this sequence. Why does Eddie act like he's never heard of Eve before? He's aware of her body, so if he saw it, how could he not recognize her? It even looks like it takes Eddie some effort to deduce that the third body was Helen's daughter. Keep this bizarre scenario in mind as we search for an answer. Let's proceed to when everyone else arrives. 12 billiard room 1 2 3 4 5 7 8 9.
What's wrong? He killed Eve. Just calm down. We'll sort this out.
There's a thunderclap outside, and someone collapses to the floor.
Oh my goodness. What's going on? I don't know. We literally just found her. Oh dear, another one. We heard someone in here a moment ago. Did anyone see where he went? I didn't pass anyone. What's going on? Why is everyone in here? Annie, I'm glad you're all right. So it's true. They're coming back. Get that man away from me! I have done nothing. Whatever evil has come into your house, I have no part in it. Everyone, calm down. Can anyone tell me who she was? Is she dead? It's the same as all the others. Someone's trying to scare us. I'm sure they must have been dead for a while. I don't think so. The body's still warm. Surely someone would have noticed if 4 people were walking around the house. I don't understand where they came from. Wait, this is the 4th? Could be a disease or something. Maybe they all escaped from some hospital nearby. Tony, please take this seriously. Isn't anyone going to point out that there are already two strangers in the room? Thanks, Anne. At least John and I were invited. Were you? Shut up, you two. Listen, we're all going to go to bed and lock our doors. Do all the doors have locks? Yes, darling. They lock from the inside. Then we'll all go to bed, and we'll see where we're at in the morning. You called the police, didn't you, Martha? Yes, I called them earlier. They said they won't be able to get here until the morning.
This is definitely a lie. Very interesting.
Good. Until then, lock your doors, and don't let any strangers in. I'm very sorry about this evening, everyone. I'm sure we'll have sorted everything out by tomorrow, so there's no need to worry. Good night, and sleep well.
Note: time code 13 is night. Most people just go to their rooms and sleep either alone or with their partner, with the exception of what happens with persons 4 and 6. Nonetheless, I've detailed what happens to each of them anyway.
Oh my god. Helen just dropped dead right in front of them, and nobody recognizes her. Vic and Damien even spoke to her, and a moment later they're acting like nothing happened. Even the way Helen died is insane. There's a thunderclap, and just like that, she's dead. Doesn't make any logical sense. This is critical. First, let's parse the rest of the scene. Characters enter the room at different times. First is Damien, Vic, and John, then Tony and Martha, last is Annie and Oswald. Of note is Martha's visceral reaction to seeing Oswald. Something must have happened between them. Martha thinks the whole ordeal is a kind of sinister prank, but Damien notes the body is still warm. No one can make sense of it. Annie makes a snide remark that Tony and John are strangers in the house, and Tony replies in defense of themselves. Everyone settles on returning to their bedrooms, locking the door, and staying safe until morning. John tries to confirm that Martha called the police earlier, and she replies yes. However, At tells us that this is a lie. Martha lying about calling the police is one of the strangest elements in the entire story. What motivation could she have for not reporting the appearance of several corpses? We'll ponder this later. Martha apologizes to the guests, asserting that there's nothing to worry about and that soon everything will be back to normal. With that, At notes that time code 13 consists of everyone sleeping in their respective rooms, with an exception for Tony and Eddie. We need to start to parse what exactly is going on in Galley House. Let's start with the cause of death. Helen's case is the first in which we see someone die in the presence of others. She speaks to Damien and Vic after arguing with Eddie, and out of nowhere, she drops dead. When At notes the sound of her falling body, he mentions the thunderclap outside. It's not much to go off of, and it certainly isn't a practical death. We'll put a pin in it. Next is the effects after death. After Helen dies, not a single person in the room recognizes her. Not even her own son, Tony. It's completely bizarre. Something about this unnatural death makes you unrecognizable to others. It's akin to a kind of post-mortem prosopagnosia. In other words, face blindness. Everyone can still see Helen's body, but nobody recognizes it as Helen. No, more than being unrecognizable, it appears as if the idea of Helen itself is forgotten from everyone's minds. Damien says, "We heard someone in here a moment ago. Did anyone see where he went?" Singular. He only remembers the voice of Eddie coming from the billiard room. Helen's scream is deleted from his memory. It's a bit more loose of a connection, but Annie accuses Tony of being a stranger. Though this might just be an insult, I think this could be a result of Helen and Eve being forgotten. After all, if Helen and Eve didn't exist, there'd be no reason for Tony to be invited to Galley House since he doesn't know anyone there. Regardless, these mysterious deaths and their subsequent events cannot be explained by natural means. As we fill in more scenes taking place during Act 2, we'll keep this unknown phenomenon in mind. Let's backtrack to something Damien said in the living room during time code 11, that he just found the dead body of a young woman. We know this was Eve, and that she was likely still resting in Eddie's room. Let's head to 10 Eddie's room 8.
The door opens.
Oh, I'm sorry to disturb you. Madam?
He steps into the room.
Madam, are you awake? I'd like to ask you a few questions. Madam?
He raises his voice and steps closer.
I'm looking for a pocket watch. If you could just tell me whether you've seen it or not, then I'll leave you to get back to your sleep. Madam?
He steps further into the room, pauses, and then begins to search. After a while, the piano can be heard in the background, and he leaves.
Since Eve was already dead, Damien lost his memories of not only Eve being in the house, but of her ever being in Eddie's room. We see this in his surprise that somebody is even in the room. He should remember that he took Eve, or at the very least someone, into this room, but he doesn't. We'll note that this memory loss phenomenon obfuscates old memories. Damien asks a question regarding the pocket watch he's searching for and approaches the body. Though he makes no comments, he realizes she's dead, finds the watch amongst her possessions, and upon hearing the piano, leaves to reunite with Vic. Let's head back and follow an old plot thread. At the end of the first part of dinner, Martha leaves to find Oswald. The next time we see the two of them in the same room, Martha's terrified of Oswald. They met, but we don't know what room it was. During the second half of dinner, everyone in the dining room hears crashing sounds coming from above. This must be Martha and Oswald. We know the dining room and study are on the first floor, and that Oswald's room is on the second. The crashing noises indicate there'd be some kind of mess or damage as a result of their altercation. We can rule out undamaged rooms we've seen after timecode 08. Those include the living room, billiard room, Eddie's, Vic's, Tony's, and Oswald's rooms. Noise in the attic would be more distant. That only leaves Helen's room. Oswald's been on a bit of a Galley house world tour, having stopped by the attic, Tony's room, and the study. Could he have stopped by Helen's room next? If we search 08 Helen's room 35, nothing comes up. The room must be one we haven't discovered. Martha's room. It must be situated right above the dining room. We'll find success with 08 Martha's room 35.
Person 3 enters, and there are the sounds of wardrobes and drawers being opened and closed. Person 5 follows a little while later.
Excuse me, what are you doing in my bedroom? This used to be where my parents slept. Well, dinner has been served downstairs, Oswald, if you'd like to come and join us. It will be going cold otherwise. I'd prefer to wait until everyone else has eaten. It's a shame what you've done with this room, you know. It looked a lot better when my parents lived here. Well, I am sorry about that, Oswald. You'll forgive me, but it seems you may have overstepped your welcome this evening. I really don't appreciate you coming into my bedroom without my permission. I would have thought it'd be the least of your worries this evening. What are you implying? You have some rather eccentric guests, or are you not aware? One of your guests staying in the old nursery is hiding a gun in his bedside drawer. Tony, you must be mistaken. Are you sure? Oh, quite. I've had one tipsy young woman make light of my sister, and another who seemed rather guilty about something, although I couldn't find out what. I'm sorry to hear that, Oswald, but that really doesn't give you any excuse to invade our privacy. And I'm sure our guests thought the same. This house was in my family for generations. I have a right to know what's going on here. Well, I'm afraid you don't own the place any longer. And while you're a guest here, I'd appreciate if you'd behaved like one. You sleep in my parents' double bed alone. You don't even have a husband to share it with. You're an imposter, and you know it. This house should have stayed in my family. How dare you? Get out of my room right this instant. Look at all this worthless stuff.
There's a series of crashes as objects are presumably knocked to the floor.
Stop it! Stop it! You don't belong here.
He leaves. Person 5 sits on the bed and begins to sob.
Well, that was a miserable scene. What a dick. Oswald is picking apart Martha's room like he owns the place. It's a bit strange when he brings up his parents, since we know he had a poor relationship with them. Martha doesn't approve of his rude comment, and Oswald starts snapping back at her. He mentions Tony and his gun, Eve in the kitchen, and Annie in the attic. His comment regarding Annie's guilty look sticks out as the rudest one, since we know she was innocent and just upset at Tony tossing the doll out the window. The tension increases as Oswald shouts that the house should belong to him, and that Martha's not deserving of living here, especially since she's unmarried. Not like he is, though. Martha orders him out, and he responds by violently knocking objects to the floor before storming out. Martha's left in tears. We've seen Oswald be rude in other scenes, and he's definitely carrying his share of sorrow, but this explosion crosses the line. The idea of being a true Galley and therefore living in Galley House is seemingly of great importance to him. I find it a bit strange though that he feels so proud to be a Galley when he completely cut contact with his parents until their deaths. Even if there were other relatives who gave him this pride, it's still bizarre. We know that everyone in the dining room hears the crashing sound in Martha's room, and Vic volunteers to investigate. The next scene must be Vic and Martha in the room. 09 Martha's room 57.
Person 5 is quietly crying as Person 7 enters.
Martha, are you all right? I'm fine, thank you. Just give me a moment to recover and I'll be back downstairs in a second. Oh my gosh, why is all your stuff on the floor? It's fine, really. I don't think anything's broken, at least.
Person 7 sits down on the bed next to Person 5.
If it's been a hard evening for you to manage, then you should know that you're doing incredibly well. There's no way I could have organized dinner for so many people if it were me. That's very kind of you to say. I really wanted this evening to go smoothly, but what with strangers coming into the house and a dead body turning up, I don't feel in control of my own house anymore. If it makes you feel any better, I think you're taking this a lot better than some of the other guests. Honestly, Martha, I don't know how you stay so calm. You're an inspiration. You'd have thought I'd be used to this after doing it for so long. It's not been easy, running a large house and bringing up a son on my own for so many years. But it still feels like I have no idea what I'm doing somehow. Do you mind if I ask? Why do you always wear a ring? I guess I never noticed when I was younger. I don't know. Maybe I thought I'd seem stronger if people thought I had a man in my life. But I'm at the age now where I'm comfortable with who I am.
My best guess is that she takes off the ring and puts it in a drawer. I can't be sure, though.
I wanted to tell you something earlier, Victoria, when the three of us were in the dining room just before dinner. What's that? I didn't want to say it in front of Eddie, but it's been wonderful to meet Damien today. I'm really glad that the two of you seem to be so happy together. He seems like he'd make a wonderful husband, if you don't mind me saying. Thanks, Martha. I'm glad you like him. I think he wasn't too keen on coming here this evening, but hopefully he's enjoying himself.
There's a thunderclap outside.
Victoria, I'm glad that you and Eddie are still friends. You were so close when you were children. It's been nice to see him again. Can I ask, out of interest, do you know if he's romantically involved with anyone at the moment? I don't want to ask him myself. Oh, not that I'm aware of. He likes to keep himself to himself. Well, I hope things work out for the best for him. I know that whoever he ends up with, he'll make her very happy. I'm sure. Thanks for cheering me up, Victoria. You're very welcome. Let me know if you need help with anything. Could you tell everyone that I'll be down there shortly? I think I ought to tidy this room before I do anything else.
Person 7 leaves, and Person 5 begins to tidy up.
That bizarre end to the conversation. Things are getting clearer. Vic comforts Martha regarding the stress of Oswald's outburst and the chaos that has unfolded this entire evening. Martha comments on the difficulty of managing the house and raising Eddie all by herself. Of note is Vic pointing out the strangeness of Martha wearing a ring despite being unmarried. Martha gives a confused rationale for the behavior and ultimately discards the ring. Interesting. She then tells us that before dinner, in timecode 06, Martha, Vic, and Eddie spoke in the dining room. We'll keep that in mind. They then chit-chat about Vic and Damien's relationship, saying that he'll make a wonderful husband. In a sudden twist to the conversation, Vic asks Martha if Eddie is in a relationship, and Martha responds that she has no idea. Obviously, it should be well known that Eddie is engaged to Eve, yet neither character remembers. Vic says some pleasantries, then leaves, and Martha says she'll be staying in her room a while longer. Before we head to the next scene, we should dwell on this sudden forgetting of Eve. It's no coincidence that this happens right after At tells us there was a thunderclap outside. This outcome is similar to what happens with Helen's death. Once the thunderclap tolls, the victim is forgotten by everyone. Or mostly everyone. After all, Helen remembers her daughter and her encounter with Eddie. Though no one in the room with Helen's corpse remembers her. We're still lacking a complete picture of the mechanics of this phenomenon. At the very least, we'll keep in mind that the thunderclap is an indicator that the phenomenon just occurred. This means that Eve has unfortunately passed away partway through timecode 09. We'll turn our attention to that scene in the dining room Martha mentioned, 06 Dining Room 567.
Person 5 picks up the phone, but then replaces it again without using it. Persons 6 and 7 enter.
Hello, Mum. Is everything all right? Yes, of course. You're just a little early for dinner, that's all. You seem flustered. Well, you know how it is. It's not easy organizing dinner for a house full of people with only one member of staff. I am sorry, Martha. It was my fault for... I hope that you don't mind that I brought that man in from the cold, Mum. I thought he looked fairly harmless. Are we talking about Mr. Hobbs? He's the least of my concerns. It's nice to have some new company, if you ask me. And it's a pleasure to have Annie here as well, Victoria, so I wouldn't worry. Is there something else to be concerned about? No, heavens no. Look at the two of you, back together again. You make a great pair. Thanks, Martha. Eddie was just complaining about how he couldn't find something when I walked in and we were just talking about old times. I was looking for some chalk for the cues. You two were so close as children. It's so funny seeing the both of you here again. You know, Victoria, I really think... Well, never mind. Mum, can we please not talk about us as children? Oh, you were so grumpy when you were little. I remember. Do you still have that bracelet she made you, Eddie? Didn't you make ones for each other? I threw it away years ago, Mum. Eddie, if you wanted me to make you another one, all you had to do was ask.
Other people start coming in.
The conversation is mostly chit-chat, but there are some worthy bits of information. Martha picks up the phone, then a moment later, sets it back down. This must have been her attempt to call the police after sending John back to the study. Though I suppose attempt might be too strong of a word, considering she never bothered to dial anything. Her later lie regarding phoning the police is interesting. She has nothing to lose by alerting the authorities about a mysterious corpse popping up. If anything, it's crucial to make that phone call immediately, yet something holds her back. Perhaps she thought for the sake of the dinner party it would be bad to introduce the chaos of a police investigation, though several deaths later she insisted upon lying about phoning the police. It just doesn't make sense. We'll keep it in mind, but don't expect a definite explanation. Anyway, the next detail of note is Eddie taking the blame for letting John inside when Vic is about to apologize for it. It's not much, but it gives us a view into Eddie's more protective or gentlemanly nature when it comes to Vic. Next is Eddie interrupting Vic when she's about to tell Martha about finding the lost engagement ring. Obviously, he doesn't want his mother to know about his relationship problems with Eve, so he tells a small lie. Martha then brings up Eddie and Vic's friendship as children, and before his mother says something embarrassing, he asks her not to mention the subject. Vic pokes fun at Eddie, and Martha mentions a set of bracelets that the two made for each other as kids. Eddie says he tossed his, and Vic continues to tease him as everyone else enters for dinner. Now that we're aware of these friendship bracelets, we can recall some information from earlier scenes. In timecode 01, when Vic and Damien are speaking, Damien mentions something Vic is wearing that has some significance. Later, in timecode 04, when Vic is speaking with Annie, she tells Annie to hide that thing that Vic was wearing. This must be the friendship bracelet that Eddie made for Vic. She mentions wearing it as a friendly gesture towards Eddie, but changed her mind after thinking Eddie was upset with her. We'll keep in mind that Annie has hidden it somewhere in the attic. For now, we'll turn our attention to figuring out what happened to Eve during timecode 09. We know that her body was found by Damien in Eddie's room, and that at some point Eddie saw it too. The only time he could have been in there before his scene with Helen was during the same timecode that Eve died. Thus, 09 Eddie's room 610.
The door opens.
I thought I might find you here. Close the door behind you. I've heard there are bad people walking around.
The door closes.
I brought you some hot cocoa. Thanks, Eddie. Do you mind if I sit on the bed next to you? We are engaged, aren't we? Oh, good. I'm really sorry about earlier. Me too. Don't be too annoyed at yourself. It's not your fault. Well, I'm sorry, anyway. Aren't you going to drink some? It tastes good, but I had some earlier. In fact, it tastes exactly like Thornton always makes it for me. Are you sure you didn't just take it from the pot on the stove that was already there? Who's Thornton? Did you know the butler? Of course I know him, Eddie. Stop messing around. It doesn't matter, I suppose. Do you know what I found earlier? Oh, I heard about that. No, that's not what I meant. I meant I found this ring. Don't you think it looks pretty? Oh, I see. You're not going to ask me to marry you again, are you, Eddie? We've already got one wedding to get through. Would you, darling? Just give it back here. Stop messing around so much. What's gotten into you? I think I've fallen in love. Well, whoever it is, she's a lucky girl, Eddie.
Things start to get a little more intimate. I'd prefer not to go into detail.
You know, I love you more than anything else in the whole entire world, Eve. That's very sweet of you, Eddie. You're not so bad yourself. I'd climb the highest mountain if I knew that when I climbed that mountain, I'd find you. Eddie!
Things continue to be quite intimate. They're interrupted by a loud thunderclap.
Oh my god, what the hell?
He gets up from the bed.
That's mine.
There's a pause and some quiet noise, then he leaves.
Ugh, I feel bad for At having to transcribe this scene, and I feel worse for Eddie having lived through what must have taken place midway through their intimate moment. And actually, I feel a bit bad for me having to narrate it. Anyway, Eddie says he's brought Eve some cocoa. This must be the strange pouring sound from the end of his previous scene. Eve points out that it tastes just like the cocoa Harry prepared earlier and attempts to tease Eddie about him just taking it off the pot on the stove. However, Eddie has no clue who Thornton is and asks if Eve was familiar with the butler. To Eve, this line of questioning is so ridiculous it must be a joke. Again, we see that a casualty of the unexplained phenomenon in Galley House has been completely forgotten by everyone except a single person. This makes Eddie's reaction upon finding the body a lot less callous, but there's still some details that irk me. Namely that it doesn't seem like he's taking the corpse that seriously. I'll touch on that more later. For now, we'll note that he doesn't make any comment that could infer to Eve that Harry had just died. Eddie surprises Eve with the now found engagement ring, though at first Eve thinks he's going to talk about the first dead body. Things get a bit intimate between them. Eddie then says the line, "I'd climb the highest mountain if I knew that when I climbed that mountain, I'd find you." It's not of paramount importance at the moment, but do keep this in mind for something much later. Suddenly, the two are interrupted by a thunderclap. This toll claims the life of Eve, and poor Edmund is left with the horror of, from his perspective, seeing himself being intimate with the corpse of someone he doesn't know, without any memory of how he got into this situation. Needless to say, the experience is traumatizing. As he recoils, he notices something. That being his engagement ring is on this body's finger. He retrieves it, then leaves. This recontextualizes Eddie's behavior with his later scene with Helen. He's disturbed by the situation with Eve's corpse, yet obviously cannot disclose the details to anyone. Upon realizing that the body was Helen's daughter, he begins to break down. It's unfathomable to process having every detail of someone so close removed from memory. It explains his line that Helen is as much a stranger as anyone, since without Eve, there's no reason for him to know Helen. As for the next scene, we know Martha told Vic she'd be in her room a bit longer. If we search 10 Martha's room 5, nothing comes up. Given the shocking situation Eddie found himself in, it makes sense that he'd try to find someone to talk to. His closest confidant would be his mother. He probably went to look for her. We'll find success by entering 10 Martha's room 5-6.
Eddie, are you alright?
Person 6 sits on the bed.
Someone put a dead body in my room. You can't be serious. The one from earlier? No. This one was a girl. She looked about my age. Oh my goodness! Darling, that's horrible. Did you recognize them? No. I think someone must be leaving bodies around the house to scare us. They look fresh. I can't believe it. Although, I certainly have my suspicions. I found someone in the kitchen as well. They look like they could have been a member of staff. Did you know them? Who? I didn't think we had any staff working here today. It must be the same thing, then. Anyway, I poured some hot cocoa and went back to my room. I was in there for a while as well. Don't know how I didn't spot it sooner. You were distracted, darling. It's all right. That's not the worst of it. I got into bed as well, and I didn't even notice that it was in there with me.
Definitely an interesting account of the events. Not quite true, though.
Oh, darling, that's horrible. Although, I think I might have worked out who's behind it. I think it might be your Uncle Oswald. Oh, he wasn't there at dinner. He's not really my uncle, is he? No, of course not. He came in here earlier threatening me. He seems to think that he deserves this house to himself just because he used to live here. I'll go and find him. I don't care if it's chucking it down outside. He's not staying here. Darling, he's a dangerous man. If you confront him, I'm worried he might do something. I have to do something, Mom. I've heard that Tony keeps a gun in his bedside drawer. I'll go and get him out of his room, and then you can go in and take it. Does that sound good? Fine. I don't trust him with it anyway. Exactly, darling. We'll confront him on our own terms. There's one more thing. I found my ring on the body, but I have no idea how it got there. I had it earlier, I'm sure, because Vic gave it to me, but I'm not sure how I could have lost it. He must have stolen it while you weren't looking. I'm so sorry, darling. That must have been so upsetting to find. It's like someone was taunting me. Maybe he thinks I'm not good enough for this house because I haven't found someone to marry yet. Well, we know it's him at least. This will be over soon. I'll go and wait in the billiard room. You're sure about this? I'm certain.
They both leave, and the piano can be heard playing in the background.
Eddie enters and discloses to his mother that there's a corpse in his room. This time the body was that of a young woman. Eddie's theory as to what's going on is that the bodies are being left in an attempt to scare them. It's quite absurd, but without knowledge of the mysterious phenomenon, there's not a lot of logical ideas one could muster. From the characters' perspectives, the situation already defies logic. Anyway, Eddie then tells Martha about the dead butler found in the kitchen. Since Harry has been deleted from memory, Martha believes no staff were working this evening. Again, we see the extent of the memory holes the phenomenon causes. Someone had to cook dinner and send meals up the dumbwaiter, but to Martha, things like that just sort of happened with no definite cause. Eddie says he poured some cocoa then went to his room. He's forgotten the cocoa was for Eve, and he's cognizant of the fact that he was there for a strange amount of time before finding Eve's body. It seems memories of intentions or time spent somewhere are paved over once the subject of those memories is lost, and I find paved to be an apt word to describe it. What was once there has been covered up and smoothed over into a new reality in the forgetter's mind. Eddie then mentions finding the body in bed with him, but he naturally leaves out the more traumatizing details of what was actually happening when he discovered the body. At likens it to a lie, but to me, it's a cope. Martha then surmises that Oswald is to blame for the bodies, which makes sense to her given his violent outbursts from earlier. She refers to him as Uncle Oswald to Eddie, which makes him question that status as uncle. Martha then denies that he's his uncle. Interesting that she got it wrong the first time. Eddie decides to throw Oswald out of the house, but Martha warns he's dangerous. She informs Eddie that Tony has a gun in his drawer, info she learned from Oswald. They scheme to have Martha get Tony out of his room so Eddie can steal the gun. Eddie is supposed to wait in the billiard room, which is where he gets into an altercation with Helen. Of remaining note is Eddie's confusion over how the engagement ring ended up on Eve's corpse. The memory of putting it on her finger is gone, so in his mind it's simply teleported out of his pocket. Martha pins that on Oswald too, and Eddie assumes it must be a targeted insult regarding him being single. Let's check out Martha's subsequent attempt to get Tony out of his room in 11 Tony's Room 4-5.
There's another knock. The door opens.
Hello, Tony. Can I come in? Sure. Is everything all right with you and your mum? We're fine. She was in here a moment ago. I'm glad. It's lovely to have the two of you here.
There's a pause.
Well, I think everyone's downstairs in the living room. Would you like to join us? No, but thank you. Are you sure? Or can I tempt you with something from the kitchen? I'm not hungry. I see. Why are you looking at me like that? I really think you should come with me. It's not healthy to stay in your room for the whole time. Is something wrong? No, it's just, I'm worried about you. Martha, I'm sorry, but your house is full of strangers. You have bigger things to be worried about. I know perfectly well what's going on. Do you? Because, and I don't want to be rude, but I really think some of the others in this house are trying to get the better of you. And I know we've only just met, but it's not often that my mom gets a friend, so I owe you that at least. It's nice of you to look out for me, Tony, but I don't need you to tell me who to trust. You really think Mr. Hobbs isn't in on it? Because I can tell you for certain that he's lying about why he's here. He wouldn't come all this way unless he knew something. He's a guest here, just like you are. At least I have a connection, and I was talking to my mom in here, and then immediately after she left, Mr. Hobbs came in, like he was looking for something. And I don't think he knows fully what's going on either, but he's certainly a part of all this. Well, you haven't been transparent with me either, have you? What? Tony, I know you have a gun. Of course I have one. That doesn't mean... I know, darling, but there are bad people in this house, and maybe we could do with someone like you to be on our side. I'd rather stay out of it. I'm sorry. I don't like what's going on. I don't even know who to trust, to be honest. Are you stressed about your mum? A little bit, yeah. I understand, darling, but if you ever need help with anything, or if you or your mum run into trouble with anyone here, then I'll be looking out for you, okay? Thanks, Martha. Come here, darling.
There's a pause. I think they're hugging.
You know, I really think...
You can hear the scream from the billiard room.
That sounds like Mum.
A drawer opens and then closes.
Tony, no! Leave it!
They both run off.
We hear from Martha that the living room is downstairs from Tony's room. Thus, it is definitely located on the second floor along with Martha and Oswald's rooms. Martha enters and makes several attempts to get Tony out of his room, but he doesn't budge. Of note is him saying his mother was in there with him some time ago. Tony vents some of his suspicions regarding John being here for some nefarious purpose, though he seemingly acknowledges that John is a bit clueless. Martha flips the conversation to the gun and wanting Tony's protection, but he's preoccupied with worrying about keeping his own family safe. Before she can try another way of getting him to leave, they hear Helen scream from the billiard room. Tony grabs his gun and hurries off, though Martha still makes a silly attempt to get him to leave it. Obviously, if Tony believes his mother is in danger, he's going to take his gun. We'll go check out that scene of him speaking to his mother. The only possible time code is 09, so 09, Tony's room, 49.
The door opens and person 4 enters. He opens a drawer. There's the sound of fiddling with something mechanical for a while. Person 9 enters.
Tony, darling, have you seen your sister? Mum, I'm a bit busy at the moment. This is important, Tony. I think something's happened between her and Eddie. You wouldn't go and talk to her, would you? I'm about to go and talk to her anyway. What do you mean? You know how much this engagement means to the both of them, and I'm all too aware of how easy it is for young lovers to throw what they've got away before they've even started. It would be good to make sure she hasn't changed her mind about the whole thing, that's all.
Why can't you go and talk to her yourself?
I'd rather not get involved, and she wouldn't appreciate it anyway. You know her a lot better than I do, Tony.
I'm surprised you're looking out for her. I hardly ever see the two of you talk anymore unless it's an argument.
Tony, I do what's right for the both of you, and you should know that. Never forget the trouble I had to go through just to give both of you a decent upbringing.
There's a thunderclap outside. They pause for a moment.
I appreciate it, Mum. I'm just a little busy at the moment, so unless you have something important to tell me...
You're not involved in this funny business with the strangers, are you, Tony? You know, that pocket watch of mine has gone missing.
Maybe that's for the best. What did you bring it here for anyway?
I'm honestly not too sure. It's not as if I know Martha that well anyway. And now we're spending the night here and strangers are turning up. It makes you wonder what the real reason we were invited here was.
Well, as long as it doesn't involve us, we'll stay out of it, okay? And if anyone comes up to you and starts acting funny, just shout and I'll come and help.
I hope that won't be necessary.
I know, but please be careful, Mum. I'll be in here if you need me.
There's no need to worry, darling. I know how to take care of myself.
Person 9 leaves. Person 4 sounds like he's searching for something in his pockets.
Where did it go? How is that possible?
Helen tries to speak to Tony about poking into Eve's relationship troubles. Before she enters, At says Tony's messing with something mechanical. In his prior scene, he tossed Eve the pocket watch, then told her he'd be retrieving something important. This must be his gun. Their conversation gets a bit heated and shifts to Helen's relationship with her kids. Of note is her professing the difficulties she faced raising them. We'll keep that in mind. Suddenly, the thunderclap tolls the death of Eve, and their conversation pauses. I find the sudden pause interesting. It's almost like their brains are rebooting from the effects following Eve's death, trying to figure out what they were talking about. So, Helen changes the topic to her missing pocket watch, which prompts Tony to question why she even brought it. Helen doesn't have a concrete answer for this. She then notes she doesn't even know Martha well enough to warrant being invited to spend the night in Galley House, a thought she finds suspicious. Tony just wants them to stay out of whatever trouble's brewing. As Helen leaves, Tony starts rummaging around his pockets for something, which he's shocked to not be able to find. This one's not too hard to solve. Since Tony tossed Eve the pocket watch, and Eve has been memory holed, he doesn't remember losing possession of the watch. To him, it simply vanished from his pocket, which explains why he's perplexed. This also makes his subsequent scene with John make more sense. Tony does earnestly believe that John somehow stole the watch from him, so he feels confident in his accusation. In actuality, the watch was being recovered from Eve's corpse by Damien. Let's try and finish the scenes in timecode 10. In the living room during timecode 11, Vic tells Damien she was just speaking to someone in there. Only Vic and Helen are unaccounted for, so she must have spoken with Helen. We'll search 10 living room 7-9.
Person 7 enters and groans. Person 9 enters.
Are you okay, darling? You look unwell. Hello. You're Helen, right? Martha said she'd be... Excuse me. Sit down, darling. There's no point ignoring it. Thank you. I'm fine, really. I'm sorry to hear about your pocket watch. It will turn up. How are you feeling? Oh, it's nothing. I must have eaten something. It's okay, darling. I've been through it before too, you know. This is my first time. I remember getting very nervous the first time, and yet the second time was so much worse. Oh, I think I've only met one of yours. Of course, you'll have seen Tony around. No, my first time. It didn't lead to anything. Well, it was a blessing that it worked out with Tony, at least. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to frighten you. No, it's fine. It's good to talk to someone about it. Darling, does he know? I'm going to tell him soon. Once we're back home, I'll tell him. Hold on to him, won't you? I found out I was expecting again just after the war broke out. I had to tell my husband about it during the brief time he had off from the front. It didn't feel real, like we were pretending. I always believed that things would continue after the war. We acted like they would. But he didn't come back. Tony's never known his father. I'm so sorry. I don't know how you did it. If I didn't have Damien... It's not worth thinking about. I shouldn't have put that in your head. No, thank you, really. It was nice talking to you. Thanks for the advice.
A moment later, piano music can be heard.
I'm sorry, darling. I don't think I caught your name. I'm Victoria Maseko. Well, darling, I hope everything goes well for you. I'll see you in a little while.
Person 9 leaves.
Quite the revelation. Vic is pregnant, though Damien isn't aware of it yet. It's nice that Helen was able to discover this just by observing Vic. Anyway, Helen mentions that she's gone through pregnancy twice, but Vic is only aware of meeting Tony. Naturally, this is because Eve has been forgotten following her death. However, of great importance is Helen's response. She comes to the slow realization that her first pregnancy didn't lead to anything, since her memories of Eve have vanished. This is strange, because in the next scene with Eddie, Helen remembers that she has a daughter named Eve. Interesting. Despite being memory holed, Helen was able to spontaneously remember that forgotten information. We'll keep in mind this strange exception to the forgetting phenomenon. Helen then tells Vic she found out she was pregnant with Tony while her husband was serving in the military. Unfortunately, her husband died during wartime. Given it's 1936 and Tony is an adult, it's likely that was World War I that her husband fought and died in. It's nice that Helen is willing to share this information with Vic. In her conversation with Oswald, Helen had lied about the status of her husband. I suppose it's information Helen doesn't like sharing, but chose to do so to help comfort Vic. Vic thanks her, then plays the piano to summon Damien. When prompted for her name, Vic refers to herself as Victoria Maseko. Since other dialogue has indicated that Vic and Damien aren't married, I believe she gives the last name Maseko as a kind of determination that she's ready to spend the rest of her life with Damien. It's time to put our thinking coat on and process this mystery. We know from Helen and Eve's deaths that a thunderclap coincides with each passing. If we re-examine the scene where Harry dies in timecode 07, he too drops dead following a thunderclap. The cause is still uncertain, so let's turn our attention to the effects which follow each death. The identity of the deceased individual is forgotten by everyone. Memories in which that person existed are paved over. Those affected will not remember the reasons for or results of any action involving the victims. Eddie and Martha don't remember Harry's employment, nor him cooking their dinner. Tony can't recall where the pocket watch he tossed Eve is. John learns information from Harry, but doesn't remember how he learned that info. Helen remembers being pregnant with Eve, but nothing afterwards regarding her daughter. Eddie doesn't remember why he's familiar with Helen, nor what the engagement ring was for. After Helen dies, nobody remembers her scream bringing them to the room. All certified effects of having someone memory hold, though why this keeps occurring is still unknown. Let's dig a bit into the order of which our characters drop dead. First is Harry, then Eve, then Helen. Persons 11, 10, and 9 respectively. This can't be a coincidence. It appears that At has been numbering characters in descending order from when they die. We really already knew this from the intro, but it looks like all of the inhabitants' fates are sealed. All we can do for them is figure out why. The only lead we have left is the bizarre exception to the phenomenon of forgetting. In Helen's conversation with Eddie, she remembers her daughter Eve even though she forgot her earlier. In Eve's conversation with Eddie, she remembers Harry from the Cocoa even though she shouldn't. It's like the exception is working its way backwards through the victims. Die, forget, remember. Die, forget, remember. But then, what happened with Harry? Upon closer inspection of Harry's death scene, we see he remembered Rupert Galley. It all clicks into place. John's strange invitation, nobody knowing the man. It was the real Rupert Galley, and he was the first victim. If we look through the scenes in timecode 01, the thunderclap was there the whole time. We can even see that John instantaneously forgot about him. But if Rupert Galley was alive beforehand, then there were 12 people in Galley House. Then that means we enter 01 Study 12.
The piano is playing in the background. He's muttering to himself.
Amelia. Yes, Amelia. It's been so long since I've heard her play. I knew I recognized that piece from somewhere. How could I have forgotten? It's like she disappeared one day and nobody noticed she was missing. This is sinister. I must ask my brother if he remembers.
There's a thunderclap outside, the sound of a body falling to the floor, and then silence. See 00 audio recovery for more details. I hope you're not too disappointed. I know it's not the true index case we wanted, but I think we can still learn a lot from the rest of the case.
Well, there we have it. The case which kick-started this whole horrible evening. Amelia. Amelia West was the name on the piano program on Rupert's corpse. He must have heard the song playing on the piano, which stirred his memory regarding this piano recital. Ironically, Rupert spells it out quite clearly. It's like she disappeared one day, and nobody noticed she was missing. With this, the cycle continues, and the phenomenon which caused Amelia to die and be forgotten claims the life of Rupert Galley. It's time to put a name to this phenomenon. I'm caught between two different frameworks. The first is the idea that this is some kind of supernatural curse. At some point in time, something brought about this curse where someone dies, their existence is forgotten, then someone remembers them, and finally they too die and the cycle continues. The only problem with this framework is that we're left wondering what could have brought about such a supernatural event. If the curse were simply contained to Galley House and only those related to the house were affected by it, it would make sense. But we know from Amelia West that this phenomenon can be traced out of the house, likely well before this evening took place. We also know from Alan Thomas's debriefing that the mysterious deaths continued out of the house and into the modern day. I'm drawn instead to the second framework, that this is some kind of info hazard. I'll do my best to explain what I mean by that. In something like SCP, a cognito hazard is something that has an anomalous effect upon being perceived by one of your 5 basic senses. For example, a playbook that upon reading its second act drives the reader insane. Cognition, seeing the words in the book, anomaly, going insane. When I say info hazard, I mean a similar relationship like with a cognito hazard, though instead of the trigger being related to perceiving through the 5 senses, the trigger occurs from recollection of information. In this case, the trigger info is the remembrance of the most recent victim of the info hazard. The resulting anomaly is the rememberer dropping dead and being forgotten by everyone else. I prefer this framework because it makes the phenomenon feel more like an illness. People catch it, it kills them, and it spreads. A curse traditionally has a cause. There's an intention behind the way it works. It feels malicious. An info hazard, on the other hand, just exists. Its victims are merely unfortunate enough to meet the requirements for its activation. The last details here are a new file regarding audio recovery, and a comment by @ regarding this not being a true index case. Index case is another term for patient 0, the origin of an epidemic. Rupert's not a true index case because we discover Amelia West, and potentially many more individuals, had died from the info hazard previously. We just have no way of knowing about them. Let's investigate that new file, 00 audio recovery.
Modern technology has allowed us to recover the most recent audio heard before death by a dead body. This tends to be a period of just a minute or two leading up to the death itself. Shortly after the moment of death, the recovered audio goes silent. It's worth noting that this can sometimes be up to 30 seconds or so after the perceived moment of death. However, in this specific case, by comparing distinctive audio patterns from various sources, they've been able to extend the audio recovery from each of the 12 victims found in and around the house to about the same point in time, a minute or so before the first death. It's quite an expensive procedure to do. Exactly how it works is well beyond my understanding. We were lucky that in this case they chose to preserve all of the bodies. Fortunately, there were no objections from family members. Edit. I've managed to convince them to recover the audio from one more body on top of the original 12. I have a theory I want to test. Although, it's a shame this one won't fit into my body numbering system. Edit. They were only able to recover about a minute from the body. It's more than enough.
Well, we finally learned how all this information was able to be collected. Normally, this tech only yields less than a minute of useful data, but thanks to the large body count and their proximity, everything that happened in Galley House from the first to last deaths was recoverable. @ jokes that there were no objections from family in regards to storing the bodies, obviously because their relatives forgot about them. Of note is @ edits, where he says he implored his employers to recover audio from a 13th body. Interesting. He laments it doesn't fit into his numbering system for the Galley House victims. We'll keep this in mind. It was certainly important enough that he made an additional edit professing how essential that additional minute of information was. With that, let's double back to some old information, Tony's pocket watch side quest. When Tony steals the watch from Helen's room in timecode 04, he already knows it's there. This means he was here before. The only time he's unaccounted for is timecode 01. 01 Helen's room 4 doesn't give us anything, so he must have been here with someone else. Out of Helen, Martha, and Oswald, it's probably Helen. We'll guess 01 Helen's room 49.
The piano can be heard faintly in the background.
How do I look, Tony?
You look wonderful, Mom.
I can tell you're not looking at me. Put that watch back before you get your greasy fingerprints all over it.
He's old enough that he won't notice it anyway.
Well, he'd better appreciate it. I spent an awful lot of money on it.
There's a thunderclap outside.
Mum, what's the name on this box?
I don't know, darling. Just put the watch back in there and leave it alone.
All right. You don't get this annoyed at Eve.
Your sister is a competent woman. You'd do well to take a page out of her book.
A competent woman? You don't know half the things she...
I don't want to hear it, Tony. We ought to make our way downstairs, and I want you to try and be pleasant to our hosts, okay?
I'll be down in a minute, Mum. Think I recognized someone earlier.
Well, don't get yourself in trouble, darling.
We see that the pocket watch was intended as a gift from Helen to Rupert. After all, this evening was supposed to be his birthday party before he was memory holed. This scene infers to us that Helen and Rupert were friends. There's no other reason to buy such an expensive present, and other scenes imply that Martha and Helen's relationship isn't that close. The thunderclap that tolls Rupert's death hits at a bad timing, as Tony is currently looking at the present box with Rupert's name on it. Since he and his mother forget who Rupert is, this causes him to grow suspicious when John mentions the name later. The last thing Tony does is head off to find Annie, who he recognizes from his school days. Helen comments that they should go downstairs and socialize with their hosts. Her next scene is in the living room, so it should be obvious that Helen's room is located somewhere above it. I believe the house's layout is starting to make sense regarding what kinds of rooms are located on each floor. It's nothing too special, but the most interesting thing about this scene is that we could have found it way before we even learned of Eve's death. If so, we could have inferred the info hazard's effects before seeing them on full display during Helen's death. For now, let's head back to timecode 13, where At tells us everyone is going to sleep. We'll start with 13 Attic 2.
Person 2 enters and locks the door.
I left the bloody window open.
She closes it and then goes to sleep. There's a thunderclap a while later. There's nothing to listen to after that, just her quietly breathing and occasionally rolling around. And that's where I should stop, isn't it? Fast forward to when she wakes up. It's funny though. I don't miss human contact most of the time. I have films and TV to keep me company. But listening to someone sleep? That's not something you can do when you're on your own. Nothing else happens anyway.
Of paramount importance is the thunderclap which occurs after Annie falls asleep. We're well aware of the rules of the info hazard at this point. Helen was person 9 and Damien is person 8, so it's his turn next. The only other thing to note is At's personal musings. As we get deeper into our investigation, At starts to slip in details about his personality and life. In this case, it's his discomfort in listening to someone sleep and a comment on not missing human contact most of the time. After all, he has films and TV to keep him company. It appears that At is an isolated individual, entirely by his own choice. It would explain why our employers lack details about him. He lives a life sequestered from the outside world. It's hard to make a value judgment on At's situation since we don't know his reasons, but the hint of regret in his comment, that there are times he does miss human contact, paints a lonely picture. In other news, I promised you some trivia regarding the Japanese translation of the game. Take all this with a grain of salt. When I first saw the game was translated into Japanese, I wanted to look through some scenes both for language practice and for some extra details. In Japanese, when referring to your own or other siblings, you specify whether that sibling is older or younger. Because of this, I was able to learn some minor details about our characters from their references to their siblings. Regarding the Beaumont sisters, Vic is the older sister and Annie is the younger. Regarding the previous generation of Galleys, Oswald refers to Eleanor as his older sister, and Rupert refers to Oswald as his younger brother. Unfortunately, since Rupert never refers to Eleanor, we won't be able to figure out which one of them is the eldest sibling. Regarding the Dowers, we already learned from Helen's conversation with Vic that Eve is her firstborn and Tony is her secondborn. It's nothing mind-blowing, but it's still some worthwhile information to learn. Anyway, next scene is 13 Martha's Room 5.
Person 5 enters, locks the door, and falls asleep. There's a thunderclap a while later. Nothing else happens. It's creepy in a way, how mundane it is. Makes me wonder if something similar has already happened to me. I'd imagine this would be an unpopular opinion, but I actually think it's better this way. She deserved to be happy in her final moments. Or who knows, maybe that's the Stockholm Syndrome in me speaking.
Same facts as before. Of real interest is At's other comments. He's interested in the memory hole effects of the info hazard, wondering if something similar has happened to him. Sounds like he feels something is missing from his isolated life. He lets slip that when it's Martha's turn, he finds it comforting that the circumstances of her death aren't as morose as some of the others. Though he adds that it could be Stockholm Syndrome influencing that thought. I think this is referring to At finding himself held hostage by his isolated lifestyle, though he doesn't begrudge the circumstances. Maybe that extends to the idea of finding comfort in a peaceful death, even if your memory becomes lost to the world. Next is 13 Oswald's Room 3.
Person 3 enters and locks the door. He stays awake for a while.
It's good to be home.
There's a thunderclap later, and it seems to prompt him to finally go to bed.
Nothing special. Next is 13 Study 1.
Person 1 enters and locks the door.
At least the body's gone.
He goes to bed and falls asleep. There's a thunderclap a while later.
Bloody devil, that's loud.
He goes back to sleep. Do normal people talk to themselves like this? I can't remember.
John mutters something inconsequential about Rupert's body disappearing, falls asleep, and is briefly awoken by the thunderclap. At wonders if talking to yourself is normal behavior. Though he doesn't mention if he does it audibly to himself, he's kind of doing the same thing when he writes these more personal comments. The next scene must be deduced from At's earlier comment that Tony and Eddie are the exception to everyone falling asleep in their rooms. They had to sleep eventually, but 13 Tony's Room 4 is a dud. We know Eddie was supposed to steal Tony's gun, but Tony took it with him when he heard Helen scream. It must be 13 Tony's Room 4-6.
Person 4 enters and locks the door. There are various sounds as he gets ready for bed. A drawer is closed. He gets into bed, and soon he begins to snore. A cupboard door opens. Footsteps approach the bed. A drawer is opened. And there's a thunderclap outside. Everything is silent for a moment. Person 4 resumes snoring. The footsteps recede from the bed, and the door is unlocked, opened, then closed. Note: Person 6 spends the rest of the night awake in the living room, although I won't bother to transcribe all his sniffling. He starts the next day there in his 14 scene.
Sounds like Eddie was hiding in the cupboard in Tony's room. Tony puts the gun back in his drawer before going to bed, and Eddie takes the opportunity to steal it as the thunderclap is heard, the noise of which almost foils his plan. He then leaves the room, and At tells us he spends the rest of the night breaking down in the living room. We'll keep that subsequent timecode 14 scene in mind. Tony locked the door before going to sleep, so he'll be quite confused once he notices his gun is missing. Let's check out when Eddie must have hid himself. 12 Tony's Room 6.
Person 6 enters as a thunderclap can be heard outside. A drawer is opened.
Damn it! Where is it?
The rest of the room is searched.
He must have taken it.
There's the sound of a cupboard door being opened and then closed.
Nothing too surprising, Helen's death toll and Eddie hiding himself when he can't find the gun. The last sleep scene is Vic and Damien's. 13 Vic's Room 7-8.
They come in and lock the door.
What are you looking for? Another. I just want to make sure. I don't want one jumping out of the wardrobe in the middle of the night. Come on, Vic. We're safe in here. I know, sweetheart. I've got you to protect me from any strangers, don't I? Of course. Please don't run off like that again, Vic. I don't like being on my own with the others. Sweetheart, I'm always here for you. We'll leave first thing tomorrow anyway. We don't need to talk to anyone else. Mr. Hobbs is a suspicious character, isn't he? We're on the same page about that? I don't know. I find it hard not to believe him. He comes across as someone who would struggle to tell a lie.
but I know what you mean. Like, what was he doing there, listening to our conversation?
The whole day it's felt like people are watching me, Vic. Can't take this place for much longer or I'll go mad.
I know the whole thing with the bodies is upsetting, but I don't think it's meant for us anyway. And if it makes you feel any better, everyone else I've talked to says they like you, so I don't think we need to worry.
I don't trust them anyway. And why did you play the piano earlier? Did anything happen?
No, I just wanted to see you, sweetheart. But thanks for rushing in, though.
They get into bed.
I don't like this house, Vic. I don't feel safe here.
We'll be all right. If you're really worried, we can just keep the door locked until the police arrive.
Maybe we should.
Good. And then we'll go visit Mum down at Wintercott first thing in the morning.
Note, that's how you spell it, but the way she says it, it rhymes with hot, like Wintercott. Neither of them make it there anyway.
Sweetheart, what's that?
You remember, Vic? Mrs. Dower asked me to find it over dinner. Isn't it awful? I didn't realize it was her.
What are you talking about?
Why didn't anyone say anything? Her watch went missing, she asked too many questions, and now she's dead? And her son was there too. He didn't even seem upset.
You mean the body earlier? Did you know her?
Of course I did, Vic. And the others should have recognized her too. They must have known all the dead bodies. They're hiding something from us.
Calm down, sweetheart. Please.
No, something's wrong. Something's very, very wrong. You wouldn't lie to me, would you?
Of course I wouldn't.
And who were you talking to just before I found you in the living room? You said you were talking to someone?
I wasn't, sweetheart. I don't know what's got into you, but you're really scaring me.
She definitely was.
Okay, I'm sorry, but everyone else in this house is lying through their teeth. You can't trust any of them, Vic.
It doesn't matter. No one can hurt us in here. Let's go to sleep, and you can explain it all to me in the morning, okay?
Okay. I love you, Vic. I can't wait to get out of here.
I love you too, sweetheart. Everything will be okay.
They both go to sleep. A short while later, there's a thunderclap. I'm sure by now you're beginning to see the similarities between this case and our one in the present day. But if you still haven't figured it out yet, have a look at 15 Vic's room 12457.
Vic searches the room for any more bodies, and the two chat about their evening. They find John suspicious for intruding on their earlier conversation, which, like At said previously, is a bit unfair given the living room isn't a private area. Vic says this business with the dead bodies isn't meant for the two of them, inferring that it's something targeted at the house's owners. They make plans to leave tomorrow to Vic's mother's home in Wintercott, another bolded location. Alongside giving its pronunciation, At tells us that unfortunately, Vic and Damien don't make it there. It's not related to the Galley House estate, but it's bolded. Perhaps At just decided to bold all locations spoken by characters. That way there's concrete references for areas related to the broader investigation. Suddenly, Damien investigates the pocket watch that he found for Helen. He remembers her, and becomes shocked that he and everyone else didn't recognize her corpse. Vic is confused, and the shock from nobody else realizing Helen died causes Damien to grow a bit paranoid. He knows Vic would never lie to him, so he asks Vic who she spoke to in the living room. When Vic replies she wasn't speaking with anyone, since she's forgotten Helen, Damien believes her and calms down. It's an unintentional lie on her part, but nevertheless the two share their I love yous and go to sleep. Unfortunately, since Damien remembered Helen, the info hazard claims his life while he sleeps. As we head into the next act, I'd like to reflect on our deceased characters. Since Rupert was forgotten at the start of the story, it's hard to characterize him. At the very least, we heard from Harry that he was a pious man who would often visit the chapel. Since his sister Eleanor is buried there, I imagine some of those visits involved honoring her memory. As for Harry, he's also difficult to discuss. Unfortunately, all we see him do is work and be a friend to Eve. He seemed like a good friend, so we'll remember him for it. Eve spent most of her evening intoxicated and upset at Eddie for his treatment of her. They made up in the end, but I still feel sad that her last evening was a bit miserable. I think she was smart to be able to see through Eddie in regards to his feelings for Vic. I just wish that sense of awareness didn't have to come to such a sad conclusion. Helen's death stands out for the sorrow she experienced before passing. I picture Helen as being very family-focused, especially since she's a single mother. She unfortunately died being faced with the knowledge that Eve was already dead. For Damien, I found him to be a reliable and earnest man. I see a bit of his investigative nature in ourselves. In the end, they're all lost to the world, so we can only keep them alive in our minds. With our newly found understanding of the Galley House mystery, we can start to talk about the themes surrounding the story. I find type help to be quite the straightforward logic puzzle, but I can't resist giving my own interpretations of its elements. This is to say, consider what I say in front of this whiteboard to range from silly to overanalyzed. The primary theme revolves around memories and their importance. Our recollection of experiences shapes not only our own behavior, but how we understand others and the world around us. For our characters, we see how the sudden loss of important memories ails them. Loss of memory of family and loved ones begets sorrow and confusion. In most cases, the characters are never even made aware of what exactly they lost. And if they are made aware, they too die and become lost to others. This idea of important memories and their subsequent removal will continue to be at the forefront of our investigation. At gives us the next scene at timecode 15 during the next morning. Luckily, we've already figured out the death pattern. We'll proceed to 15 Vic's room 12457.
The others arrive outside and start knocking.
The door's locked. Are you okay? There's another one in here. I woke up and it was... I don't understand. Darling, you need to unlock the door. We can't help you. I know.
The door unlocks.
I don't believe it. Darling, are you okay? I'm fine. I'm just... How is that possible? Did you unlock the door in the night? No, I swear, I just woke up and it was there. You must not have checked everywhere. I swear, I tried. It's okay, darling. What's going on? Vic? He looks muscular. It wouldn't have been easy to move a body like this. I don't understand. It's not your fault, darling. Wait, how did it get in? There's a pocket watch here. Didn't you say you were missing one? Yes. How the hell did that get there? I saw it. Last night.
You can hear the gunshot.
My gun. That's got to be my gun. What? I was just telling Annie up in the attic, but my gun, it disappeared overnight. It was the same thing. I'd locked my door. Great. Who's missing? It must be Eddie and Oswald. We should go and find them.
Persons 1, 2, and 4 run off together.
Darling, why don't you come with me to the dining room? The two of us can have some breakfast. Okay. Thanks, Martha.
They leave as well.
Everyone but Oswald and Eddie rushes to Vic's room. They probably heard something in timecode 14 that brought them there. Vic's distressed from finding Damien's corpse, especially since she checked the room and locked the door before sleeping. John finds the pocket watch on Damien's corpse, much to Tony's surprise. Though, with Helen and Eve forgotten, Tony probably doesn't remember why it was so important to him. Vic remembers seeing it last night, though she doesn't know who showed it to her. Before they can investigate that lead, they hear a gunshot. Tony then explains that he was just speaking to Annie about his gun disappearing. Since he doesn't know that Eddie was hiding in his room, he muddles the investigation by stating Vic's door lock was bypassed in a similar way to his. Regardless, John, Annie, and Tony leave to find Eddie and Oswald, while Martha brings Vic to the dining room to comfort her over breakfast. Let's look at the scene of Tony and Annie in the attic. 14 Attic 2-4.
Anne, are you awake? Anne.
There's a pause, and then the door unlocks and opens.
What? Can I come in? What's going on? Why did you wake me up? Can we just talk? What? My gun. It's disappeared. You have a gun? I always carry one around with me. It's not like I planned on using it, but it's gone. You should have locked your door. I did. I swear I did. But I woke up this morning and the door was unlocked. You're sure you had it with you when you went to bed? I was careful, Anne. I don't just leave it lying around. Seriously, I don't feel safe anymore, and you're the only one I actually know here. Why did you even come here? I don't know. I mean, do you think this has something to do with all the bodies that keep appearing? Maybe. Did you know that after they found the first body yesterday, when they went back to find it later, it had vanished? You're joking. And Oswald said that all the bodies are people that used to live here. Wait, how many of us are there? 7, right? I don't think there's enough people here to pull off something like this. I don't know. It's weird. I mean, it could be ghosts, right? I'm not going crazy. Whatever it is, it's got something to do with this house. It must do. You remember you said about the girl that used to live here? That's just a story I'd heard somewhere. I don't know if it's true. It's all we've got to go on. We have to find out what really happened. I don't know. I'd rather not get involved. Tony, come on. We're seeing this through.
You can hear person 7 shouting.
Is that Vic? Oh my god.
They run off. Note, they think it's ghosts. Kind of funny how people from the past interpreted it. Although, I guess people still use terms like ghost texts, ghost photos, and ghost accounts.
Tony discloses the theft of his gun. Notably, he confides in Annie because she's the only person he knows here. After all, his mother and sister were memory hold. Annie asks Tony why he even came to Galley House, and given the deaths of Rupert and Tony's relatives, he truly doesn't know why he's here. Annie repeats a misunderstanding she heard from Oswald, that Rupert's body had disappeared and that all the corpses are long dead inhabitants of the house. They confirm there's only 7 people here, and that it'd be improbable to orchestrate some kind of body-placing conspiracy. Tony settles on the house being haunted, and that it has something to do with Oswald and Rupert's long-dead sister, Eleanor, though he doesn't remember he heard that story from Eve. Annie wants to investigate, but Vic's shouting draws them to her. At finds it amusing that they think ghosts are to blame. It was the 1930s after all. It looks like At might also believe the info hazard is closer to an illness rather than a supernatural curse. At the very least, he doesn't seem to be superstitious. Let's check out Eddie sniffling in the living room. 14 living room 6.
He paces. Eventually you can start to hear movement in the rest of the house. He mutters to himself.
He has to do what I say. I'm the one with the gun.
Some time passes.
Why is it so quiet?
The piano starts to play. It's the same song that was playing in time code 01. A little later, you can hear person 7 shouting, and person 6 leaves.
Eddie's having a bit of a breakdown. The circumstances of Eve's death really took a toll on him. He's probably muttering about Oswald, given he and Martha think Oswald is to blame for the dead bodies. He plays the piano, the same song from the first time code, then leaves after hearing Vic's screams. The details regarding the piano are interesting, but we'll talk about it later. For now, let's head to Vic waking up and finding Damien's corpse. 14 Vic's room 7.
She's asleep. When the piano starts playing, she wakes up.
Oh my gosh.
She scrambles out of bed and starts shouting for the others.
Quite the rude awakening. Thanks for playing the piano, Eddie. Let's catch up to Martha comforting Vic over breakfast. 16 dining room 5-7.
Goodness me, someone's left a mess. Is that a bullet hole up there? What were they doing in here? Darling, I'm sure it's fine. Would you like some toast? Actually, I'm starving. I didn't eat anything last night. Are you sure this food is safe? Why wouldn't it be? I'm sorry. I don't know. I don't know what to think. Have something to eat. You've been through a lot. It's awful. I still don't understand how it got there. There must have been someone else in the room last night. Whatever's going on, they don't want to hurt us. They've had their chance to do that plenty of times. All they want to do is give us a fright. I don't like it. It feels like someone's playing a game with us. You're sure there's no other way into that bedroom? Don't think about it, dear. At least all of us are all right. I wouldn't know what to think if one of my guests was hurt. I suppose so.
They pause. You can just about hear the raised voices coming from all the others below.
I am really sorry about all this, Victoria. It's fine. I think I'll head over to Wintercott now that it's light anyway. I'd feel safer with Mum. I haven't seen your mum in quite some time. It's bad, really, considering she's only a few miles away. Would you like me to drive you down there? No, it's fine. I'll walk. Are you sure, darling? I'm fine. You have enough on your plate as it is. You said the police are coming, didn't you? Yes, well, Maybe we can deal with this ourselves. I hope you sort this out. I mean, I know you will. Thanks, Victoria. And thank you for coming to comfort me yesterday. I was in quite the sorry state. I'm sorry you had to see me like that. It's fine. I didn't say earlier, but I noticed you took the bracelet off. I know. It's just a bit weird. I thought maybe he was angry at me. I just want to be friends. I think he misses you sometimes. Well, I have my own life now. Of course you do. I'm sorry, Victoria. I'd better go and check the master bedroom upstairs to make sure that none of the furniture's been damaged.
Person 5 leaves, and Person 7 continues to eat. Edit. I think I found the final clue I was looking for. If I'm right, I might be able to test my theory. Let's just hope they kept the body.
They enter the room and find a mess and a bullet hole in the ceiling. Eddie and Oswald must have been in the dining room when Eddie fired the gun. Vic and Martha sit down to eat, though Vic is still worried about Damien's corpse. Martha consoles her that these bodies are probably part of some kind of frightening prank. It's a silly rationalization, but Martha might be earnest in her assumption. It might explain why she didn't rush to call the police. Maybe she lied about calling the cops to cope with the feeling of powerlessness in her own home. It's all too uncertain. Perhaps there's something about the info hazard that alters the fear response of those it affects. There's just a world of difference between how characters have behaved and the proper reaction to seeing an inexplicable and unknown dead body appear in front of you. If I blinked and saw a corpse in front of me, with no recollection of how it got there, I'd be in full panic mode. Yet the bodies in Galley House elicit a more confused response. This is just a pet theory, but I like to refer to this effect as a placidity of the mind. When those affected's memories are paved over, the info hazard inflicts an expectation that though the situation around you is inexplicable and scary, there must be a mundane reason why things are the way they are. This relatively calming effect might be necessary to deal with the more stressful problems of losing a large chunk of your memory. Put yourself in Tony's shoes, for example. At this moment, he thinks he's grown up all alone, with no parents nor sister. Who raised him? Who cooked him food? Who owned the house he grew up in? Why is he in Galley House? Who brought him here? There's no answer to any of these questions and more. The weight of all these gaps in one's memory would drive them insane. Yet the significance of these questions and their lack of answer does not weigh so severely on Tony's mind. I propose the placidity of the mind theory in order to square away the appearance of normalcy in those affected by the memory hole effect. Back in the scene, At tells us we hear the voices of everyone else below the dining room. We know that must be the kitchen. Vic says she's planning to walk to her mother's home in Wintercott a few miles away. Martha offers to drive her, but Vic thinks she'll have her hands full with the police. Martha dodges a question on the matter and suggests the dead body problem could be fixed amongst themselves. It's still so weird. Martha then refers to the scene where Vic comforted her after Oswald's outburst. She notices Vic's friendship bracelet is missing, and Vic explains why she removed it. Martha then leaves to check if the master bedroom is safe from the gunshot, since it's right above the dining room. It looks like the MA location code was actually named after the master bedroom, not Martha's bedroom. Makes sense since it would have been her and Rupert's bedroom, not just hers. It's only a helpful coincidence that the first two letters of Master and Martha are the same. As for Wintercott, we learn that it's only a few miles from the Galley estate. Anyway, Vic simply stays to eat her breakfast. Of note is At's epiphany, where something in this scene gives him the idea to investigate another body. He mentioned the same epiphany in the audio recovery file, but we don't know what he's referring to. Vic's pregnant. Could that be related? We'll keep it in mind. Since the gunshot was heard in timecode 15, and we know the bullet hole is here, we can find the next scene, 15 Dining Room 3-6.
Do as I say. Stand up and place your hands on your head. Oh, good morning to you too, Eddie. Is that thing real? Of course it's real. I'm serious. Stand up. I'm afraid I'm just in the middle of having my breakfast, Eddie. In fact, my two friends and I were just talking in here a moment ago. It's over, Oswald. I'm not giving you another chance. I remember when you were younger. You used to call me uncle. I suppose we're past that now, are we? This house belongs to my family. You have no right to come here. Put the gun down, boy. Threatening me isn't going to make this go away. I told you to stand up. Don't make me say it again. Calm down. Let me finish my breakfast.
There's a loud gunshot and a glass is knocked over.
Stand up. Put your hands on your head.
There's the scraping of a chair, but otherwise silence.
We're going to go downstairs to the kitchen. Understand?
There's more silence. The two of them leave.
Looks like Eddie's kidnapped Oswald. I do like how nonchalant Oswald's acting when he has a gun pointed at him. We learn that in the previous timecode, Oswald was speaking with two friends. They must be John and Martha, since they're the only people unplaced during timecode 14. Though I feel like friend is too strong of a word for Martha, given their last interaction. Oswald brings up that he was once Eddie's uncle, yet without memories of Rupert, that connection has been severed. It's interesting that he says, threatening me isn't going to make this go away. Seems like Oswald has his own theory as to what's happening. Anyway, breakfast is cancelled. Let's check out the scene with Oswald, Martha, and John. 14 Dining Room 135.
Good morning, John. Did you sleep well? Yes, thanks again, Martha. It's all very much appreciated. Here, John, have some toast. Ah, thank you. I'm sorry you've been caught up in all this. It's such a dreadful business. And I'm sure whoever's doing all this is just trying to scare us out of the house. Do you know who's behind it? He practically told me himself. Have you met Oswald? I found him in my room yesterday when I went to look for him after dinner. He told me he didn't think I deserved to own the house and that he thought it should be his. Oh, I see. Really, you'd have thought he'd be more subtle about his intentions. Yes. So, have you done anything about it? Not yet. Let's keep this between ourselves for the moment. I'm sure things will sort themselves out soon. Ah, good morning. Good morning. Oswald, how did you sleep? I don't think you told me your name. John Hobbs. Tell me, Mr. Hobbs, how are you finding the house? You don't have to talk to him, John. Well, it seems very nice. And what do you think of our hosts? Excuse me. If you're going to eat our food, I'd appreciate... I'm trying to have a discussion here with one of your guests. Isn't there somewhere else you're needed? How dare you?
The piano can be heard playing in the background.
I think I made my opinions very clear in our discussion yesterday evening. Of course, I'm sorry if I made a mess of your bedroom, but made a mess? I know what you're doing here. You won't get away with this much longer.
You can hear person 7 shouting.
Did you hear that? It sounds like Victoria.
The two of them rush off. Person 3 stays behind and begins to eat.
Martha and John do some morning chit-chat, where Martha professes that Oswald is responsible for all the dead bodies. John sounds a bit tentative as he responds to Martha's theory. I don't believe he's fully convinced. Oswald then enters the room. There's no way to tell if he overheard their conversation, so I'll assume he didn't. Oswald attempts to converse with John about the house and its hosts while ignoring Martha's comments. They start snapping at each other, referring to Oswald's outburst from yesterday, when Vic's shouting prompts John to rally Martha to investigate it with him. Oswald begins his breakfast as they leave. For our next scene, we remember that during timecode 16, when Martha and Vic are having breakfast, At mentions everyone else is heard in the kitchen below. Thus, 16 kitchen 1, 2, 3, 4, 6.
Get into the pantry. Please, don't kill me, will you? Be quiet.
It sounds like the pantry door is closed and locked. Note, I'm counting the pantry as part of the kitchen, so there's no separate scene code for it. The others arrive.
I found him. He's in here. Calm down. Everything's under control. Where's Oswald? Is he all right? I'm in here. I can still hear you.
His voice is slightly muffled.
What the hell are you doing, Eddie? Get him out of there. Hey, that's my gun. How did you get that? Look, I'm sorry about what's happened, but everything's going to be normal from now on. I promise. You don't know what you're dealing with. You need to let him out of there. He's the only one who knows what's going on. Exactly. I promise. If these things keep happening, then we can let him out. But I promise you they won't. You don't understand. Give me back my gun. I'm keeping it. I'm sorry, but this is my house and I need to take control. You can have it back when you leave. I'm not leaving until I find out what's going on here. Are you mad? Let's all just calm down. This sounds like a decent idea to me. We keep him in there until... Who the hell are you? Look, like it or not, I'm the one with the gun, and I'm going to hold on to the pantry key myself, so don't try anything funny. Annie, where's your sister? I need to talk to her. Find her yourself. Great. Wait, before you go, if anyone finds something new and needs to get everyone's attention, play the piano in the living room. We'll all meet there. Does that sound all right? What about me? All of us except Oswald. Sure, nothing will happen anyway. You're making a mistake, Eddie. Just leave me alone. Why can't you be more like your sister?
Person 6 leaves.
Is he gone? What the hell was that about? Hobbs, I need to tell you something. What's that? I remembered where I met Martha. Oh, where? At her wedding. I was there at her wedding. Ask her who she married. Ah, okay. I'll go and ask her that.
Person 1 leaves. The others stay on for the next scene, which happens immediately, but which I've split here for convenience.
Eddie has locked Oswald in the pantry and only he has the key. Everyone else arrives and begins arguing. Eddie thinks he's saved everyone by locking Oswald up, but Annie believes Oswald's knowledge is important for solving the mystery of the corpses. Tony wants his gun back, but Eddie won't give it to him until all of this is over. I like this particular interaction where Tony says he won't leave until the mystery is solved. Eddie just asks, "Are you mad?" And it's true. Getting out of this house and away from the dead bodies would be the rational, self-preserving plan. Tony doesn't seem like the puzzle-solving type, but never yet he wants to solve this mystery. Perhaps this is the info hazard's influence, a desire to resolve the phenomenon, staying here for Annie's sake. No way to know for sure. John tries to calm things down, but Annie just asks who the hell he is. Amusing. They haven't really interacted prior to this moment. Eddie wants to speak to Vic, but Annie doesn't want to help him. John comes up with a helpful idea, that playing the piano shall be a signal for everyone to assemble in the living room. Well, everyone except Oswald. With that, Eddie takes off. Oswald then beckons John. He remembers meeting Martha at her wedding and wants John to ask her about it. He agrees and leaves to find her. This wedding, obviously to Rupert Galley, must be a large memory hold anomaly in Oswald's mind. At tells us the next kitchen scene starts immediately afterwards. 17 Kitchen 234.
He's gone. Oswald, are you okay? I'm fine, my dear. I'll be fine. We heard a gunshot. Did he? It wasn't aimed at me. I'm perfectly happy to stay in here anyway. The owners of this house will get what's coming to them. What do you mean? Can you tell us what's going on? I lived in this house for a long time, my dear. Never saw something like this. We think that maybe what's happening can't be explained by physical means. Would you agree?
He said that line very slowly, like he's trying hard not to sound ridiculous.
I think that much is clear. The next step, of course, is to figure out what's caused all this. I have my suspicions. You think this is about the current owners? That doesn't make sense. They've lived here since I was young, and nothing like this has ever happened. Maybe it's something to do with the pocket watch. It could have belonged... It looks too new. Well, I don't know, do I? It's got to have some reason to be here. Who put it in a box and wrote Rupert on it? Someone must know something. I'm not aware of any history of a pocket watch. That also doesn't sound like normal supernatural activity. Do you know anything about supernatural activity? Well, I've never encountered it so directly before, I suppose. Look, clearly someone's done something that set all this off, and there aren't that many people it could be. Isn't it more likely that you caused all this when you dropped that doll? Damn it! I told you to stop and you didn't, you idiot! Look where that's got us. Anne, I swear, there's only one place I can think of that might hold the answers. Where? The chapel, but I'm afraid the only key is in here with me. The old chapel? Can't we just break in? You could try, so long as you don't fear the consequences.
There's a pause. You can hear the raised voices coming from above.
I should check they're all right. Wait, what should we do about Oswald? Eddie has the key. Listen, go upstairs and look under my pillow. There's something there we can use to convince him. Anne, just go and wait up in the attic. I'll come and meet you afterwards. I won't be long.
She leaves, and then he leaves.
Annie and Tony are worried about Oswald, though he says he's fine staying in the pantry while the owners of the house get what's coming to them. Oswald believes the phenomenon is supernatural in nature, and that the house is specifically preying on Martha and Eddie. Since Annie and Tony believe Oswald to be knowledgeable about their current situation, they go along with the idea that there's some kind of supernatural curse at play. Of course, we have more information available than our characters. We know this info hazard existed well before this evening and will persist long after. There's no curse or supernatural force that brought it to Galley House, only Rupert Galley suddenly remembering the music of Amelia West. Anyway, our characters ponder what the cause of the phenomenon is. Tony brings up the pocket watch. Unfortunately, most of his memories pertaining to it have been wiped. It's merely a point of confusion for him. Annie then brings up Tony dropping one of Eleanor's dolls out of the attic window. Breaking the doll of a dead little girl sounds like a stereotypical method of starting a curse, but we know Rupert died before that happened. I think Tony and Annie believe this theory. It looks like Tony feels quite bad when he hears that this all might be his fault. Our characters decide the chapel is a point of interest, but the key is locked inside the pantry with Oswald. At tells us there are voices coming from the dining room above. We'll keep that in mind. Finally, Annie tells Tony to find something in the attic that could sway Eddie. This must be the friendship bracelet Vic asked Annie to hide. They both leave, but Annie heads upstairs to investigate the commotion. Let's follow John's side quest to ask Martha about her wedding. We know that Martha went to check if the furniture in the master bedroom was damaged, so it must take place there. We'll search 17 master bedroom 1-5.
John, did you find out who shot the gun? Everyone's fine. It's not something to worry about. Eddie seems to think it's all under control now anyway. And if anyone plays the piano, we're all going to meet in the living room. Well, that's a relief. It's unfortunate about the damage to the house, but I suppose these things can't be helped. I wanted to say, actually, it's a lovely piano you've got downstairs. Is it new? It arrived recently. I can't think why we bought one in the end, but Eddie's quite a fan of the music. Well, I happen to work at the Pianoforte Gallery in town. We don't sell ones like that, though. Would have been nice to have got more use out of it yesterday evening, but we only got it running properly once in the end. Oswald and I were admiring it. That was before he revealed his darker side, of course. And to think, I was trying so hard to be polite. Oh, Eddie's locked him in the pantry, I forgot to say. So hopefully he won't cause any more issues. You should have said that earlier, John. You are funny. That's a relief to hear, anyway. Hopefully we'll be able to have a pleasant rest of the day. There was one thing, Martha. I hope you don't mind me asking, but has there ever been a man in your life? I beg your pardon? I'm sorry. I'm just a bit confused about your family here. I've always lived alone. It's not a life for everyone, but it's suited me just fine. And before you ask, no, I don't know who Eddie's father is, and I'd rather you didn't bring your judgments into this house. I don't mean to offend, well, Oswald told me. He said he remembered your wedding. I wouldn't believe a word that man says, John. No, of course not. I just wanted to make sure. Well, I did have a wedding of sorts. I had a beautiful dress for it, but I didn't get married. I've never been married. It felt like more of a celebration for me. Let's see. I'm sure I have some old photographs around here. And one more thing. When I arrived here, someone almost dropped something on my head. Is there a room that overlooks the entrance to the house? Have a look in the attic, John. I'm sure it was our friend in the pantry anyway. Ah, here's the old album. I think I'll go there now then, if that's all right.
He leaves.
John informs Martha of the plan to reunite in the living room if the piano is played, and tells her that Eddie's gotten things under control. He then compliments the piano, and Martha replies that it's a recent purchase, but she can't remember why they bought it. It must have been a birthday gift for Rupert, but that fact has been forgotten along with him. We also learn that John works at a piano store, though the piano in Galley House isn't sold there. If we look back at the invitation that Rupert gave John, we see that he was actually talking to him about the piano. He references that John is proficient at piano, but that there's something especially interesting about the one he bought. Rupert says that it can make you feel like someone else is in the house, an interesting property. We'll soon find out what makes it special. Martha mentions that at some point yesterday, she and Oswald were admiring the piano in the living room, and that the interaction was amicable. This reminds John to inform her that Oswald has been locked up in the kitchen. He then remembers his side quest and awkwardly stammers out a question on Martha's spousal situation. John clarifies that Oswald wanted him to specifically ask about her wedding. She then mentions that she had a wedding ceremony, but that it was a solo celebration. It doesn't seem to quite make sense to her, so she gets out a photo album. Meanwhile, John asks about the doll Tony dropped above the entrance, and learns to go investigate the attic. We'll turn our attention to that scene between Martha and Oswald that can only be placed in timecode 01. 01 Living Room 35.
A piano is playing.
Where's he off to now?
Oh, he said this song reminded him of something. You'll have to forgive him. He can be a little eccentric sometimes.
He hasn't changed since we were children, then.
Ha! It was good of him to invite you. He still talks about you often, you know.
Remind me, what is this song? I don't recognize it.
It's one of those American ones. Eddie requested it. I'm sorry if it's not to your tastes.
The lyrics are quite interesting.
They're interrupted by a thunderclap outside. They fall silent for a moment as the piano song comes to an end.
I dare say that returning here has brought back some old memories.
Well, I'm glad you feel at home. Your old room should be pretty much untouched. I only go in there to clean every once in a while.
That's very kind of you. I think I'll go and have a look there now.
Are you sure? We're all gathering here in a quarter of an hour or so.
If it's all right with you, I'm not so keen on meeting the other guests. I think I'd prefer to be alone.
Okay then. Well, let me know if you need anything.
Person 3 leaves. There's a knock at the front door a short while later.
We get to see Martha and Oswald interact right before Rupert is memory holed. It's quite sad that the two were once able to have a nice normal conversation. Oswald becomes quite morose after Rupert's death. Given his rough childhood, it's likely that Rupert was a source of companionship and strength. Upon losing all the memories of his brother, Oswald is left with no happy memories to look back on. Anyway, they talk about the piano's song causing Rupert to remember something and leave in a hurry. We know that it's the Amelia West recital that brings all this tragedy to Galley House. After the thunderclap, Oswald sets off to find his old room, noting that he wants to be left alone. The scene ends with John's knock on the door. We should talk about the piano. It's playing music throughout most of Martha and Oswald's conversation. However, it doesn't seem like either of them are focusing on playing it. Martha even says that Eddie requested the song it's playing, but Eddie's not here. Is a ghost playing the piano? There are no ghosts in Galley House. So, is the piano playing itself? Well, yes. After all, Rupert did say that it can make you feel like someone else is in the house. This must be a player piano, a type of piano that uses a pneumatic mechanism to move each piano hammer. When turned on, it plays songs off the programmed instructions of a piano roll. As for the roll, it's a spool wrapped in a long sheet of paper that's been perforated in spots that correspond to different notes. The sequence of perforations make up the song, and the lyrics of the song may be printed on that paper so that listeners may sing along. With that fun fact learned, let's follow Oswald to his room. 02 Oswald's room 3.
Hello again. I'm sorry I haven't been here for you. I hope you don't mind the new people living here. I know it's not what you would have wanted.
He sits down on the bed.
I imagine I'm a lot older now than you'd remember. But I like to think that if you were around today, we'd still have a lot in common. I don't much remember the child I was back then, but you would help to remind me, I'm sure. I don't know if you're still around. I don't know if you'd still care about an old fool like me, but I miss you.
It's a bit heartbreaking watching Oswald attempt to speak to his dead sister like this. We're used to seeing him be a bit snappy towards strangers and very rude towards Martha and Eddie. However, in his most personal of moments, we see how deep his sorrow is. Losing all recollection of Rupert makes everything about his life worse. With that, we only have Acts 3 and 4 to complete. During the Timecode 17 kitchen scene, everyone hears voices coming from above. That must be the dining room, and the only people unplaced are Vic and Eddie. Let's see, 17 dining room 6-7.
Vic, I've been looking for you. Eddie, I'm leaving. I'm sorry, I can't take this house anymore. No, please, stay. I've sorted everything out. We can go back to normal now. That wasn't you we heard with the gun, was it? What's going on? It's nothing, I promise. I've taken care of it. It's just, I've been thinking, and your mom's not going to be happy about the ceiling, you know. I don't care. It doesn't matter. Look, Vic, I need to tell you something. This isn't a great time, Eddie. I'll be down at Wintercott with Mum if you need me, so maybe come and visit once you've... Don't go, Vic. I want you here with me. I know we haven't seen each other in a long time, but I miss you, and I know you didn't come here just to see the house. This really isn't the best time. A dead body just appeared in my bed overnight, Eddie. I need some time to just... I don't want to be here. Vic, just wait 1 second. Before you go, I just need to tell you something. I got this ring a while ago, and now... Eddie. I love you, Vic. I've loved you all my life, and I know that we're not so close anymore, but it's taken me until today to realize that I have the opportunity to fix that, and I don't want to spend any more time without you. Victoria, will you marry me? We've been through this, Eddie. I know this isn't the best time, but there's never a perfect time, and I need you. Eddie, I can't marry you. There's someone else. Right, of course. Why didn't you tell me? Eddie, come on. You met him. What's going on? I'm sorry, I didn't know. Just think about it, okay? I still love you. Don't say that. Oh my god. Are you okay? That was him? Oh my god.
She runs off.
Wait, Vic! Tell me what's going on.
Eddie finds Vic, and though she's desperate to get away from Galley House, Eddie wants her to stay. Vic mentions she's dealing with too much at the moment, but Eddie is adamant to tell her something anyway. He then confesses his love to her, professing that he's always loved her. He takes the ring in his possession, with no recollection of how he even got it, and asks Victoria to marry him. Her response? That they've already been through this. Ugh, rough. I imagine that since their time as childhood friends, Eddie has always had a one-sided crush on Vic. Him confessing his feelings long ago and being rejected is how they've already been through this. There's the possibility that they might have briefly dated before, but the feeling I get from their interactions with each other and everyone else is that their relationship has at most been a friendship. Unfortunately, this confession causes Vic to remember she's in a relationship with Damien, and that the corpse she woke up with is his. She leaves the room in a hurry. For the next scene, we remember that during Timecode 17, Annie tells Tony to find the friendship bracelet in the attic. At the same time, John learns of the attic from Martha and leaves to investigate it. Thus, the next scene must be 18 Attic 1-4.
Hey, don't pull that. Why not? Does it do something? Anything you do might make things worse. What are you doing here anyway? I just wanted to have a look. You shouldn't be here. You don't know what you're getting into. It seems safe to me. Is there something you don't want me to see? I suppose you can stay if you want. I won't be long. Is this what she meant? I guess it'll do. What is this room anyway? Seems creepy. It's a dead girl's bedroom. I thought you might have figured that much out. Yes, I saw the doll's house. Don't touch it. Are you mad? What? Are you afraid of ghosts or something?
A small pause.
You can't be serious.
There's a thunderclap outside.
What the hell is that sound? Seriously, what the hell? It's not even raining.
Sounds like a thunderclap to me. Same as the others.
What's going on? Have you figured something out? I'll talk to you later, Hobbs. This is stupid. I need to go. Annie will be up here in a moment, so you can ask her. And tell her I'm sorting things out.
Person 4 leaves.
Looks like Tony enters and catches John yanking something. It should mean for that to be funny. Looks like Tony enters and catches John pulling something, which clearly distresses him. John thinks the room is harmless, but since Tony subscribes to the curse theory, he thinks messing with the room will make matters worse. Tony then finds the friendship bracelet as Annie requested. He snarkily informs John that this room belonged to a dead girl, and John responds by fiddling with the dollhouse. This distresses Tony even more. John sarcastically asks him if he's afraid of ghosts, and upon realizing that Tony does, gives an incredulous response. Suddenly, a thunderclap is heard, which we know must unfortunately signal Victoria's passing. Last time we saw her, she did just remember Damien, so it was only a matter of time. Tony's response here is really interesting though, that he hears a thunderclap, but notes it's not even raining. Even At mentions it's the same sound as the others. I think this moment is a brilliant way of fleshing out a particular detail of the info hazard. We know that the previous evening was bombarded with heavy weather, so we didn't bat an eye upon hearing thunderclaps. However, as of the current morning, that heavy weather has subsided. Yet everyone in Galley House can still hear the inexplicable thunderclaps that toll someone's death. We already know from the audio recovery file that these sounds recovered from the bodies are things they heard before their deaths. Thunderclap is just the closest approximation to what the info hazard sounds like when it activates. We learn it's completely independent of the actual weather, which makes it even more inexplicable to those who hear it. Now on to another idea. If you remember the intro, it told us that the cause of death for the bodies was unidentifiable. This is interesting. You'd think people dropping dead would show some kind of evidence of a heart attack or brain aneurysm, but that wasn't the case. We have to accept that dropping dead itself and the sound of thunder is the cause of death. Back in the scene, Tony comes to some kind of frustrated conclusion that causes him to leave. He tells John to stay in the attic and that Annie will soon arrive. As for our next scene, let's remember that Tony and Annie just left Oswald in the kitchen. Martha's supposed to be browsing her photo album, Vic is probably rushing to Damien's corpse, and Eddie is probably dealing with his proposal being rejected. Poor Oswald must be by himself. Let's check 18 Kitchen 3.
It sounds like person 3 is eating something. There's the sound of a bell ringing. A while later, there's a thunderclap. Nothing much else happens.
Ah, snack time. That bell ringing has to be related to whatever John was pulling in the attic. That bell was likely connected to a pulley in the attic so that Eleanor could contact the rest of the house while she was quarantined there. If we remember Harry in the kitchen during timecode 02, he hears that same bell because Tony was pulling on the rope in the attic. Harry thought it was a supernatural omen, which is why he tells Oswald in their scene together that he believed the spirit of Eleanor was happy to see him. Anyway, the scene ends with the thunderclap of Vic's death. Enjoy your snacks, Oswald. Let's follow Annie's arrival in the attic with John, just as Tony predicted. 19 Attic 1-2.
Are you looking for something? Ah, Tony asked me to tell you he just left. I don't know where he was off to, but he seemed to be in quite a hurry. Great. What an idiot. He took the bracelet, did he? I'm not sure. I didn't see. Damn it, he doesn't know what he's doing. Never mind. I don't think we've properly met. I'm John. Do you know what my name is? Well, I think I caught it earlier, actually. You're Annie, right? How many of us are there in this house? There are 6 of us, and some bodies. Did you find anyone else? I found another body lying next to the one we found this morning, so maybe they're connected or something.
Note, she's clearly omitting quite a big part of what happened.
Bloody devil. If it's still going, we should rescue that poor man from the pantry. Do you know what's going on?
The phone starts ringing in the background.
I found a list. I could have sworn it had all the people in the house on there. I just checked it again and there's a name I don't recognize.
See 00 list of names for what was written.
Rupert Galley? No. Do you know anyone called Vic? Never heard of them. I don't know what to make of it. I'm guessing it must have been the name of one of the bodies. Or the name of whoever's behind this. Maybe. I'm not sure.
There's a thunderclap. The phone's still ringing, by the way.
Someone ought to let Oswald out of the pantry. Do you know where the key is? No, and we can't do anything until we find it. Damn it, is anyone going to answer that phone? Shouldn't Martha do that? Something must have happened. I'll go and check she's all right. You go to the dining room and answer the phone. What if it's... Just answer it.
They both leave.
John informs Annie that Tony took the bracelet and left, much to Annie's dismay. She then asks him if he knows who she is and how many people are in Galley House. He gets her name right and says there's 6 living people plus some corpses. Makes sense since Vic has been memory holed. Annie then reports she found a new dead body next to Damien's corpse, which must be Vic. At finds the mundane way Annie reports this information surprising. It must have been quite the scene. After hearing bodies are still appearing, John wants to free Oswald. Suddenly, the sound of a phone ringing cuts through their conversation. Annie then tells John that she found a list of names of people in Galley House, with a 7th name she doesn't recognize, Vic. Neither of them know what to make of this information, and as another thunderclap rings, At reminds us that the phone is still ringing. The thunderclap tolls Eddie's death, and because of that, Annie and John can't remember the pantry key is on his corpse. They start getting bothered by the phone, and since Martha isn't answering it, something must be going on. Annie orders John to answer it while she searches for Martha. Let's take a peek at the list of names Annie had, in 00 list of names.
The names were done in pen, and the rest in pencil. Vic, Annie, me, Eddie, Martha, owns house, strong perfume. Tony, paranoid, brought gun. John, ? Oswald, used to live here, family drawing, 7 total. Note, I'd been spelling Vic as V-I-C-K, but I've now gone back and changed it to be consistent with the spelling given here.
Just a list of our final 7 characters, and At learning how to spell. The names being in pen and the comments being in pencil suggests that they were added sometime after the list was originally written. As for the comments themselves, they're not terribly descriptive of each character. Of note is Vic and Eddie not having any comments written, and John's comment just being question marks. We can solve that first part. Annie shows John the list with only the names on it. Eddie dies during their conversation, so he simply wasn't able to be recalled when those comments were added. Anyway, since we know Annie was with Vic when she died, and she died next to Damien, the next file is 18 Vic's room 27.
Sweetheart, I'm sorry. Vic, what's wrong? How? We kept the door locked. We were going to leave this morning. What do you mean? Did you know him? Annie, tell me you remember him. Tell me we're not all going insane. I don't know, Vic. I don't know what you mean. Oh my God. Annie, please. Try to remember. He drove us here. We didn't have a driver, Vic. It was just us 2 in the car. Calm down, okay? After dinner yesterday, you came into this room. Who were you talking to, Annie? I wasn't talking to anyone, Vic, I swear. I just came in here to have a look. Are you trying to blame me for this? Annie, please just try to remember. Please. You're scaring me, Vic. Have you been seeing ghosts? Is that what this is? Annie, we think these are people that used to live here. If you can see them, then maybe you can talk to them. Is that something you can do? Vic, what are you writing? Take this. I don't know what's going on, but we can't let it happen again. I'm not losing you too, Annie, okay? What is it? Just keep looking at it. Make sure you don't forget anyone. If you do, come and let me know. I need to go and check the others. Vic, these are just our names. Is there anyone else in the house that you've seen? Because maybe there's no one else, Annie. It's just us. Then who was... It's Damien, remember?
There's a thunderclap and the sound of someone collapsing.
Oh my God. Another one in the same place. Can't be just a coincidence.
Person 2 leaves.
Well, At was right. Annie did omit a lot of info, though she wouldn't have known it. Vic is grieving Damien's death and is stupefied how it could happen, and how everyone could suddenly forget about him. Annie can't seem to parse any of Vic's attempts to get her to remember, including who drove them here and who she spoke with yesterday. The horror of the situation is driving Vic to despair, and to make matters worse, Annie begins to divulge her ghosts theory. The last thing Vic is able to do is write that list of 7 names and give it to Annie, begging her to look at it and not forget. With that, Victoria is no more, and her poor sister is only able to stare at her body and make a confused comment. For our next scene, let's follow John as he answers the phone in the dining room. 20 Dining Room 1.
Note, the K in this scene refers to the person on the other end of the phone. She's not physically present in the room, though, so I haven't included her in the scene code.
Hello?
Hello, this is Catherine. Is Martha there?
I think she's busy. I can take a message?
I'm sorry, who am I speaking to?
John Hobbs. I'm so sorry, but something's happened.
Are you all right?
There's a body in here with me. Just slumped over at the head of the table, surrounded by drinks. The curtains are closed. I think there's a bullet hole in the ceiling.
Good grief. Is my daughter there with you?
Sorry. Who's your daughter?
Annie Beaumont. I think she's staying there. Is she all right?
She's fine. Yes, I was just with her.
Thank goodness. How many of you are there?
It's just the 5 of us. I'm not sure why we're all here, and these bodies keep appearing. I don't know why.
Calm down. I live nearby, so I'll send some of my neighbors to come and make sure everything's okay. I can't make it there myself, unfortunately. I just need you to keep everyone safe for a while. Is that something you can do? I can't imagine what poor Martha is thinking. The piano starts playing in the background.
Okay, thank you. Thanks so much.
I'm sure it will be fine. Just keep my daughter safe, and I'll call you again in a little while. What was your name?
John.
Keep her safe, John. She hangs up. There's another thunderclap outside. The piano is still playing, and person 1 leaves to join the others. Note, I can't tell if it's Catherine K or Catherine C, but this way works with Kate, so I'll keep it. Also, I've been working on a game of Hangman. It should be installed on your system. Try it out if you like. I'll warn you, it's not what you're expecting.
We're introduced to Annie and Vic's mother, Catherine, over the phone. Ad assigns the letter K to her lines and explains that since she's not in the room, she isn't part of the file name structure. Since Catherine has a variable assigned to her, we can actually use the name command on her too, with name K, Catherine Beaumont. We're also able to use this command on but we really don't have anything better to name him. Anyway, Catherine is trying to speak to Martha, but is instead introduced to John. He's a bit frazzled at the moment because there's a corpse at the table. This must be Eddie, since there's only been 1 thunderclap since Vic's death. Catherine's worried about the only daughter she can remember, Annie, and John tells Catherine she's okay. He counts that there are only 5 people remaining and brings up the corpses again. Catherine then says she'll be sending some neighbors to Galley House to check things out. She requests that John keep her daughter safe and says she will call back soon. We should note that by calling the house, Catherine has broken her earlier promise to Vic to not call. Since Vic has been memory holed, she likely forgot that promise, so Catherine would have no reason not to call. Towards the end of the file, we hear the piano, indicating everyone is being summoned to the living room. There's also a thunderclap, which should be tolling the death of Martha. At's last comments are the proper spelling of Catherine and that he's created a game of Hangman on the system. I know we should be investigating the deaths of Eddie and Martha, but it's an essential part of our detective's integrity to go on inconsequential side quests. Let's punch in that Hangman command and check out this game. Let's see. 7-letter word, 12 guesses. Best way to solve this is vowels and letter frequency. Starting with E. Nope. A? I. No. O? U? No vowels. Strigweir? No, that's 8 letters. Sometimes Y? Give me a T. Or an H? No luck. Wildcards. Q? K. W? Damn it. One last guess. Gonna need a lucky streak to save this poor soul. There has to be an R. Oh. Job's done, I guess. Hooray. At was right. Wasn't what I expected. Curious that the stick figure has an at symbol for a face. Might just be a bit of dark humor. Let's get back on track. We know when Tony left the attic he went to search for Eddie, and Eddie's corpse is in the dining room. His thunderclap was timecode 19, so the file is 19 dining room 46.
Person 6 comes in and pours himself a few drinks. Person 4 enters.
Come in, come in. Come and sit down. Take a seat. You look happy. I'm in the mood for a celebration. Come on, have a drink with me. What's your poison? I don't want to drink. I came here to talk. There's nothing I want more than to chat the evening away with a gentleman such as yourself. but you can't talk until you have a drink. I'll have whatever that is. Good man.
Another couple of drinks are poured.
I found this bracelet. Does it mean anything to you? Do you know what? I have exactly the same one upstairs. What does that make us? Friends for life? Eternal companions? Drink up. I know it means something to you. I'll give it to you if you hand over the key to the pantry. Let's not talk business over drinks, shall we? And to be brutally honest, I don't know why I'd want it. Bloody hell, Anne. This is useless. We'll figure something else out. Not so fast. I still have the power here, remember? Sit back down and enjoy your drink. That's mine. It's good, isn't it? Have you seen the hole in the ceiling?
Person 4 sits back down. The phone starts to ring.
Leave it. We're having plenty of fun already, wouldn't you say? You've got the wrong man locked up. You're making a mistake. Oh, don't be so sour. You're a guest in my house, remember? And not one I invited. I didn't want to come here. You're a sly rat, aren't you? Threatening me with her old bracelet. You creepy little coward.
He's starting to choke, as if he's tearing up.
So it does mean something. It doesn't mean anything. I'm sure she'll never think of me again. I should have just kept her as a friend, but I couldn't even do that. Give me the key to the pantry, Eddie. I can fix this. It's too late. I can't take back what I said. For God's sake.
There's a thunderclap. No one speaks, but the phone keeps ringing. It sounds like things are being moved and pockets searched, and then person 4 leaves.
Rough stuff. Note that at the start of this scene, Vic has already been memory holed. Eddie's drinking alcohol in the dining room, and he forces Tony to join him. He's in quite the manic mood. Tony brings out the friendship bracelet, hoping to swap it for the pantry key. At first, Eddie doesn't recognize it as Vic's bracelet. He then says he has his own one upstairs, likely in his room. This contradicts a statement he made to Vic and Martha in Act 1, where he said he threw his away long ago. I suppose it's more evidence that Eddie has always been enamored with Vic. He likely lied back then due to the embarrassment of actually mentioning how much it still means to him. We've learned from Eddie's friendship bracelet comment that his room is also located on the 2nd floor. Unfortunately, Eve's corpse is still in there. Back in the scene, Tony gets frustrated that the plan didn't work, and Eddie compliments the stolen gun. The phone starts ringing, but Eddie doesn't care. He makes a fun comment about Tony not being invited, and Tony professes he never wanted to be here. Suddenly, the memories of Vic start flowing back to Eddie, and he gets choked up at the sight of the bracelet. Eddie starts to wallow a bit more in his proposal rejection and that he ruined their friendship. With that, the info hazard catches up to him, and he dies. Tony silently searches the body, likely to reclaim his gun and the pantry key, then walks off. His manners kind of suck since he leaves the phone ringing. I suppose we'll follow him to the kitchen where he can free Oswald. 20 Kitchen 3-4.
Oswald, I found the key.
There's the sound of a door being unlocked. Person 3 roars.
What are you doing? Get off me. I'm trying to rescue you. Drop the gun. Fine. Look, I won't touch it. Said I'd come and get you out, remember? One can't be too careful. Who even locked you up in there anyway? I didn't see. I came down here after breakfast, and the next thing I knew, the door had locked behind me. It must be the house. I think it's getting worse. I was drinking, and all of a sudden a dead body appeared in front of me. You were drinking? The house is filled with ghosts, and you thought it was a good idea to have a drink? I was nervous, okay? Just tell me you know how to stop all this. I can't promise anything.
The piano starts playing in the background.
I'll go and meet the others. Come and find us when you're done with the chapel. Don't trust them. Martha was in here just before you came in. It was clear the ghosts had already got a hold of her. I'd keep your distance if I were you. What do you mean? Is she all right? Go and see for yourself.
There's a thunderclap outside. They both leave.
Tony frees Oswald, and there's a mild scuffle. Neither of them can remember that Eddie locked Oswald in there. Oswald believes he entered the kitchen of his own volition and that the house itself locked him up. Tony gives his recollection of the prior scene, that he himself decided to drink and that Eddie's body just appeared out of nowhere. What a mess. Anyway, Oswald sets off to the chapel, likely leaving through the kitchen exit that connects outside, in an attempt to try to stop the ghosts in the house. It's a fool's errand, but none of them could ever have comprehended the actual force behind this chaos. The piano is played to recall everyone to the living room, and Tony will oblige. Before he heads off, Oswald warns him he just spoke to Martha, and that the ghosts have gotten to her. Ironically, after the men depart, the thunderclap strikes that tolls Martha's death. Let's see that scene between Martha and Oswald. 19 Kitchen 3-5.
Oswald, are you in there?
I'm still here. I don't suppose you're here to let me out, are you?
No. I'm sorry about all this, though. I need your help with something.
What makes you think I'd help you?
I know we have our differences. I'm sorry that it's come to this. I just don't know what else to do. If you know what's going on, then I need you to do something. Please.
What's the matter?
I was looking through our old photos, and there's someone there. In all of them. A man I don't recognize. I swear, I've looked at these photos before and he was never there. He's just appeared. I don't understand.
She sounds distraught.
Well, that's unexpected.
I don't know what to do. I was with Eddie in my room just a moment ago, but I can't tell him about this. How could I? I can't explain that there's a ghost in all our memories.
Why do you think I can help you?
I'm sorry I doubted you. You're the only one that knows this house. I can't do this on my own. It's all out of control. I don't understand how something like this is possible.
The phone starts ringing in the background.
If they can alter physical objects, then it means they're getting stronger. I'd be afraid if I were you.
Please help me. I don't know what to do. I don't want this. I never asked for these people to come into my life. I just want to go back to how it was before. Just me and Eddie. I'll leave this house forever if that's what it takes.
She's breaking down.
Listen to me, Martha. Take the photos, go upstairs, and burn them. If you find anything else that's related to the ghosts, then burn that too. It's the only way to stop this from getting out of control.
Okay, I can do that. Thank you.
There's a thunderclap outside.
Be quick. I don't know how much time we have.
A very distraught Martha approaches Oswald for advice. He's a bit snappy at first, but Martha needs his help. She's looked through her photo albums, and in them she sees Rupert Galley, whom she can't remember. The news of this specter manifesting in the photos surprises Oswald. Martha then mentions Eddie was in the room with her earlier, though she refrained from showing him the photo album. She professes that Oswald is the only person knowledgeable enough about the house to solve this haunting. The phone starts ringing, but nobody cares. Oswald takes the photo album as evidence that the ghosts are getting stronger. Martha then breaks down, begging Oswald for any help. He tells her the way to solve this is to gather the photos and any other haunted object and burn them upstairs. She sets off to do so, and we hear the thunderclap that tolls Eddie's death. Oswald ruminates that time is running out. Oh, if only he really knew. We'll head to that scene in the master bedroom right after Eddie's proposal is rejected. 18 Master Bedroom 5-6.
Mom, can we talk? Not right now, darling. I'm a little busy. I went and talked to Vic. You know that ring I got a while ago? Well, I thought I asked Vic. Oh my goodness. Mom, this is important. Eddie, this isn't the time. I'm just trying to focus on something. I proposed, Mom. I asked her to marry me and she said no. She said there was someone else. I've lost the only person that matters to me in the whole world. I've known the two of you for a long time, darling. I'm sure you'll figure things out between you. I just could do with some time to look at these. I need your help, Mom. I don't know what to do. Can you just listen to me for a moment? Not right now, Eddie. Why can't you be a bit more independent sometimes? First you come running to me after you found that dead girl yesterday, and now you're complaining about your love life. Can't you see that I have as much to deal with as you do? I'm trying to sort things out here, and it would be a lot of help if you tried to sort out your own problems, rather than running to me whenever something goes wrong.
There's a thunderclap outside.
I'm sorry. I'll leave you alone. Eddie, darling, I didn't mean to snap. I'm just busy with this. What is the matter with you anyway? I don't know. It's fine. I'll see you later.
Eddie's going through probably the worst moment of his life after being totally rejected by his lifelong love. Or maybe second worst given the situation with Eve's corpse. He tries to lean on his mother for support, but she's going through her own horrific ordeal, observing all the photos with Rupert Galley in them. He's wallowing, and his mother is unfortunately shrugging him off. She then blows up at him, criticizing his lack of independence, as he always runs to her whenever he encounters a problem. Martha's critique is true in some regards, and Helen has made some similar complaints about Eddie's character, but I still feel like the outburst was excessive. Dead bodies and a miserable rejection are decent reasons to want to lean on a family member for support. I guess I don't know enough about who Eddie is, or anyone else really, to make more definite claims about their character or relationships. We're only able to capture a brief moment of their lives, one which is constantly warping and changing as more and more of their memories are lost. Back in the scene, Victoria's thunderclap strikes. Whether it be because of Martha's outburst, Vic being memory hold, or a combination of the two, Eddie sobers up, then leaves to go get wasted in the dining room. Martha does apologize for the outburst, but Eddie seemingly shrugs it off. It's quite sad, actually, to recognize that this was the last moment shared between the two of them. Let us deduce the final scene of Act 3. The only people unaccounted for during Timecode 20 are Martha and Annie. We know from Annie's attic scene she went to look for Martha, so she's probably with her. The clue as to where is us hearing the piano being played in the other scenes at this time. They must be in the living room. 20 Living Room 2-5.
Person 5 enters first. Sounds like she starts a fire. Person 2 enters later.
Martha, are you okay? Close the door behind you, dear. We don't want to let anything in. I just wanted to make sure you're all right. I'm fine, darling. I'm taking care of things.
The fire gets louder.
Sorry. I didn't mean to disturb you. Oh, Annie, come here, darling. You're so much older than I remember. Are you sure you're all right? Darling, what a couple of days it's been. I've been running around so much, I feel like I've hardly had a chance to talk to you. How's your mum? She's fine. We don't talk much. It's such a shame we don't meet as often as we used to. Maybe after today, when things get back to normal, I'll have the two of you over for dinner. It gets so lonely in here all by myself. Sure, definitely. Thanks, Martha. I'm glad you're all right. What are we doing? We can't let these ghosts tell us what to do. I'm going to put the piano on, and we're going to enjoy ourselves.
The piano starts to play. It's the same music as before.
Darling, what are you looking at? Come and dance with me. It's happened again. Do you know who Eddie is? He'll be here in a minute, I'm sure. Oh, he loves this song. I'm sure he'd sing the lyrics for you if you asked him to. Do you know what? I think the two of you would get along. I could have sworn I'd memorized this. I can't think properly. Annie, put that down. Stop whatever you're writing. We're going to have a good time, okay? And by tomorrow, all of this will seem like just a bad dream. I don't really know how to dance, Martha. Of course you do. Come on, darling, give me a smile at least.
There's a thunderclap outside, and the sound of someone falling over. The piano continues regardless.
Oswald told Martha to burn those photos upstairs, and the room she's burning them in is the living room. I imagine that alongside the piano there's a fireplace in this room. Upstairs from the kitchen would also infer that the living room is on the first floor. With that, the only rooms with uncertain placements are the billiard room and Vic's room, and I'll disclose I didn't find layout references for either of them. I think it's safe to put all the bedrooms on the second floor and all the recreational rooms on the first floor. Thus finishes our picture of the Galley House estate. The exact room placement is rather arbitrary, save for the entrance, kitchen, dining room, master bedroom, and attic. Still, for the sake of its inhabitants and guests, I found it important to flesh out the setting of their final moments. Anyway, Annie walks in to check on Martha as she throws the photo album into the fireplace. They chat about Annie's mom, but the conversation is almost uncomfortably mundane. It's clear this whole ordeal has affected Martha, but now she is feeling great comfort in the thought that burning those photos has saved her. She then turns on the piano to start dancing. Seems like she forgot that John told her the piano was supposed to be a cue for everyone to return. Annie must be looking at the list of names because she audibly realizes that she doesn't recognize the name Eddie. However, Martha does remember him, and comments that he both loves this song and will be joining them soon. Annie is distressed to see she's forgotten one of the names, so she begins to write down those extra comments we saw on her list. Martha wants Annie to join her in dancing and tells Annie to smile before she too is suddenly killed by the info hazard. At mentioned earlier that he found an unorthodox sense of comfort in the fact that Martha died in blissful ignorance. It certainly was better than many other of our characters' deaths. I liked that Martha was compassionate towards her guests, especially John given he was a sudden addition. It's a shame that Rupert's death created such a nasty rift between her and her brother-in-law. Eddie is a bit complicated. It's hard to malign him too much since the events from last evening drove him a bit insane. I kind of just pity him. It really makes me feel worse for Eve, given she saw through him that some part of his mind would always be preoccupied with lingering affections for Vic. I'll say that Eddie was protective towards those he loved. I'd like to think in an evening not as chaotic as this one, we would have seen that on display more often. Vic was very nice towards everyone she met. She had a lot to deal with, taking in Annie, her pregnancy, the bodies. She did her best, and it's sad that she died with the realization that everyone, including her, had forgotten Damien. She was also smart to write that list of names down. As we proceed forward, let's try and remember them all at their best. Now let us touch on the secondary theme of this story, isolation. It's most apparent in our brief look into At's lifestyle, though we won't learn why he lives that way. At the very least, we know that at times this solitary life causes him loneliness. I find that this physical isolation is not the only kind of isolation present. I believe there's an additional isolation which is brought about by this loss of memory. The idea that nobody knowing you or understanding you contributes to a kind of conceptual or mental isolation. After all, what could be more isolating than having your existence, or others' memories of you, be carved out of the world around you? Additionally, being the only person in the world who remembers someone is also isolating, such as in Vic's case with Damien. Knowing nobody else around you can remember something they should, that the world around you appears insane, and that only you are experiencing this. I find that these themes work well together. The importance of memory in what we hold dear, and the isolating feeling brought about by its loss, whether that's in you or those around you. Before we head into Act 4, I feel obliged to give a bit of a content warning without giving too much away. It's no secret from the intro that some of the most recent deaths did have an identifiable cause of death. If you think a particularly morose and violent death would be upsetting to you, before playing the respective scenes, I will put a timestamp on screen you can skip to that jumps past my voicing of the scene. The file name will also be on screen in case you wish to pause, open up the game in another tab, and read the scene for yourself first. Now, let's continue into Act 4 with the most obvious scene. John and Tony following the sound of the piano to meet Annie in the living room. I warn you though, it is a long scene. 21 Living Room 124.
It's interesting to reflect on the fact that the ones that are left are the outsiders, and it's unfortunate that they continued their search for the truth.
There's another one. Bloody hell, I swear it's speeding up. I only just noticed it. For God's sake, Anne, can you turn that thing off? I don't know how.
The piano is playing loudly. Person 1 enters.
I found another one in the dining room. Oh, what did they look like? Just turn the damn thing off. I can't. I don't know how. Just kick it. Do something.
The piano comes to a stop on its own. There's a brief pause as the fire crackles quietly.
So, how many dead bodies are we up to now? I feel like it can't go on forever. There can only be so many people that used to live here. There were 4 yesterday. 4? I only saw the one in the billiard room. I saw 2 others. Don't remember a 4th. Fine then. 3 yesterday. And the one we found this morning. There were 2 there. I checked again. I found one in the dining room too, and there's that one, obviously.
So 7 total? Tony, don't go near it, just in case it spreads.
No chance. We've been around them for hours now, and it's been fine. What do you expect them to do? Suddenly wake up?
I have an idea. Can we just go through what's happened so far?
What do you mean?
Just tell me what's happened since you arrived.
Well, my car got stuck in the mud, and I had to walk the rest of the way to the house. We saw you at the front door. You were there for ages, weren't you? Wait, were you two in the attic? Both of us were, yes. So who let you in? I guess the door must have been unlocked. I didn't meet Oswald until much later.
Great. What happened next?
I came downstairs and met Hobbs. I'd rather you called me John. I didn't trust him. I'm not sure why. He's in the same position as the rest of us.
Then you came back upstairs, though.
Not straight away, I didn't. There was the whole business with the pocket watch. What was that about?
Doesn't matter. We all met up for dinner, right? Don't you think that's strange?
Why?
Because who made the dinner?
There are probably servants somewhere downstairs, aren't there? I think there was one, but he died, sadly. I found his body afterwards.
Right. So he wasn't a ghost?
Ghosts can cook. I'd believe it.
Seriously, Tony? Can we just try and think this through properly without jumping to conclusions?
I know as much as you do, so don't start talking down to me, Anne. Clearly this is supernatural, so whatever rules you thought you knew don't apply anymore. I'm sorry, but I don't think it's ghosts. All we've got to go on is some dead bodies. It's probably just someone trying to trick us, right? Well, that's not the way you were talking about it a moment ago. I've seen them appear in front of my eyes, and there's not been a trace of any other living person here.
I feel like there's something we're forgetting.
What's gotten into you two? We figured this out ages ago, didn't we?
What about the piano? Who was playing it?
Are you blind? Do you really not know how it works?
Someone still has to turn it on, and I didn't.
So there must be someone else here.
It's ghosts, Hobbs, and can we just ignore him?
It might not be ghosts.
I don't think it is.
So 7 random strangers walked into the house, cooked us dinner, turned the piano on, and then died? Really?
I think something's messing with our heads. I tried keeping track of all our names, but I keep finding ones I don't recognize.
There are more names? How many?
7. There's always been 7. The 4 of us and 3 others.
Well, does it have my name on there?
Yes.
Then it's wrong anyway. My real name's not Tony. People just call me that after my father.
Seriously? What's your real name?
Well, I don't want to say, do I? Or maybe I'll end up on your death list with the other ghosts.
They can't be ghosts. I wrote stuff about them, like Martha. I'm guessing that must be her. It says she's the owner of the house and she had strong perfume. I feel like I must have known something.
How did you know what to write?
I didn't. I wrote it, but I can't remember writing it.
Are you trying to imply you were possessed? Isn't it more likely that you just got stressed and forgot? Or maybe someone else wrote it on there?
I'm just trying to think. I feel like I must have known someone called Martha at one point.
Shut up! Both of you! Shut up!
There's a silence.
Tony? Don't point that at us.
Shut up. Where did you find that? I thought you said you lost it.
I found it.
On one of the bodies.
Move away from the body, Tony, and put the gun down.
You two are going mad. You really don't remember?
I don't know what you mean. You're scaring me, Tony.
Who is this? Who am I standing over? Martha?
Yes, exactly.
There should be 5 of us, right?
Who's the 5th?
Martha. Martha Galley. You even wrote it. She came and spoke to me yesterday, after John disappeared to look at the piano. You mean I mean a real living person. Why do you look so confused?
Please, just put the gun down.
Don't do this to me. This isn't funny.
Tony.
There's a thunderclap outside, and the sound of someone falling to the floor.
Oh my God.
That wasn't there when we came in, right?
It's the house. It's messing with our heads. I need to get out of here.
Wait, Annie.
She runs off. John stays on for the next scene, alone.
It really is sad that the 3 of them are outsiders. People with the least connection to, or knowledge of, Galley House are stuck there trying to make sense of things. It makes matters worse that the pursuit of truth is what ends up killing them. Anyway, Tony enters the living room, and upon seeing Martha's body, grows worried of the increased frequency of corpses. John enters as Tony continues to get pissed off at the piano. Luckily, it stops on its own. The three of them attempt to count the total number of corpses and come to the incorrect conclusion of 7 bodies. Annie's actually right when she initially counts 4 yesterday, but since she learned this information from Vic and nobody here has seen Eve's corpse, she drops it. Annie warns Tony about getting close to Martha's corpse, worrying that whatever killed her might spread to him. Tony finds this implausible, but we know Annie is actually correct in treating this phenomenon like a disease, though it spreads by non-physical means. Annie then asks everyone to recap last night's evening. John recalls his car getting stuck and approaching the house, though he's forgotten about Harry escorting him. Tony and Annie mention they saw him at the front door through the attic window. Their recollection is muddled when nobody can remember how John was let into the house, since John knows it wasn't Oswald. They then settle on the incorrect assumption that the door was unlocked. Tony recounts meeting John and ignores his request to refer to him by his first name. Funnily enough, Tony can't even remember why he distrusts John. All he remembers about the Pocket Watch side quest is deciding to grab it. When the conversation turns to who cooked dinner, Tony asserts they were served a spooky meal cooked by ghosts. Annie seems to have dropped the ghosts theory since she gets upset with Tony's responses. John still thinks they're being tricked, which is probably just as absurd of a theory at this point. The conversation then shifts to who turned on the piano. Again, 1 vote for ghosts, 2 votes for people. Tony's getting fed up with both John and the non-ghost theory. Annie brings up the list of names and notes she doesn't recognize 3 of them. When Tony learns the name Tony is on there, he reveals that that isn't his real name. He's only called Tony after his father. Regardless, he chooses not to disclose his actual name in order to leave himself off the ghost hit list. This moment is another brilliant characterization for the mechanics of the info hazard. The question could have arisen where we wonder what counts as remembering someone. We might have been able to postulate, well, if nobody knows your real name, does the info hazard still kill someone upon remembering it? Knowing Tony has an undisclosed real name and that Oswald's fate is sealed clears up that gray area. It is the act of remembering you as a person that triggers the info hazard. Returning to Annie's list, she mentions the notes she's written by each name. The only one she shares audibly is Martha's, owner of the house and wears strong perfume. John and Annie can't make sense of it. Suddenly, Tony tells them to shut up, and a moment later, he draws his gun on them. He's remembered Martha. As to how he remembered, it was either hearing her name or being in proximity to the perfume emanating from her body and connecting that to her name. As tensions rise when Tony realizes the absurdity of John and Annie not remembering her, we hear a thunderclap and he drops dead. With that, Tony is memory holed and Annie runs away, leaving John in the living room alone. Our next scene shall be Oswald's investigation of the chapel in 21 Chapel 3.
Person 3 walks through mud. Not exactly a nice sound, but it makes a change to listening to the inside of the house all the time. Eventually, the mud turns into gravel, and then he pauses. It takes him a while to open the door. Then there's the slow, echoey footsteps. They stop. And that's all we get. I can't tell what he's doing. Maybe praying, maybe reading something. I've listened to this man for hours. I've heard him eat. I've heard him sleep. I've heard him try and talk to his dead sister. He's frequently angry and upset. He likes to pretend he knows things, and I'd like to think that I know him. But do I? I can't see him, can't ask him anything. It's just me, sitting alone, listening to this damn audio, trying to discern what the hell he's up to. The strange thing is, I can imagine it all in my head. I have a mental image of the chapel, with all the pews and the altar. I can picture him, kneeling down in a small, cold room, reading an old plaque on the floor. He's wrapped in a coat. The air is dusty. I can see the muddy path down the hill, the grand old house, how all the rooms connect, the color of the wallpaper, the dead bodies strewn about like in that terrifying dream I mentioned. Almost certainly wrong, but there's no way to tell, is there? No one else alive knows this place as well as I do. The ideas in my head of these people are more real than the people themselves. When I die, The whole thing goes with me. Edit. Not sure why I wrote all this. I've deleted the rest.
It's a real shame that At deleted the rest. In a way, his thoughts and feelings regarding understanding Galley House and its inhabitants can be extended to our own investigation. I've spent countless hours and several playthroughs poring over each scene over and over and over again, finding connections, deepening my understanding of the characters, trying to figure out who they were and what happened to them. It's not to say that my beliefs about them are absolute truths, but who they are to me is the only real thing left about them. And who they are to me is only under the lens of observing the most confusing, abnormal event of their lives. The way they behave continues to be shaped by confusion and the loss of memories that could sometimes be structural to their personalities. It's why I've tried to remember them for their best qualities. I want to respect who they could have been outside of the incident at Galley House. And similarly to the inhabitants, this concept can be extended to At himself. Just like At muses over hearing how Oswald eats, sleeps, and behaves, so do we muse over At's personal comments dotted around these files. We've heard him talk to himself, question what's normal, profess his loneliness, and come to his own realization that his thoughts regarding Galley House's inhabitants are the only real thing left of them. Since At is dead, and we know he's deeply isolated, these comments left on this computer may be the only real thing left of him. We could reread the previous file, substituting all the comments and imagery for At sitting in front of his computer, listening to audio tapes and transcribing their noise, and they'd be just as fitting. As for Oswald, we don't quite know what he's doing, only that it's quiet, somber, and possibly related to Eleanor's grave. At mentions that Oswald likes to pretend he knows things. This aspect has been evident in his assertions that a ghostly force is driving these deaths. In a way, it's a bit unfair to blame him for coming to these conclusions, given the loss of his memories is what put him in this position. Of note is the absence of Tony's death thunderclap. I assume At merely ended the scene before it happened. The last detail to point out is At saying he mentioned a terrifying dream somewhere, one in which he has a terrifying vision of Galley House. This hasn't popped up yet, which is a bit interesting. We'll keep this dream in mind. Next is John alone in the living room, 22 Living Room 1.
John is quiet. I can't tell what he's up to. Does it annoy you that we'll never know Tony's real name? I suppose I could try and dig through some old army records, but that feels like cheating in a way. He didn't want us to know, and after all we've done to break down these people's privacy, I think that's the least we can give him. He coughs a bit.
There must be someone else here, but we would have found them if they were hiding in the house.
There's a thunderclap.
The chapel. Oh my god. Annie.
He leaves in a hurry.
John seems to be in a contemplative state, until the thunderclap that tolls Oswald's death reminds him he's supposed to be protecting Annie. As for At's comment, I agree that we should respect Tony's privacy. We're the only ones who can remember him, so we'll do so by remembering how he wanted to present himself. Let's head to Annie and Oswald in the chapel. 22 Chapel 2-3.
The door creaks open.
Oswald? Hello, my dear. How did you get out of the pantry? The door was unlocked. The house, it seems, has changed its mind. Have you worked out what's causing all of this? It's always been clear to me. Ever since the death of my sister, this house has been cursed. I think people are dying, and I can't remember. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Please tell me you can stop this. When Ellie died, we didn't have a funeral. We didn't acknowledge her death to anyone else. We weren't allowed to grieve. If we don't try and remember the past, then we'll meet the same fate. I already can't remember. I don't know how to stop it. I can't. None of these names mean anything to me. What names? Tony. Who the hell is Tony? He has a gun and he's paranoid? Is that the one in the living room? The gun! Good heavens, that thing was terrifying. You haven't brought it here, have you? Where did you see it? Who was holding it? Tony? I can't think. Oh, that funny boy? Yes, I caught him with it in his bedroom. I wouldn't trust him. It's better if he doesn't know we're here, I think. You knew him? Oh, my poor girl. You don't remember? I don't know. Who was he? Think, child. Do you know your mother and father? Your siblings? Your closest friends? Who you fell in love with? I'm not sure. This is important. Were there empty beds in your house? An extra pair of shoes in the hallway? If you can't remember those close to you, then you'll surrender yourself to the curse. What's going to happen? My dear, you will suffer a fate worse than death. You will be forgotten. If you can't remember why it is you are here, then it may already be too late. Pray to God that you might be saved.
There's a loud thunderclap, and then the sound of someone falling over.
They're out here too?
There's a pause.
Oswald used to live here, family drawing. The drawing. He showed it to me. No.
I'm not often sympathetic towards the victims in our cases, but it is awful what happened to Annie, isn't it? She tried to understand what happened, and for that, she was punished.
Awful indeed. We see with Tony's passing that Oswald has no idea how he escaped the kitchen. He then shares his thoughts on what he truly believes is happening. Oswald believes Galley House is cursed. The death of Eleanor, and his parents forcing their family to not acknowledge her death, has brought a supernatural force that punishes those who do not remember. It is quite terrible what happened to Eleanor, and their parents refusing to let their family grieve properly has deeply affected Oswald. Perhaps Rupert too carried this trauma. It certainly is worse for Oswald to believe that he lived his life suffering through this alone. As for the veracity of his belief, he's still completely off. We know remembering is what actually spreads the info hazard, and that the phenomenon isn't contained to Galley House. Anyway, Annie responds with frustration that she can't remember the names on her list. She brings up Tony and his gun, which leads Oswald to remember him and their first encounter. Hearing that Oswald remembers and she doesn't upsets her even more. Oswald then begs Annie that she must remember, lest she too be forgotten. Ironically, he immediately drops dead and is forgotten. This doesn't last long, as Annie reads the comment on her list of names regarding Oswald and remembers him. The horror of the situation dawns on her. It's unfortunate that the list she carried to solve this mystery is what causes her deadly remembrance. Next is John's arrival, 23 Chapel 1-2.
It's just the two of them left. You knew this was coming, but it's still unpleasant. John enters and closes the door behind him.
Annie?
His voice echoes. He rushes over to her.
Are you all right? I can't believe they're in here too. Stay back. Don't come closer. What? What's going on? He said there's a curse, and now I think it's too late. Who are you talking about? Is someone else here? No, you have to leave. You don't understand. If someone is doing this, I can stop them. Give me the gun. I'm not going to do that. Why do you want it? Just give it to me. We don't have much time. No, Annie, I'm not going to. Annie!
They struggle.
Give it to me, John. Just tell me why you want it. I can stop this. I can stop it from spreading. Annie, please. Let's just.
Something happens. Sounds painful. John collapses to the floor.
I'm sorry, John. Tell Mom I love her. What are you doing? Don't!
There's a gunshot and almost simultaneously a thunderclap, shattering the windows with an overwhelming, all-consuming noise. It continues in its terrifying power for some time before slowly morphing into a howling, hollow wind. By her body was the list of names I mentioned. Her injuries were ugly, but fortunately the audio recovery was still possible.
There. They must be following me.
As he returns to the house through the marshy landscape, the phone can be heard ringing. Edit. Clever. So unbelievably clever. She figured it out. And who would have thought she'd have the guts to try a solution? As true a scientist as I'll ever be. Shame it didn't work, but at least that's one thing we don't have to test ourselves.
We did know that this was coming, but not like this. John hurries over to Annie, trying to figure out what's going on. Annie, however, has figured it out thanks to the list of names. Though she doesn't remember most of them, she does remember that less and less names become recognizable, and that she keeps finding new unknown bodies. Upon the realization that the body before her was Oswald, that for a brief moment she had forgotten him, and that he remembered Tony right before his death, Annie connects her list to the pattern of die, forget, remember, repeat, and she knows she's next. She orders John out to remove the risk that he remembers her, but he doesn't budge. They get in a struggle over Tony's gun, with Annie asserting she can stop the spread of the info hazard. Upon finally taking the gun, she apologizes, gives her last words, and pulls the trigger on herself. It's a far more visceral and dreadful ending than the other characters got, and it's sadder that she did so in the hopes of ending this nightmare. Of note is the simultaneous toll of the thunderclap, and that the sound was violent enough to shatter the windows of the chapel. It seems like the auditory source of the thunderclap is centered on the person who dies from the info hazard, rather than somewhere above or outside. As for why the sound was so violent this time, my only guess is that it correlates with the violence in which its victims die. Everyone else dropped dead peacefully, so the noise wasn't strong enough to damage its surroundings. As for why Annie's attempt at a solution didn't work, my best guess is that once the info hazard is triggered, fate is set in motion, and one's demise by other means cannot deprive the info hazard from reaching the logical conclusion of its function. There's not a lot of evidence available to come to a definite conclusion, so these thoughts are just my personal speculation. Back at the scene, John sees Annie's corpse and is shaken by the state it's in. He still believes these corpses are being placed by some third party, but the act of blinking and finding this particular body is troubling him. He wanders off and we hear the house's phone ringing. At praises Annie for her intelligence and tenacity, and while those compliments are true, it still feels a tiny bit tactless given the circumstances. Though I suppose I can excuse some of that given At isn't accustomed to normal sociable behavior. Anyway, John must be heading inside to answer that phone call. 24 Dining Room 1.
He answers the phone. John, is that you?
Yes.
Is everything all right?
I think so.
Good. A few of my neighbors are making their way over to you, but they won't be there for at least another half an hour. But with all this dreadful weather we've had, will you be all right until then?
Yes.
Is something wrong?
I think there's someone else in the house.
There's someone else with you?
I haven't seen them, but I'm guessing someone's hiding somewhere, and they've led me here to frame me? I don't know. Maybe they'll kill me next. I don't know.
Are you sure? That sounds rather serious.
There must be someone else. There was fresh food on the table, and the piano was playing earlier. Do you know who lives here?
No one lives in Galley House as far as I'm aware. It's been empty since old Elizabeth Galley passed away. She only had one child, a girl called Eleanor, and she died a long time ago. So whoever it is, I'm sure they're just trying to wind you up, John.
I don't know. I went to try and look for people in the chapel. I took a gun, and then, all of a sudden...
There's a pause. Are you still there?
Do you know someone called Annie?
Annie?
I found a note in the chapel by one of the bodies. Did she used to live here?
She's there with you, is she? She's all right.
Did you know her?
Now, John, you said you'd keep her safe. Where is she?
I don't know.
Then go and find her, John. I asked you very specifically to make sure my daughter was safe. Is something wrong?
No, I'm sure your daughter's fine. She's probably just in the next room, and I'd forgotten about her. I think my memory's fading, but there's no need to worry.
Well, that's a lie. She's lying dead in a puddle of blood on the floor of the chapel. Good grief. Are you sure she's all right?
I'll go and check for you. What did you say her name was?
Annie Beaumont. John, what's going on?
I need to go. I'm so sorry.
The call ends. Some time passes as he walks around the house, but it's hard to tell exactly where he goes. The only room that I'm sure of is the attic, so that's where we start the next scene. Edit. I think I've spotted the pattern. I can't believe I didn't notice this originally. I need to test a theory.
John answers the phone to hear from Catherine. She tells him that she's dispatched some of her neighbors to head over to Galley House. Catherine can tell something is off with John, and he discloses that he thinks someone is in the house. With no memories remaining of any interaction with anyone in Galley House, John must be in a state of indescribable confusion. He thinks he's either being framed for the deaths, or that he's being taunted before he too is killed. Catherine isn't able to assuage him of his fears and confusion, only presenting us with the narrative that everyone now believes regarding Galley House, long abandoned since the death of Elizabeth Galley, mother of Eleanor. John retraces his memories, only knowing that he went to the chapel and brought a gun. The realization that the gun was supposed to be in his possession unsettles him. John brings up the name Annie from the list on her corpse. Catherine then remembers the promise to keep Annie safe that she had John swear. Catherine commands John to look for her, and the situation sinks into him. He tells her Annie is fine and that he's just having some memory problems. Only the latter half of that statement is true. Catherine doesn't seem convinced by John's words given his behavior, but their conversation soon ends. John then spends some time walking through the house all by himself before reaching the attic. We note one of At's edits where he comes to some kind of epiphany. We'll keep that in mind. Let's head to the attic. 25 Attic 1.
The attic door squeaks open, and John enters the room.
You've done it now, John.
I did some research into his relatives, as I always do, not that it's as important with this case. He had recently divorced his wife, and was no longer in contact with his daughter. He never brings it up in the audio, though. I guess he preferred to keep himself to himself. The window opens. It's a quieter wind than up on the hill.
Well, this is it.
He waits there for a while. There's the distant sound of rolling thunder.
I don't remember her. I don't remember any of them. I don't even remember pulling the trigger.
He pauses again. The wind is gentle.
God forgive me.
Edit. Rolling thunder. It's not quite a thunderclap sound, but I think that's just because it's further away than the others. Is there something else I'm missing?
With that, we see the approaching end of our last guest of Galley House. Poor John Hobbs steps outside of the attic window to his death. John's death is particularly painful, given he spends his last moments believing that he is the person responsible for all of the deaths, and he can't even remember how or why they happened. At gives us some background details regarding John, that he was recently divorced and wasn't on speaking terms with his daughter. Nothing we can or should speculate on. At the very least, we know from Rupert's birthday invitation his ex-wife's name is Claire. Before dwelling on At's comments, I want to replay the first file At gave us, 26 Entrance 1. We'll recognize from the name that must be where John's body fell.
There's a loud thud and then silence. The audio keeps going, though, for an upsettingly long time. Nonetheless, nothing more of interest can be heard. There are no more footsteps, no more whispers, no more dramatic weather events, just a quiet wind. When you finish looking over everything, let me know what you think. Edit. Looking back at all the deaths, it's clear there's one that doesn't quite fit the pattern. Why? Edit. My theory was correct. I've added one more scene that should complete the chain of events.
We know from the audio recovery file that audio can be recovered about a minute past the perceived point of death, and all we have to hear is the resulting silence and quiet wind. No more thunderclaps, and no more victims. With our new perspective, we can try to parse these edits. Ad is at first perplexed by a break in the info hazards pattern, and makes a second edit sometime later that his theory was correct. It yielded him one more scene, which should finally complete the Galley House mystery. We owe it to these people to solve it. Thus, it is time for us to deduce that final scene. We'll do so with the help of the edits At made on particular files. In the audio recovery file, At says he was able to recover audio from one more body, one which didn't fit squarely into his 1 through 12 numbering system. There must be a 13th corpse involved. We know from the previous scene that At realized one death doesn't fit the pattern. We can solve who it is. In the previous scene, when John collides with the ground, we don't hear a thunderclap. Odd, given we heard one during Annie's death scene. If we look at the attic scene, before John steps out the window, At notes the distant sound of rolling thunder. He comments on it not sounding like the usual thunderclap, and thinks that it's because it's further away. We know from Annie's death that the thunderclap originates on the infohazard's victim. If this rolling thunder is connected to the thunderclap, then whoever died wasn't at Galley House. In the timecode 16 scene between Martha and Vic, where Vic has breakfast, At makes an edit stating he found the final clue he was looking for. The only thing that stands out in this scene is the bolded text on the word Wintercott, where Vic and Annie's mother lives. And just like that, it all makes sense. If we look at John's final phone call with Catherine, we see that she is the one who remembered Annie, not John. Thus, during timecode 25, in the location of Wintercott, Catherine, abbreviated as K, died. 25 Wintercott K.
A kettle has been put on to boil. There's the clink of a couple of mugs. The kettle's whistling grows louder and then stops. Suddenly, there's a deafening thunderclap overhead. A body can be heard falling to the ground, and a mug smashes. The house returns to mostly silence. The only sound is a bird singing outside, but I've never been good with birds. I can't identify it. Note: this is as far as I've been able to follow the chain, making I believe 12 deaths in total that we've seen. It's unclear whether this is the same chain as our current investigation, or whether there are multiple.
Catherine dies a sad, sudden death. In a way, it's similar to Martha's, in the sense that she died without any fear. With that, we have uncovered the 12 deaths in the Galley House infohazard death chain. John's not included. At notes that he doesn't know if these deaths are part of the same chain of infohazard deaths as their case in the modern day. There's no way to be certain if the infohazard is one of a kind or if there are several other strains, complete with their own thread of deaths. It's more comforting of a thought to believe that this is a unique phenomenon. Now that we have observed the entire mystery, we can actually make out a few more details from the intro that we didn't recognize at the time. The group of locals who walked to Galley House were the neighbors that Catherine sent. Since Galley House's inhabitants and Catherine herself were memory hold, those neighbors had no clue why they walked all the way there. The body that they saw was that of John Hobbs. We learn he was in his early 40s, and that those neighbors arrived at the house not too long after he died. The bodies whose cause of death was identifiable were that of Annie and John. The former, a self-inflicted gunshot wound, and the latter, the blunt force trauma from falling to his death. The last detail to note is that only one of the victims was identified, that being John Hobbs, since he wasn't memory hold. If we remembered this detail from the very start of the game, it could have assisted in our deduction of Catherine's file at the very end of the game. It's a brilliant detail that many might not rediscover without a second playthrough. And now we have the final victims of the Galley House mystery. I'll start with Tony. At times, he was a bit of an asshole. Breaking Eleanor's doll, generally rude behavior. Still, at his core, he wanted to protect his family. Him being paranoid and making dumb decisions were mistakes made in his earnest attempt to go about that goal. It's the infohazard's fault that he got caught up with being paranoid about the pocket watch business anyway. Oswald as well was generally quite rude, though he had moments where he would let his walls down with those that were nice to him. At least for him, we can source his negative behavior with the trauma of Eleanor's death, and it seems the worst of his behavior was a direct result of Rupert being memory hold. In the end, Oswald did try his best to solve the mystery. Whether that was for Eleanor, himself, or the other living inhabitants, we don't know, but we will appreciate his effort. Annie's case is quite sad. This was only supposed to be somewhere to briefly stay before heading to Vic's home, and it seems like she would have been content to be alone in the attic all evening. Instead, she was dragged into this horrible mess. She was smart to figure out the mystery with indirect help from her sister, but doing so brought about her own death. Though the circumstance was terrible, Annie faced her death with bravery and hoped to end the cycle of suffering. We don't get to see enough of Catherine to know much about her. Though her relationship with Annie seemed a bit strained, she did love her children. When characters remember the previous victim of the infohazard, it's usually under particular circumstances of dwelling on objects or names. But there's a pattern of mothers remembering their children. Helen and Eve, Martha and Eddie, Catherine and Annie. I'd like to think that that kind of special love from parent to child made it easier to recall their existence. For John, I'm particularly pained. He was my favorite character. Something about the way he stumbled through these events made him endearing to me. I also feel a bit bad for depicting him with a receding hairline. He's the most unrelated guest and therefore the most confused about everything. There's moments where he's trying to investigate or solve the mystery, but other characters simply ignore or talk over him. I find him earnest in his attempts to figure things out, but he doesn't ever get close to a solution. I think being this isolated outsider makes the circumstances of his death worse. He thinks he's gone insane and that he's responsible for this nightmare. Since John isn't memory hold, his death leaves a painful legacy for his friends and family. All they'll know is that he took his own life in a long-abandoned mansion, surrounded by 11 unknown bodies. He and everyone else deserved better than what fate dealt them. With this file uncovered, we see we've received a second message in our inbox titled Final.
From Alan Thomas. Subject, Final. How's the investigation going? Let me know as soon as you find out anything interesting. God knows I've been waiting for the answers to this mystery for a long time. I should mention that we were able to recover a little more than I gave you in the last message. There was a lot of corrupted audio, but we were able to salvage a small part of it. It's almost unrecognizable, but you can just make out some music. Pippa found the thing on YouTube if you fancy a listen. Not that it's important to the case, I'd imagine. Still. Oh, and there was one last file I neglected to mention. It seems it was open at the time of his death, and so the name wasn't stored along with the others, but you should still be able to access it. 00 Final Note. No one else will read it except you, of course, but I trust you'll let us know if you find anything significant. Alan Thomas.
Alan's message comes at perfect timing, though with what we know about the case, it's likely the less he knows, the better. Before we sink our teeth into that YouTube video and reanalyze our initial briefing, let's check out that file. 00 Final Note.
I was looking over the case files of the friends and family of the most recent victim, and there was someone I didn't recognize. I checked my notes, and it suddenly hit me. I remember who they were, and my blood ran cold. So I don't have long. I know I ought to wipe the drive, but I'm sorry. Hopefully someone in the future can read this and learn the truth. Although, I guess none of you will remember me. I mean, if there's any sense in you, you'll stay far away from this machine. You won't know I helped you, and you'll never even know my name. It will just be over. I guess this is what everyone was expecting. No one ever said it out loud, but I knew what I had to do. I was your only choice. No one's as disconnected from the outside world as I am. The fate of the world on my shoulders. Amelia, Rupert, Harry, Eve, Helen, Damien, Vic, Eddie, Martha, Tony, Oswald, Annie, Catherine. Megan, Simon, George, Andy, Deborah, David, Tom. And now, as far as I can tell, Darren, Sarah, me. Maybe this isn't the perfect closure to the Galley House case that we could have hoped for. I suppose I'm the only one who knows what happened, and that information will likely die with me. But I'd like to think that it was those people, talking to me long after they died, that guided me here. I see this as the best possible outcome, and I'm honored to have played my part. And even if you don't remember me, thank you. I didn't think I'd be this excited to die. I'm just running on adrenaline. Write something important before you drop dead, you idiot. Never mind. God, I hope this works.
We should have known this was coming, given we knew At was dead from the very start, but it doesn't make it any less sad. At wondered in a prior scene if something similar to the InfoHazard's effects had already happened to him, and his speculation was unfortunately correct. This makes him the 23rd known victim of the InfoHazard. Though At's severe isolation was at times a point of grief, in learning that he will be the next victim of the InfoHazard, it becomes a point of hope. That being the only man for the job, this unending chain of deaths can be permanently stopped. Looking back at the hangman message, it does seem like deep down At knew this would be how things turned out. You did your job, the world is safer now. It's scary to have to come to terms with your own death, but At spends his last moments bravely. He thanks the victims of Galley House for guiding him to the truth, thanks his employers, and by extension us, and hopes that his sacrifice saves everyone. Thankfully, he didn't wipe the contents of his computer, so that we too are able to remember the voices of Galley House and At himself. All we can do for them is remember, so remember we will. There's this idea that's been floating around my mind. It's the thought that our knowledge of someone is limited by how they choose to portray themselves. Yes, I know it's rudimentary, but I find it significant for a game in which we observe these characters' behavior. We see how they act on their own, with people they know, don't know, like, or dislike. In all this observable behavior, our understanding is still profoundly limited by how much the characters don't show us. Tony has a secret name, John's recently been divorced, and At never clues us in on why he's isolated. Even in his last message, he only tells us that he remembered the previous victim, Sarah. We'll never know the extent of their relationship. Co-worker, stranger, friend. At didn't want to tell us, and because of that, we won't know. It sounds a bit sad not being able to understand someone, but I find there's an appreciation to be found in acknowledging what others do choose to share with us. If we look back at our briefing, we now realize the safeguards that were put in place to let this ordeal end with At. His name wasn't recorded, no one was supposed to mention the case, his computer was locked away, and they were given a list of people who are prohibited from learning its contents. It was only supposed to be re-examined after a set period of time, likely so those who might remember At are working elsewhere, retired, or deceased. Alan Thomas thinking the hard drive's contents couldn't possibly be dangerous couldn't be further from the truth. Moving that examination date forward was actually pretty dangerous, considering we now know the reason why the deaths started and finally stopped. It's best we keep the sensitive details of this case to ourselves. Let's now take a look at that YouTube video. Alan said it was a piece of music, which could only be the tune played by Galley House's piano. A video from 2013 of a man showing off one of his piano rolls. I'd Climb the Highest Mountain, performed by Lee Sims. I must thank this channel, Richard Rames, for giving us this beautiful audio. He still posts piano rolls from his collection to this day. Awesome stuff, and this exploration of type help wouldn't be complete without this video. It'll be linked in the description so you can check it out for yourself. But before you do so to fully appreciate it, there are actually some things we can learn from it about the Galley House mystery. Eddie's last words to Eve, "I'd climb the highest mountain if I knew that when I climbed that mountain I'd find you," are lyrics from this song. Martha mentioned Eddie loved the song playing from the piano, and without knowing he had died, said that he would even sing it if requested. The other more pressing detail is how this song stirred Rupert Galley's memory regarding Amelia West. In the video's description, it notes that the chorus's melody references Dvorak's Humoresque. It was hearing this reference that spurred Rupert Galley to head to the study and remember Amelia West's own performance of Dvorak's Humoresque. It makes the mystery of Galley House more unfortunate to know that it wasn't even a recording of the piece that Amelia once played that caused tragedy to strike. It was merely a musical reference to it. If the Galleys never purchased that player piano, that particular piano roll, or maybe if Eddie had different taste in music, none of this would have happened. With that, we've scoured all the files and messages available to us. All 99 of them. Right? There's one detail which we kept in mind, but never saw come to fruition. In Oswald's solo chapel scene, At talked about a terrifying dream that he had supposedly mentioned. There's no direct reference to this dream anywhere else. Could he have deleted it? We know in this same scene that he's deleted his personal ramblings before. Perhaps we could guess it. At's personal files have all been prefaced with timecode 00. How about 00 Dream? I warn you, it's not what you're expecting.
I have lived 100 million years, alone and blue. I have cried 100 million tears, till I met you. Because of you, the world is mine. Because of you, the sun will always shine. Skies above, all were gray, till your love came my way. I live anew because of you. Because of you, the world is mine. Because of you, the sun will always shine. Skies above, all were gray, till your love came my way. I live anew because of you. There's a picture nothing can erase within my heart. No one else can ever take your place, though we're apart. Because of you, the world is mine. Because of you, the sun will always shine. Skies above, all were gray, till your love came my way. I live anew because of you. 43092.
What the fuck? That wasn't a recollection of a terrifying dream, that was something far more inexplicable. I'm afraid that we're going to be left with more questions than answers. Let's cover the easy part. What is this text and what is that number? Well, if we look at the piano roll video for I'd Climb the Highest Mountain, we notice the code 43810 on the roll. This code is a kind of identification number for piano rolls. If we look up piano roll 43092, we find out it's a Lee Sims rendition of a song called Because of You. The text in this file are the lyrics for that song. Richard Rames has a video for this song, so it too will be linked in the description. As for why At decided to type this out, and why he made the formatting so weird, we won't find a concrete answer. This will all be my own personal speculation. I believe that at some point this file did contain a recollection of some terrifying dream that At had regarding Galley House. Sometime afterwards, whether he was conscious of it in some kind of fugue state or was sleep typing, he replaced this file with its current text. I'd rule out that he was conscious of it because it's just too out of character. We know he types out the final note file right before dying, so there was no way he first edited this file after he triggered the info hazard. I can only guess that in some bizarre fatalistic way, the info hazard already knew that at some point down the line, At would die from its effect. It sounds similar to how Annie was unable to stop the info hazard from killing her. I'd have to append to its info that the info hazard somehow exists outside of conventional time itself. It surely makes it feel more SCP-like. If that is the case, then it's somehow connected to At while he was unconscious and influenced him into typing that file. I felt comfortable with the info hazard framework because it made the phenomenon feel more neutral than something like a curse. But now I'm getting the feeling it might stem from some kind of unknowable entity. It would still function the same way, it still wouldn't be a Galley House curse like Oswald believed, I would still call it an info hazard, but its behavior would be more intentional and malicious. If we look at the lyrics as if they're about the info hazard and a message from a living entity, it starts to make sinister sense to me. I have lived 100 million years alone and blue. I have cried 100 million tears till I met you. It tells us that it has existed since time immemorial, alone and lonely until it met us, humans. Because of you, the world is mine. Because of you, the sun will always shine. Because of us, the world is its, and the sun will always shine. Is this because it's feeding off our memories? And if the sun will always shine for it, does that mean nothing can truly stop it? Skies above, all were gray, till your love came my way. I live anew because of you. Life for the entity was sad until us humans and our capacity for love came its way. Now it lives anew because of us. It really sounds like a creature that's consuming human life, cherished memories, or perhaps both, though its existence and means are otherworldly. There's a picture nothing can erase within my heart. No one else can ever take your place, though we're apart. It seems like it's saying that it has its heart set on consuming us, and even though the chain of deaths was stopped by At, nothing can replace what we are to it. Sustenance. I really didn't plan on having things spiral away like this upon covering the dream file, but the more I thought about it, the more sense it made to me. There's one last piece of information in this file to recover. If we look carefully, we notice that some singular letters in the lyrics are italicized. They are IAMRICHARD Longley. I am Richard Longley. Richard Longley? Of course! How could I have forgotten about Richard Longley? Inside of this bizarre file, completely out of character to At's personality, inexplicably, is At's real name, Richard Longley. I originally thought At's name, or Richard's name, was slipped into this last file as a kind of ambiguous secret ending. One where the player decides if At's sacrifice ended things, or if the character we play as sleuths out this name, remembers Richard, and the cycle of death continues. I had envisioned ending things on an upbeat tone, where we appreciate Richard's sacrifice and honor his memory. But the mystery of this file's contents demands an answer. All I have in response is the info hazard is a living entity theory. It's hard to flesh it out since all we have to work with is speculating why Richard typed the file and reading the song lyrics as if they were a sinister message. It's definitely a lot to be hit with at the very end of the game. If true, it would mean that Richard, us, and humanity itself are prey, powerless to stop this otherworldly being who satiates itself on our lives and memories. It's the only way I can explain this file's contents and how Richard was unconsciously coerced into inserting his name into it. Of course, this is all still personal speculation. Your guess is as good as, or possibly even better than mine. We could always just treat the dream file as an Easter egg of sorts, settle on our info hazard illness theory, and accept the end of the story at Richard's final message. Or maybe it's better that at the very end, thinking we understood things, we discover something inexplicable, and be faced with the same sense of confusion as our cast of characters. Sounds like a cope, but it's my cope, and I think after coming this far I've earned it. This feels like one of the more off pieces of analysis, but I wanted to try to conclude this video with viewing the info hazard phenomenon through a more metaphorical lens. What I settled on was the cycle of loss brought about by forgetting and remembrance. The first piece is the tragedy of forgetting, the loss of memories which were important to us. Sometimes, in order to cope with loss, we try and put our memories aside or forget, so that we don't have to be reminded of what we've lost. Now, I don't want to sound like I'm generalizing and make it seem like I'm saying it's a fundamentally inappropriate response, but I find that there is a sorrow in trying to forget things that used to make us happy, before they were turned into reminders of pain or recontextualized into regrets. This leads us to the second piece, the tragedy of remembering, the sudden recollection of important memories which we had attempted to discard. Having not processed the pain of our loss, when we are made to remember or reflect on those memories, we re-experience that pain anew, from which we may attempt to restart the cycle, hoping to forget for good. For our characters, it is inescapable. The effect analogous to the tragedy of remembering kills them, passing the cycle onwards to the next victim. For us, though it is by no means easy, and we may try, stumble, and fail, there is hope that we may in some way process this loss of what was once important and move beyond the cycle. And here we find the true subtitle of this video, originally concealed for spoiler purposes, Remembering What We've Lost, so that we may move past remaining in blissful ignorance. If I may elucidate my final point with an example, there are past times in my life that were uniquely special. Those times are gone merely because time moves forward. Remembering those moments and knowing they won't ever return can be a bit painful, and I may just want to forget all about them. But I choose to reflect on them fondly because though they are gone, they were good. That is my rather personal takeaway from this experience, though perhaps it's a bit out of place. Regardless, it is time for us to say goodbye. So goodbye Galley House. Goodbye Info Hazard. And goodbye to our cast of characters. With that, we have concluded Type Help by William Roos. This game really is special. There's so many potential ways to navigate its story to make the experience unique to you. Because of this freeformity, there were a lot of ways to approach structuring this video. The game is a wide interconnecting web of files, and I made my best effort to stitch that web together into a relatively straight line that I hope was entertaining and informative. I ended up choosing a path of discovery that was relatively close to my original playthrough. If you enjoyed Type Help, then I ask you to wishlist and purchase the upcoming Steam remaster, The Incident at Galley House. It'll have graphics, music, more content, and full voice acting. Much better than the novice voice acting I attempted to cobble together. It'll be linked in the description, so let's show some support for the devs. Anyway, that has been my interpretation of Type Help. Thank you, William Roos, for creating this amazing experience. Thank you, user Pinerocket, for the thumbnail. And thank all of you for sticking with me until the end. I read all your comments, and they all mean the world to me. And hopefully, I'll see you again. By the way, this isn't a jacket I'm wearing, it's a lab coat. Fireproof too, but I haven't found a good excuse to light myself on fire. Yet.